the young Duchess of Lancaster, captured after her elderly husband's failed rebellion. She, Idelle, destined since childhood to marry into one of the four great houses, was now being displayed before the nobility as a spoil of war. The emperor bestowed Idelle upon the knight Loslow Crisis, who had contributed greatly to the victory. Having fallen from the pinnacle of fame to the status of property, Idelle felt so desperate that she considered death to preserve her dignity. However, Loslow proposed an unusual condition: to hire her as a real maid, rather than treating her as a spoil of war. In Idelle's eyes, this crude and unkempt earl was completely out of place with the refined world of nobility she once lived in. Though a maid, she retained the essence of a duchess. While being drawn to unpredictable emotions, Idelle also gradually changed Loslow. Let's follow this captivating story with Nezuko Recap. The story begins with the sound of Idelle's voice echoing in the darkness as she prays to the almighty and merciful Para, moonlight gently spilling into her bedroom. Idelle sat in a dark corner, murmuring softly, "I beg you," she pleaded, "guide me, so that I may not endure too much suffering." Idelle closed her eyes, focusing on her prayer, steadfast in the face of suffering. Amidst the all-consuming flames, her voice still echoed calmly. This was a divine arrangement, a patient wait. At this moment, the knights below were shouting frantically, "The holy gate has been breached. Seize the rebels." Idelle continued to whisper in the room, "Pain is but temporary. The sweet fruit nurtured by patience will eventually be harvested." The knights outside had already rushed into the mansion. "Search quickly," they said. "Quick, this way." One person pointed to the room in the corner. "Only that room is left," he commanded loudly. "Break down the door." Idelle then slowly opened her eyes. She looked indifferently at the crowd outside the door. Seeing her, the knights discussed excitedly, "Humph, she's as beautiful as the rumors say. Is it because she's a duchess? Even in this situation, how can she still?" Loslow quickly entered the room. He called out softly, "Duchess of Lancaster, Idelle." Then Loslow looked sternly at Idelle. She raised her head and asked calmly, "Are you going to behead me here?" Loslow slowly drew the sword from his waist. He pointed it at Idelle's neck and announced, "No. By order of the emperor, I am to take you to prison." A trace of doubt flashed through Idelle's mind. "I wonder where I went wrong," she thought sorrowfully, for the responsibility of sitting in this old chair, for the honor and pride of the nobility. Idelle regretfully recalled the past days. "I foolishly clung to those things, even when I couldn't even control my own death." She suddenly remembered the past, the perfect Duchess Idelle Lancaster. It hadn't been long since she became the Duchess of Lancaster. Just 3 years ago, Idelle was surrounded by young gentlemen. "Look over here." Whispers about her came from behind. "Idelle Canyon is here," a nobleman whispered. "I heard she's getting engaged to the Duke of Lancaster this time." No matter how prominent the four great houses are, this marriage is still not good. You see, the Duke is already old. Another person joined the gossip. "That's right, the Duke is already." The nobles whispered among themselves, "Shoo, someone might hear. But look at that determined attitude." Then they all turned their gaze to Idelle. "How can she?" The nobles were a bit curious. "She doesn't look worried at all. I can't understand what she's thinking." Idelle Canyon, the only daughter of Duke Canyon, the nobles all thought to themselves. In the empire, there are four great houses, and she was raised from a young age to marry into one of them. They held some contempt for Idelle. In the end, she achieved her predetermined goal just like that. She was the old duke's wife for 1 year and 8 months, but the nobles didn't expect it. Who would have thought this perfect lady was just a tool for a political marriage? And when the Duke of Lancaster subsequently tried to secede from the empire, she became the wife of a rebel. Back to the present. In the court, DeMarcus softly announced, "This is the best spoil of war this time, the successor wife of the Duke of Lancaster, Idelle Lancaster." Idelle slightly raised her head. She covered her face and lowered her head slightly. A life born and raised for profit, Idelle thought sadly, without even the courage to run away, only knowing how to break down on the spot. She briefly contemplated her life, lacking the courage to walk to the end with her final honor. She pulled over the old chair and sat down, after which Idelle thought resolutely, "Even if it's just this, no matter what, I will never surrender until the very last moment." In the court, the nobles suddenly shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please give this criminal to me." "Don't listen to him, Your Majesty," I've killed more enemies than he has. They smiled smugly to themselves. Really, let's take pity on the widowed lady. Let's have a duel, a noblewoman said softly. They probably no longer care about face. After a while, some nobles discussed. That's right, Idelle Lancaster was once praised as the perfect noble lady, but now she's just a slave, so there's no reason to refuse. On the throne, DeMarcus gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Oh, my Emperor DeMarcus Tabarin." DeMarcus said with feigned friendliness, "The greatest contributor to suppressing this rebellion. I almost forgot, didn't I?" He called out somewhat sternly. "Tell me, Loslow," DeMarcus asked quickly, "this girl, do you need her?" As his voice rang out, Idelle also raised her head. "If you want her, I will. Dot bestow her upon you," DeMarcus continued. "This exquisite spoil of war, you can take her." He smiled gently, waiting for Loslow to speak. The entire hall fell silent. A nobleman whispered, "Just because of one wrong marriage, she has fallen to the very bottom of the abyss." The noble women were also gossiping. That commoner is so lucky. Not only was he made an earl, but everyone discussed in low voices. The emperor gave him the best spoil of war. How could this be? Idelle then glanced at Loslow, thinking, that man looks like a mercenary, but does it even matter to me now? In this situation, he's no different from them. She clenched her hands, a little worried. The only one who brought me here is... Idelle recalled information about Loslow. Loslow Crisis, as far as she knew, was the leader of the Empire's largest mercenary group, Kalioth, and the man who was made an earl at the age of 27 for his merits. Idelle thought to herself, to the prominent nobles, he was a huge threat. She continued to think, however, for what I've heard, the nobles despise mercenaries, looking down on them as if they were criminals, treating him like a commoner. Loslow glanced coldly at Idelle. She flinched slightly, averting her gaze from him. After a long moment, Loslow spoke. "Not sure," he said calmly. "I'm short on servants, so I have no choice." Hearing this, DeMarcus immediately burst out laughing. "Ha, that's interesting. You're going to turn a duchess into a maid?" Loslow continued. "To be honest, I don't know what use to make of her." DeMarcus cleared his throat and nodded. All right, he announced quickly. "Then I shall bestow Idelle Lancaster upon Earl Loslow Crisis. Who need more maids?" Hearing this, Idelle's face turned pale. "Oh, almighty Para, is this the price I must pay for enduring for so long?" 3 years ago at the Canyon home, Idelle's mother shouted, "Idelle Canyon, stop being so stubborn. How dare you defy your father?" Idelle hesitated slightly. "But mother," she said in horror, "the Duke is older than my own father. How can I marry him?" Her mother quickly dismissed it. "No, there couldn't be a better match. He already has a mistress, and his children are all grown up. He will definitely not touch you. It's just to find someone to inherit the family estate." She smiled slyly, calculating, if the Duke dies, all the assets will belong to you. Idelle still tried to speak. Then she tried to argue. "How would I know when he'll die? I'd have to be at least over 30. Idelle's mother rubbed her forehead in frustration. "You really don't understand it all," she said coldly. "As long as you become the Duchess, your father will have to bow to you." Idelle's mother asked, displeased, "What on earth are you unhappy about?" Idelle trembled, thinking, what's so good about becoming the Duchess of one of the 4 great houses? The Duchess of one of the 4 great houses. Then she went to her father's room to plead. "I beg you, father, I don't want to. Please listen to me." Although she tried to object for a long time, the fate of my life had long been arranged. Idelle's father berated her loudly. "What a disgrace. Why can't you just step up for the family for once? Do you know how much humiliation I've endured to get to where I am today?" He said with feigned nobility, "Everything I've done is for you." Idelle's father frowned and scolded. "I've done so much for someone as useless as you. Why on earth have I raised you until now?" After a while, Idelle had to accept her fate. "I can escape from a father like this. I can leave the Canyon family." I endured with this one thought. She recalled her time after the marriage. "I was relieved because the Duke was always seeking his mistress and didn't touch me." I endured. Idelle remembered all the scorn she received, enduring the harsh words from the Duke's family. I held on. However, she always did her best. Even though I had to manage countless ledgers and hundreds of servants, I held on. Idelle felt like a puppet, greeting guests and organizing parties every day. I held on. She endured day after day, never making a mistake, always with a smile, pretending. Then everything suddenly collapsed for Idelle, waiting for the moment of freedom to arrive. But were those just futile efforts? One day in the past, a servant suddenly ran in shouting, "Rum, my lady." Idelle was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" The servant quickly replied, "The Emperor's army is here." Idelle felt a little sad recalling it. Until then, I knew nothing, especially not the Duke of Lancaster's plan. The plan that was carried out behind my back failed. In the past, after receiving the news, Idelle quickly ran outside. She looked around, searching everywhere. I can't see anything. Where do they all go? Idelle thought in anguish. I was made a decoy for the royal army. She looked out of the mansion in a panic. The life I longed for was. Idelle gently touched the window, feeling the warmth of the people. It was a warm recognition, she thought sadly. But even though I managed countless ledgers and servants, the only one who told me to run was a butler. Not a single thing in this huge mansion belonged to me. Idelle thought in pain. I became the perfect lady my father wished for, a life that was just an empty shell, praised by others but with no substance inside. Was all the suffering a prophecy from God telling me to flee immediately? Currently, Idelle has been taken to the prison by servants. Silence. She thought worriedly, I have seen things worse than death. Idelle lowered her head in silence. The so-called spoils of war were actually just slaves. Slavery had long disappeared, so people no longer called them that. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. You're still pretending to be noble until the very end. Lauren said with contempt, what an admirable lady, the eldest daughter. Lauren Lancaster. Daria also cried and accused. It's been like this ever since she came to this house. The second daughter, Daria Lancaster. Even after being sold off, she still acts like a real duchess. The two of them kept questioning Idelle. Duke Canyon has confessed everything. She must have helped her father too, who allowed her to be the duchess. One of them cursed softly. What an unfilial child. Idelle glanced at Daria and the other in front of her. It wasn't the first time I've been cursed, but when have I ever said such rude words? Maybe I'm too tired and want to give up. She gently persuaded. All right, Lauren, go get some sleep. Idelle quickly comforted Daria. You too. She thought wearily. I don't want to waste my energy on meaningless curses. Idelle leaned against the wall in frustration. There will surely be a time when the surveillance is lax, so I need to save some strength to protect myself. Her body suddenly trembled. If I have to live on as his bait, I'd rather die. Idelle worriedly calculated. The men of the Lancaster family are all dead. The Canyon family avoided extinction by renouncing all rights related to me. Earl Crisis said he would use me as a maid. She pondered. The fate of young female prisoners ultimately makes it hard for them to be treated as human. Although they committed a grave crime, treason, because they were a gift from the Emperor, they were at least kept in a prison with better conditions. Idelle trembled, curled up in a corner. She thought, it feels like my body is screaming, and my head hurts too. Then Idelle immediately comforted herself. All right, let's sleep. Something good might happen after I wake up. I must think about how to end this life. When the sun rose the next day, Idelle was lying curled up in the corner of the bed. She woke up slightly. Idelle quickly opened her eyes. She quickly sat up from a corner of the bed. Idelle gently straightened her clothes. A bad habit. Even when I'm this tired, I still wake up at this hour. She thought with some worry. Today is the day I'm handed over to Earl Crisis. Idelle quickly calculated. I must seize the opportunity to find a way to end this life. She glanced at the small window outside. So this moment might be the last morning I ever see. Idelle thought as she looked outside. Blue light streaming through the small window. As if bidding farewell, she marveled softly. The blue sky is so beautiful. After a while, Idelle calmly accepted the food that was brought, thinking of final meal. Although it's for a criminal, it's quite luxurious. Since it's the last time, I'll eat every bite with a grateful heart. Then she quickly called out, Lauren Lancaster, Daria Lancaster, come here. Idelle prayed sincerely in her heart. I pray that you do not have to suffer pain and hardship. A few minutes later, a prison guard's voice shouted loudly, Idelle Lancaster, come here. They quickly escorted Idelle away. Now I only have one last task left. She silently followed the soldiers out. Idelle steeled her resolve slightly. Even in death, I will not lose my dignity. Using the carriage, if the servants' eyes are not watching so strictly, maybe I will succeed. This road is full of noble mansions, so quite a few carriages pass by. But then she suddenly became a little worried. Idelle thought with some fear, if I'm lucky, maybe once will be enough to die. She prayed silently. I hope that foolish servant comes here. Meanwhile, Loslow had already appeared here. Idelle was startled when she saw him. A moment later, the carriage departed quickly. Loslow frowned and glanced at Idelle. She thought in surprise. I didn't expect this person to come out directly. Indeed, he must be here to supervise. Idelle silently calculated. Did I say something I shouldn't have? He definitely won't like me. She observed quietly and thought, anyway, he's the captain of the suppression squad, and I'm the wife of a rebel. How could he have any good feelings? Loslow suddenly took off his cloak. He gently draped the cloak over Idelle. Loslow asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Can you stop trembling?" Idelle realized, so my hands were shaking. She gently picked up the cloak. So this cloak, Idelle quickly calculated, should I throw it into the air? Will there be enough time to jump out of the carriage? She prayed silently. Just let the carriage wheels run over me. Idelle's face turned pale with fear, but she still tried to calm herself. I can do this. There's the sound of another carriage approaching. On the count of 3, I'll open the door and jump. She counted softly in her mind. 1, Idelle thought, 2. Loslow suddenly spoke. Give it up. Idelle was terrified to hear this. She guessed in a panic. He knows what I'm about to do. That's why he made me sit in the same carriage. Idelle thought in fear. This man won't let me go. A moment later, Loslow commanded quickly, get out. As Idelle got out of the carriage, she looked around. Is this where I'm going to live? She thought sadly, the hell I must endure. Then Idelle quickly stepped down from the carriage. She suddenly stumbled and fell. My ankle. Idelle shut her eyes tightly in fear. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Oh, it doesn't hurt. Idelle gently touched the person next to her. She quickly raised her head. As soon as she saw it was Loslow, Idelle's face turned pale. She remembered her past teachings. As a noble lady, remember to never do this, especially feigning a faint and embracing someone. That is a lowly temptation. Idelle stammered awkwardly. I'm sorry. She thought in a flurry. He won't misunderstand. Will he? Loslow then gently let her go. He quickly walked ahead and gestured. Follow me. Upon entering the mansion, Loslow called out, Head maid, how are things in the mansion? Idelle looked back curiously. Head maid? Then a cheerful voice rang out. Welcome back, my lord. Marcia quickly came forward. Oh, nothing special. Everything in this mansion is well taken care of by Marcia. Don't worry. Idelle looked at her, wondering, why didn't the butler come out? Meanwhile, Loslow suddenly spoke. Aren't we short of maids here? Add to the staff, and you personally assign her work. He instructed softly. First, give her a bath, feed her, and let her sleep. Marcia replied, yes. Loslow continued to command. Pick an empty room for her to stay in. Work starts tomorrow. Hearing this, Idelle thought in confusion. Isn't he taking me to the bedroom? She thought worriedly, is he really going to use me as a maid? Marcia said softly from the side, always doing everything so neatly, really. A moment later, a young girl ran over quickly from a distance. Mrs. Bowen, have you heard? Marcia asked, what is it, Mina? Mina quickly said, I just heard from the soldiers outside. The little girl recounted softly, she's the wife of the Earl of Lancaster, captured as a prisoner. Marcia was shocked to hear this. Really? Then she laughed. How strange. How could a duchess be so ignorant? Marcia commanded smugly. Mina, do as the Earl instructed first. Let her stay in a room at the end of the hall. Mina replied with a sneer. Yes, Mrs. Bowen, Marcia said loudly as she left. Now I have to think about what used to put this girl to. A moment later, in the room at the end of the hall, as Idelle entered the room, she thought briefly, maybe he has a bit of mercy after all. He gave me a change of clothes and had food sent to my room. She looked around the room. Although it was small, it was still habitable. Idelle thought somewhat sadly, all these circumstances are telling me that you are no longer a noble. Suddenly, she shivered slightly. My body is so cold. Idelle thought about her current living conditions. It seems the maids here don't have hot water. Next winter, I'll have to take cold baths again. She mused, that's really strange. The financial situation shouldn't be a problem. Idelle wondered in some confusion, but then dismissed the thought. But this mansion, although it belongs to an earl, why is it so dilapidated? No, stop thinking about it. She tried to comfort herself. I must face the reality before me. Then Idelle went to the table to eat. Even after everything, I still feel hungry. She gently picked up a piece of food. Idelle slowly savored the piece of food. She immediately exclaimed, this is delicious. I thought I would never eat again. I once want to give up my life, but death is not the only way to escape it. Idelle recalled the past, thinking, it's just that I don't want to live like an object to satisfy base desires. I don't want to live like a toy. She gently clenched her hands and said, I'm still alive. Idelle murmured softly, will I be able to eat fruit again tomorrow? Tomorrow. She closed her eyes wearily. Maybe nothing will change tomorrow. Earl Crisis won't do anything to me. The sweetness of the fruit will remain in my heart. I just want to spend this day peacefully. Idelle looked out the window, trying to live in this place as a maid. Can I live through these peaceful days? She thought resolutely. No matter what, I will hold on and survive. I hope I can find peace one day. In the court, a servant entered DeMarcus's bedroom to report. Tonight, Lord Crisis came in person to receive the prisoner. He sneered upon hearing this. That's just like him. DeMarcus turned and asked, "What do you think?" He laughed happily. "Does he look like someone who just won a great spoil of war?" The servant replied in confusion, "Yes, I'm not sure." DeMarcus suddenly had a brief thought. Others may not know, but I know the nature of mercenaries very well. The mercenary king, Loslow, he recalled some things from the past. That guy once signed an agreement with me to join the war at the last moment. DeMarcus remembered the contract was just for payment, but he gradually led countless mercenaries to achieve merits that even noble knights could not match. At that time, he had asked Loslow, "Tell me, what do you want?" "Anything," he replied calmly. "The amount I want is clearly written in the contract. Other than that, I don't need anything else." Hearing this, DeMarcus was somewhat satisfied. He possessed that kind of power, but didn't crave authority, and he dared to speak his mind without fear. He thought, he's perfectly suited to be trained into a loyal dog. DeMarcus calculated softly, but to create a more docile and loyal puppy, you need some bait sufficient to conquer his heart. A baronetcy? Not enough. That's right. He remembered something else. It was at the victory banquet 2 years ago. At that time, the nobles often discussed that mercenary really became an earl. It seems to be true. He must want to be on equal footing with us. Just thinking about it is infuriating. They whispered uneasily. I don't understand. DeMarcus recalled the scene of that victory party. Although he was the main character, he was not popular, while Loslow's gaze was fixed on only one person. He followed Loslow's gaze intently. DeMarcus quickly realized it was Idelle Lancaster. This was enough for him to place a bet. Thinking of this, he smiled eagerly. The die is cast. Now it's time to wait for the result. Very exciting. I've never lost a bet. In Loslow's room, his angry voice echoed. Damn it, that cunning emperor. He muttered to himself, what is his goal? I never thought I'd get involved with that Duchess. What a mess. Loslow thought with a frown. Accepting the Emperor's contract, accepting that troublesome title, all of it was just to give my sister a better future. He recalled irritably, if only I hadn't been so greedy. Then suddenly I became a noble, but with the status of a commoner or a mercenary. The contempt I received was no different. Loslow thought resentfully, when my sister reaches marriageable age, how will people see her? Then he thought, from what I've seen, that marriage market is full of baseness. Fathers sell their daughters to old men to connect with one of the 4 great houses. An old duke, despite having adult children and a mistress, still remarried. Loslow thought of Idelle's marriage, and the noble lady with the highest selling price on that market. Idelle Lancaster, she committed herself to a decrepit old man as a concubine, yet still smiled. If she truly hated it, she would have run away in the end. In the end, she's just a power-hungry person willing to trade her youth. Suddenly, his expression darkened slightly, but Loslow wondered in confusion. Why can't I take my eyes off her? He thought in frustration. Anyway, I'm not the kind of person who can talk to her. Loslow thought about his and Idelle's situation. Me, someone who just became a noble, and her, born and bred in the eyes of the nobility, someone I thought I'd never see again. Now Idelle Lancaster is a maid in this house. A moment later, Loslow muttered to himself again, that cunning emperor giving me the Duchess was just to warn those plotting rebellion and the like. He said softly, if I had refused, she would have either been sold off or killed herself. Only those 2 paths. Loslow fell into a moment of deep thought. He suddenly remembered, I saw her left all alone in that dilapidated mansion. Loslow thought about the situation at the time. Duke Kenyon disowned his children to preserve his reputation and life. He thought for a moment, then became irritated. The Duke and the Earl, they all abandoned her, yet she still chose death. What on earth is this pride of the nobility? Loslow scratched his head in confusion. I don't understand them, willing to give up their lives rather than that honor. He quickly walked towards the bedside lamp. Loslow gently turned off the lamp. He said softly, keeping her by my side, if she can escape her past, maybe she'll be useful. At least her life won't be the worst. The next day, Marcia's soft voice rang out, Hey, Duchess. Idelle was startled to hear this. Marcia took out a rag and scolded. What is this? Did your family use such dirty rags before? Are you trying to preserve your smooth hands? Idelle was stunned. Then she quickly lowered her head. I will do better, Marcia said sharply. Of course you will. Hey, Celia. Celia turned and answered, yes, yes. Marcia frowned and questioned, what kind of training did you give her? She gestured with a sneer, don't go easy on her. Train her well and watch her closely. That traitor the Earl brought back. A few seconds later, Marcia laughed even louder. Who knows if she'll do something dangerous here? Celia asked hesitantly, but are you sure there won't be any consequences? Marcia then said, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the dead old Duke will come back for this pitiful thing? She quickly said aloud, nothing will happen, don't worry. Damn it. Idelle looked up at the head housekeeper, Mrs. Marcia Bowen. She remembered what Marcia had said last night, realizing this was what she had meant. To think she could be so bossy to a duchess. Idelle presumed that perhaps she just wanted to show everyone how much power she had by oppressing a former duchess like her. She quickly realized that from the moment she introduced me to all the servants in the house, she had been that way. Does she want to see me cry? That's unnecessary. Idelle thought quickly, but more importantly, just then, two voices came from behind. Finally gone. Celia rubbed her faintly aching forehead. Layla said worriedly, we have to finish the work at hand. Being mocked is one thing, but the problem is we're busy enough as it is, and she's still trying to find ways to make things difficult for us. Idelle recalled the situation at that time. At this time, Celia was the maid in charge of the laundry room. Mrs. Bowen must have deliberately chosen her to guide me, the former duchess. She must have been embarrassed too. She thought nervously, if I get criticized again for not washing the clothes well, it will affect everyone around me. A few seconds later, Idelle decided, first I have to deal with the matter at hand. She quickly washed the clothes again. Being mocked is nothing. The problem is, Idelle thought in fear, I don't know how much longer my body can hold up. In any case, I should be grateful that I'm still alive and able to do these things. Meanwhile, in Dustin's residence, his voice was heard. Idelle, you useless thing. Dustin roared in anger. Just because you're a daughter, you can't help it all. He kept throwing and smashing things around him. After a moment, Dustin stopped in a rage. William quickly said, Father, what should we do now? I heard Elder has become that mercenary spoil of war. Dustin became even more furious, shouting, William, shut up. Don't mention that useless thing in front of me. A traitor who couldn't even kill herself to preserve her honor. He roared fiercely, I, Dustin Canyon, father of Elder, have given everything to save this family. Dustin recalled the scene in the Imperial Palace. Please believe me, Your Majesty the Emperor, he had explained, putting on a pitiful look. The Duke of Lancaster forced me to help him rebel. He kidnapped my daughter Elder and imprisoned her. As a father, how could I refuse? DeMarcus had simply replied coldly, is that so? He mused softly, since Tusk Canyon has already insisted on his innocence. Then there's nothing more to be said about the fate of Duchess Aldo Lancaster. Dustin quickly said, yes, of course, Your Majesty. Back in the present, Dustin shouted frantically, a daughter who married a foreigner. She has no relation to our family anymore. He thought silently in agony. Not only did I not hand over the Duke's secrets, but I also offered up my fortune, enduring humiliation just to survive. The image of DeMarcus flashed through Dustin's mind. DeMarcus of the Tubrin imperial family. He recalled the information about DeMarcus. He ascended to the throne after his incompetent father. Dustin fumed inwardly. He brought commoners into the court to consolidate his power, a sinister villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He frowned and thought, he wants to make an example of our family to suppress the other nobles. He turned Elder into that lone mercenary's plaything. Dustin grumbled angrily from the very beginning. Everything was within his calculations. How dare he look down on me? Dustin, will absolutely not let things end like this. A few seconds later, he quickly calmed down and called for William and Geoffrey. Dustin instructed his sons in a low voice, be careful for now. The Emperor is fearless at the moment. He already has his loyal hounds. William and Geoffrey quickly nodded in response. Yes, father. Dustin thought confidently. Just you wait. I will definitely revive this family and make it so no one ever dares to look down on the Earl of Canyon again. Definitely. At Loslow's residence, Idelle was walking quickly toward the backyard when a voice called out to her from behind. Idelle turned around at the sound. Eldel, let's go together. She was a little surprised that Celia and Layla were also there. Celia said in a friendly tone, are you planning to air out the blankets by yourself? It's better to do it together. We're heading that way anyway, so let's go together. So the two of them, Layla immediately started working with Idelle. Idelle gently shook out a blanket and hung it on the line. She suddenly looked up slightly. Idelle thought blankly. It's been 10 days since I came to this house. She recalled the recent events. If someone were to ask me what I've done here, I could proudly answer that I have fulfilled my duty as a spoil of war by serving as a maid in the laundry. Idelle thought, somewhat happily, thanks to this, I'm now used to doing laundry. Then she became a little dejected, except for one problem. Marcia often found trouble with her. Hey, Duchess, the laundry is terrible today. Are you looking down on me, or are you just that stupid? That was the housekeeper who always came to bother her. She provoked her smugly. If you have something to say, just say it. However, Celia often stood up for Idelle. Hey, Mrs. Bowen. Marcia looked at her in surprise. Wow, what? Celia said calmly. She's only been learning for a short time, and she's already doing so well. It's quite good. Celia scolded angrily. I'll teach her myself. You mind your own business. Marcia still tried to argue. I wanted to remind you to do it right. Celia immediately retorted, the laundry is my responsibility. I don't need you interfering. She asked unhappily, are you too idle? If you're so great, do it for me. Then Celia took a rag and walked toward Marcia. Here, wash this dirty rag. Wash it for me. Marcia was startled by the sight. Marcia left a warning and ran off quickly. Fine, but remember, I'll be watching you. Work properly. Celia angrily stuck her tongue out at her. Idelle quickly asked Celia, are you all right? Celia scratched her head in embarrassment and replied, I didn't do it for you, so don't mind it. She's always bothering us, and if I just let it go, I might be annoyed to death. Idelle said softly, in any case, thank you. Oh, all right, Celia continued, she'll definitely find a way to get back at us, which is worrying. Then she comforted her optimistically, but it's okay. The worst that can happen is our meals might get a little worse. It'll be fine by tomorrow anyway. You don't have to worry. She's just that kind of petty person. Celia gestured quickly. Hurry up, there's still a lot of work to do today. Let's start over. After a moment, a thought flashed through Idell's mind. The housekeeper is always trying to find ways to make things difficult for me, the former Duchess. She was a little worried. Celia doesn't care about my status as a spoil of war and is willing to stand up and protect me. And the other maids are also suffering because of me. Idelle thought uneasily. I've never talked to them or heard their thoughts. I can only hope I don't cause them too much trouble. She asked softly, are they okay? Idelle sat in her room, muttering to herself. Maybe they don't have time to think about others. She gently rubbed her sore fingers. This work is enough to chafe my hands. Idelle suddenly wondered, not just them, but me too. In the past 10 days, Earl Crisis has never called my name. He has forgotten me, as if I don't exist. A few seconds later, she felt relieved and said to herself, living as an unnoticed maid is a blessing. If those who have passed away knew, would they be angry? If those who have passed away knew, would they be angry? Idelle showed a hint of joy, but I'm so glad and grateful to have escaped the ducal house. After a while, as the sky darkened, Idelle quickly fell asleep. I must work hard tomorrow. She prayed silently. I hope today passes peacefully, and I hope I can have a piece of apple to eat tomorrow. Tomorrow. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside the door. Idelle shot up from her bed. She speculated in fear. Who would come looking for me at this hour? Could it be that the Earl has changed his mind? Is he here to take me away? Idelle asked toward the door in a trembling voice. Who's there? In the dark night, Idelle sat up, her voice hoarse. Who's outside? The knocking from outside continued. Daisy's voice came from the other side. It's Daisy from the next room. Can I come in and talk for a bit? Hearing this, Idelle thought in surprise. Daisy, she thought. I heard she's the youngest maid in this mansion. Daisy stood outside the door, her face as radiant as a flower, her voice clear. Sorry to bother you so late. Idelle hesitated. Although they occasionally met when passing by, it was only an exchange of glances. But then she decided to open the door. Idelle said politely, please come in. After Daisy came in, she quickly said, may I ask what brings you here? Daisy fumbled in her sleeve, her face flushing red, and said shyly, it's nothing important, but I have something I want to give you. After a moment, Daisy took out 2 small bottles. She looked at Idelle with expectant eyes. This is healing ointment and lotion. Seeing these, Idelle asked strangely, huh? Why are you giving this to me? Daisy's voice lowered. Every night, I hear your painful groans. She sighed, the walls here are thin, so I can hear everything. And because I'm in the room right next door. When she heard Daisy say this, the candle in the room was still bright, and Idelle felt a little apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Daisy quickly replied, it's okay. I can still sleep well. But there's another problem. Daisy said softly. More importantly, I heard you were being bullied by Mrs. Bowen. Hearing these words, a clear look of concern appeared on Idelle's face. Daisy, holding the 2 bottles of medicine, sighed continuously. And you're not used to this work. It must be very uncomfortable if it hurts every day, right? She said gently. So, I just wanted to give you this medicine. Hearing these touching words, Idelle's eyes lit up, as if she had just found a sincere friend. Daisy gently pressed the bottles into her hand. Idelle thought, in the world I used to live in, there was no such simple and unprompted care. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The two just looked at each other. Idelle stared at Daisy, her eyes fixed. She thought, I can't believe such a young girl has a heart that constantly cares for others. She looked at Daisy's innocent face. Idelle thought silently, I never expected there to be such clear, undisguised eyes in the world. After a moment, Idelle finally blurted out, Thank you, Miss Daisy. Hearing her say that, Daisy was startled and cried out, Don't call me Miss, just call me Daisy. To ease the awkwardness, Idelle suggested, Then you can call me Idelle, too. Hearing this, Daisy's eyes sparkled as she looked at her, playing with the ends of her hair, and asked hesitantly, Can I call you that? Sister, can I call you sister? Idelle, holding the medicine bottles, smiled gently and nodded. Daisy said excitedly, Let me help you apply the medicine to your back and shoulders. Idelle felt a little embarrassed and refused. It's okay, I could do it myself. But Daisy beat her to it, taking the medicine bottle and saying, You can't reach your back. We're both girls, there's no need to be shy. Hearing this, Idelle had no choice but to agree. All right then, I'll trouble you. Idelle thought if I had a diary, I would definitely write. Today, I made a new friend. Soon it was morning. The next morning, just as Celia had said, breakfast was very simple. Looking at the plate of food in front of her, Celia said with a gloomy face, See, I knew it. On the plate was only a long piece of bread and a few slices of fruit. Idelle thought, but at least there's fruit. She showed no discomfort, picked up her fork, and began to eat. Idelle thought, maybe it's because Daisy helped me apply the medicine last night. The pain in my back is much lighter. Idelle put a piece of fruit in her mouth and told herself, I used to be forced to eat to maintain my figure, so this is fine too. Idelle tried to tell herself, so today will surely be fine too. On this side, every leaf fell gently by the window frame, as Loslow stood by the window, lost in thought. He gently opened the letter, and every line of carefully written text was revealed. His expression was grim as he read the letter. To the respected Mr. Croesus, the loyal heart of a lion. Loslow immediately ordered, Bring her here. His voice was urgent. Immediately, to the reception room on the first floor. Idelle was quickly brought to that place, walking behind the servant. Her face was full of thought. What is this sudden summons for? She felt confused. Although there are many eyes watching here, I don't think anything major will happen. But why did he call for me? She lowered her eyes slightly with worry. The servant's voice sounded, Please come in. Stepping into the room, the broad shoulders of a man waiting for her came into view. Idelle thought, but I still believe today will be a peaceful day. She timidly introduced herself. I am Idelle. Idelle said softly, You sent for me? Loslow patted the chair and said authoritatively, Come and sit down. He sat down first. Loslow stared at her. Idelle looked at him and thought, Earl Loslow Crisis. Every time I see him, I always feel overwhelmed. Idelle quickly walked forward and sat down. As soon as she sat, Loslow asked, I have a question. Do you know the Marchioness, Barbara Celestine? Hearing that name, Idelle cried out in surprise, Huh? Barbara? Idelle froze there. She thought, wait, why would the Marchioness Celestine's name come from this man's mouth? Loslow's gaze sharpened. He asked again, You don't know her? Idelle hesitated. She thought, will there be a problem if he knows we know each other? Finally, Idelle spoke. If it's the Marchioness Celestine, I know her, but only to the extent of having met a few times at tea parties. Hearing this, Loslow asked in a curious tone, Those must have been very special tea parties. He picked up the letter and said bluntly, To the point where that eccentric old lady, Loslow said calmly, had to write a letter to plead for you, to such a pleading extent. In contrast to his calmness, Idelle exclaimed, A letter from the Marchioness? Idelle looked at him in disbelief. Loslow just quietly observed her expression. He slowly passed the letter over. Idelle reached out a trembling hand to take it. She thought to herself, I can't believe it. My precious friend Mrs. Barbara sent a letter. Idelle quickly opened the letter and read. When I heard news, I couldn't just sit by and had to write these words. The entire ducal family isolated her. She knew nothing of those dark dealings. She carefully read every line. Please do not push the girl Idelle into the abyss of despair. Reading this, Idelle thought, many people turned their backs on me after learning I was the Duchess, but I don't blame them. All eyes were on her at that time. Idelle thought, that was completely reasonable. I committed treason, which is the highest crime. The hand holding the letter was trembling. She kept thinking, therefore I thought everyone had abandoned me. But now I'm receiving sympathy and care from unexpected people and comfort from an old friend. I thought that if I endured everything without complaint, I could protect myself. Idelle recalled the moment Celia stood up to protect her. Idelle felt it, but I saw that kindness that entire night. She received Daisy's medicine and the warm generosity from the unfamiliar maids. Idelle held the letter, feeling as if it were stroking her head. Idelle thought, now a friend from the past comes to comfort me like this. I can feel my friend's sincere effort, just to comfort me. But then she suddenly became nervous. Idelle thought with concern, but what would Earl Crisis think? At this thought, her heart suddenly sank. Idelle sat restlessly. Will he mistake Barbara for an accomplice of the Duke of Lancaster, plotting against the Emperor? Idelle broke the silence. Marchioness Celestine is a kind woman. She has no connection to our family, and my friendship with her is purely personal. Her hand still clutched the letter tightly. She looked at him with a determined gaze and said, so please do not misunderstand this letter. Hearing her say this, he asked, do you think I would make things difficult for her? Does everyone think I'm such a cold and heartless person? Idelle slammed her hand on the table. She explained loudly, it's not like that. I didn't mean that at all. If my words have offended you, please forgive me. His gaze was fixed on her. Seeing her body still trembling, Loslow said, look at you shaking, as if I'm about to chop someone's head off. Right away. He repeated the words chop head, but then Loslow quickly turned his face away. He said awkwardly, those words shouldn't have been said in front of you. Seeing this gesture, Idelle was stunned for a moment. She thought to herself, I've never seen him with such an expression. Idelle observed his face carefully. She guessed softly, does he feel regret? Loslow was also lost in his own thoughts. That woman is just a fugitive to me, a member of the Lancaster ducal family who should be executed. Recalling his own brutal actions, he thought, I must have made her feel uncomfortable, scared, and even disgusted. Perhaps in her eyes, I'm no different from a cruel monster. He blamed himself internally. But what did I just say to her? Look, she's shaking as if I'm about to chop someone's head off. Looking at the small girl before him, Loslow thought, I can't believe I would say something like that. Loslow pursed his lips. He thought irritably, you dull-witted idiot. I was just curious why Mrs. Celestine would care about this. After a moment, he turned to look at her. Looking at her expressionless face, Loslow wondered what she was thinking. Suddenly, Idelle looked up and said, My Lord Earl, your victory was merely carrying out His Majesty's orders. The fact that I'm still alive is the real cause for concern. You don't need to pay attention to idle gossip. Hearing these words, Loslow felt a sting. He wondered how she could say such a thing so calmly. Looking at her still, composed demeanor, Loslow thought, she can't even express resentment, not even a hint of hostility. She looked at him with wide eyes. Loslow clenched his fist and thought, she truly is a duchess in every sense of the word. He pondered her inwardly. Her perfect composure and wording were all meticulously honed through lessons. Her manners, gestures, and words were impeccable. Then Loslow thought of his former self. And I, even with the title of Earl, am still mired in darkness. Loslow thought, still unchanged from before. His palm tightened. Loslow thought, through gritted teeth, perhaps this is what shame feels like. He frowned and closed his eyes tightly. Finally, Loslow spoke. In any case, I want you to reply to that letter yourself. I'm afraid no one would believe my words of defense. Idelle was stunned. Me? Idelle smiled brightly, her voice a little lighter. But what should I write? He thought for a moment, then answered, whatever you want. Suddenly Loslow suggested, but there is one thing I hope you'll include, and that is I will never treat you as the world expects. Idelle looked at him with wide eyes. She murmured, the world's expectations. Loslow turned his face away, his voice low, treating you like a slave or something shameful. Idelle immediately said in surprise, to be honest, thank you. At this moment she thought, how could there be such bizarre rumors among the nobles? His heart was burning. I clearly stated she was just a servant. How could they think that I, a man with a sister, would do something so beastly? The beasts are those arrogant nobles. Not me. He looked at her slender wrist and thought, I haven't even held a woman's wrist. Furthermore, Idelle was still struggling with what to write, muttering, all right, I should write. His deep gaze watched her. Loslow mused, she's just another petite woman, nothing more. He remembered that night, when Loslow had the chance to hold her in his arms. He assessed inwardly. She looked strong, yet is so pitifully fragile. When Idelle hastily avoided him, it made him feel that she couldn't even bear to be touched by a lowly mercenary like me. Loslow told himself, therefore I will absolutely not touch her. Just as he was deep in thought, Idelle suddenly shouted, My Lord Earl. She pressed the letter to her chest and said repeatedly, Thank you so much. Seeing her like this, Loslow pursed his lips and emphasized again, absolutely not. Soon, the night grew deep. A biting cold wind swept through the late night. Daisy's voice echoed in the silent space. It's freezing. Daisy shivered and lamented, but I can't help but want to take a bath. Idelle stood beside her holding clothes, saying helplessly, There's no helping it. I'm so tired today. Seeing her lament like that, Idelle mused, It seems this mansion has never had hot water. When she got to her room, she looked at Daisy reluctantly, thinking, Daisy, a little girl who knows exactly where to apply medicine. How old was she when she started working? She told herself, I must be a little kinder to her. Daisy waved goodbye happily. Good night. Idelle responded softly, You rest well too. As soon as she entered her room, Idelle saw something. She wondered, What's that? She saw the gift sent by Loslow. Idelle thought, Earl Crisis sent paper and a pen for me to write the letter. He really cared about what I said before. She recalled that time when Idelle had said, I don't have a pen and paper. Could you lend me some? Loslow crossed his arms and sighed, Don't worry about that. Write whatever you want. Idelle ran to the desk excitedly, exclaiming, What should I write first? But when she sat down to write the letter, Idelle became melancholic. She complained, I have so much I want to write, but this letter will probably be checked before it's sent. I can't write to my beloved and respected Barbara as I used to. Idelle carefully wrote each line. To the dear Mrs. Barbara M. Celestine. Only the candle was lit in the room. Idelle, engrossed in the letter, wrote diligently. To Barbara, who has always cared for and looked after me, I don't know how to thank you for remembering me and for showing compassion to a sinner like me. She mentioned a memory of her. I still remember the day I first met you 7 years ago at Countess Radrick's tea party. At the party, everyone was whispering, How did that person come here? Did he really come? Seeing everyone gossiping, she said, Is there anything wrong with Mrs. Celestine appearing here? The young ladies around exclaimed, Oh my goodness, the Canyon family. A maid ran over and took her hand, calling for Idelle. She whispered in her ear, This is Countess Radrick's tea party. Those two don't get along. You'll see soon enough, they're like night and day. Hearing this, Idelle asked, Then why did Countess Radrick invite her? It's obvious. Before she could finish, the servant's voice announced, The Marchioness Celestine has arrived. She appeared gracefully, the widowed Marchioness Barbara M. Celestine. Barbara slowly walked into the hall, leaning on a cane. Idelle heard the sound and guessed it wasn't the sound of high heels. She looked down at her dress and thought, One of her legs is lame. Is it a prosthesis? Her face darkened. Idelle guessed in shock. The sound of her footsteps grew louder as she entered the door. This is why she was invited. Idelle looked at the strangely smiling Radrick. She thought, Even if I don't know what conflict you two have, it's unacceptable to use someone's weakness like this. She quickly grabbed her skirt and ran towards her. Idelle's smile bowed and said, Oh, madam, what a coincidence. Do you remember me? The last time my carriage wheel broke in the middle of the street, it was you who helped me. Idelle took her hand and said happily, You left without accepting any thanks, so I've been hoping to see you again. She continued, So you are the great Mrs. Celestine. Barbara spoke for the first time, slowly saying, Oh, did something happen? Idelle quickly replied, Yes, because I'm still very inexperienced at social gatherings. I didn't recognize you. Radrick, standing next to her, also praised, You are so generous. How wonderful. Idelle, still holding her hand enthusiastically, said, I was truly grateful at that time. Barbara smiled at her rescue, thinking, It's natural to cover up those harsh sounds in silence. She moved closer and linked her arm. Barbara supported her and praised her gently. Well, you are a lively girl. Idelle said softly, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. She quickly replied, Not at all. Her smiling image remained in her mind. Idelle thought, I was young then, and I was proud to have helped a lady in distress. The party continued, and people gossiped. Did you hear? Mrs. Oberon has finally announced her divorce from her husband. Didn't the Oberon family go bankrupt from being swindled? Another person said, I heard that lady is working as a translator and is going out more often. The person next to them asked curiously, could it be that she's asking for a divorce just because she earned a little money? Barbara calmly sipped her tea. Their voices echoed in her ears, working outside, undermining her husband's authority, showing disrespect. Idelle and her friend also noticed this conversation. They continued, although her husband was generous enough to endure it all, she still filed for divorce. Maybe she has a lover on the side. Idelle turned her face away, thinking, I never expected that high society could ruin a person's reputation so easily. They quickly concluded she was neglecting her duties. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone. Barbara put down her teacup, crossed her arms, and scolded with a stern face. The young people nowadays seem much more conservative than when I was young. She questioned, why are your minds even more rigid than my generation's? Why is it that showing your abilities and gaining recognition is considered wrong? Barbara spoke effusively, like a sinking ship trying to save a declining family. What's wrong with the ambition to do better, to give it your all? Idelle looked at her in surprise. She placed a hand on her chest, watching her with a glint in her eyes, thinking, ambition? Can I pursue that without being condemned? Hearing these questions, Radric laughed and said, your words are too harsh. How can you compare a man who takes responsibility outside with a woman who abandons her family? Mrs. Oberon. She is a progressive woman who dares to take on responsibilities her husband cannot handle. Barbara picked up her teacup again in response to these words. Barbara replied with a smile, in this era, everyone must fight for their own rights. Yet all you know is how to criticize others. She took a slow sip of tea and continued, you should have been fighting for your own rights, but instead, you drag others down into the mud. Another lady spoke up. No wonder people say she ate her husband alive. It turns out she's been interfering with his work since she was young. A guest also chimed in. I can see she seems to see herself in those years. Seeing someone stand up for her, Radric smiled with satisfaction. Others also began to defend her. You don't have to mind them, Madam Radric. We share the same thoughts as you. Seeing the topic had gone on for too long, everyone suggested, well then, let's change the subject. Now Idelle's face was reflected in her teacup as she silently listened to everyone's discussion. The sky gradually darkened, and after the noisy tea party, everything finally came to a close. Outside the main gate, Idelle's urgent voice called out, please wait, Madame Celestine. She hurried over and said, could you spare me a moment? Barbara also stopped and asked, is something the matter, Miss Canyon? She expressed her feelings, I was wrong just now. I dared to pity you, not realizing you were the strongest among them. Idelle looked at her with a sparkle in her eyes and said eagerly, I want to become a strong person like you, Madame Celestine. If you don't mind, may I visit you often? Barbara also replied with a smile, that is a precious suggestion. I would also like to chat with you often. After that meeting, Idelle often went to chat with her. From then on, we were often together, sharing many stories. Gradually, we became closer friends than anyone else. Perhaps during that time, no one cherished and loved me more than Barbara. Thinking of this, she regretted it. If only I'd listened to even a little of what Barbara said back then. Idelle wondered, would things have been different then? Barbara had shrugged her small, thin shoulders and earnestly advised Idelle, don't get used to sacrificing yourself. Marrying the elderly Duke of Lancaster, you must escape the brainwashing of those despicable men who want to use you. She had ignored those words of dissuasion and said softly, but if I don't obey my father, only death awaits me. That sentence made Barbara erupt. She had shouted, why must he die? Please, Idelle, look at me. If you ask for help, I will do everything in my power to help you. Idelle had stared at her, then lowered her head and cried. That was the last time Barbara and I met. Riding up to this point, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Idelle's eyes filled with sorrow as she clenched her palms. Idelle put down her pen, thinking, I'm sorry, Barbara. Now I only hope that when Barbara receives this letter, she can feel a little at ease. Just then, in a certain room, a jealous voice was heard. Is it true? Idelle was summoned by the Earl? Marcia had just come out of the bath. Mina's voice affirmed yes. Mrs. Bowen. Mina quickly grabbed a robe and ran over. The girl told her in detail, but it was just a meeting in the drawing room during the day. She left shortly after that, so surely nothing major happened, right? Marcia put on the robe, turned around, and scolded. That thing is cunning, not an ordinary person. Look, even Celia is protecting her. Mina laughed and said, Celia thinks so too. and so do Layla and Daisy. Birds of a feather flocked together. She had just finished her bath, and water was still splashed on the floor. Marcia clenched her fists and said fervently, "We must teach them a lesson." She thought about how much money she had lost. Marcia's voice became more resolute, so that they can never hold their heads up again, those rebellious children who refuse to repay kindness. Hearing this, Mina suddenly remembered and said, "Speaking of which, some of the servants are complaining that they can't take cold baths forever. I was even suspected of why I don't bathe with them anymore." Looking at the bathtub filled with hot water, Marcia shouted, "What?" She asked cautiously. "That person didn't say anything, did they?" Mina boasted proudly, "Of course not. My lips are sealed. Hot water is a privilege just for me and Mrs. Bowen." The girl said contemptuously, "Who makes me pay 100 lingtons a month for it?" Mina thought to herself, "Anyway, I can easily make that money back by selling things from the Earl's house." Marcia warned sternly, "You'd better watch your tongue, if this gets to the ears of that young lady." Mina jumped up and replied cheerfully, "Of course, that young lady certainly doesn't care about this." Marcia also laughed, feeling relieved. "That's right, there's nothing to worry about." The fireplace was still burning brightly. She thought to herself, "As long as Miss Linnea trusts me, the Earl rarely comes home anyway, so this house is practically in my hands." The next morning, before the sun had reached its peak, Idelle handed over the letter and said, "This is the letter the Earl asked me to write. I'll trouble you with it." The young man replied, "I understand." Idelle still looked at the letter reluctantly and sighed softly. At that moment, Daisy was cleaning meticulously. Celia wiped the sweat from her forehead and complained, "It's these clothes again. How come they never end, and they keep giving me pointless tasks?" Layla, standing next to her, replied, "There's definitely something wrong with the housekeeper." Celia asked angrily, "Where's she now?" She immediately answered, "That's easy to guess." Layla said softly, "She's probably whispering something strange to Miss Linnea again." Just as she said, she was combing Linnea's hair. Linnea asked, "Is that so?" Marcia replied, "Yes, Mississippi. Marcia, never lie. From social affairs to the work within the mansion, everything is entrusted to me. Marcia." The girl said coldly, "I understand. Do as she says. This mansion must operate like a perfect, noble family." Marcia said with satisfaction, "Yes, Mississippi." The sky turned golden as the sun was about to set, and Daisy's complaining voice was heard, "My shoulders." Daisy groaned while rubbing her shoulders. "I've been cleaning all day, my arms are sore, and there's not a single spot that doesn't ache." Idelle, standing beside her, could only sigh and encourage her, "You've done well, Daisy." Idelle Lancaster sat next to Daisy, chatting. "Guests are coming later, so that's why they're suddenly cleaning so thoroughly." She sighed and replied, "No guests come to this mansion. This must be due to the housekeeper's temperament." Hearing this, Idelle Lancaster was suddenly taken aback. "Come to think of it, I've been here for a month, and no one has come to visit. Loslow Crisis is a nobleman close to the Emperor, yet no guests visit this mansion." In her mind, she saw the image of a cold man. It must be because of those bad rumors about the Earl. Idelle Lancaster clasped her hands. At first, my impression wasn't good either. Her head drooped slightly, her gaze becoming hazy. "Even so, he has always been good to me. Judging by his actions, I don't think he's a bad person. Thanks to that, I'm able to live here." Daisy suddenly tilted her head and spoke, startling her. "Although there are no guests, we sometimes have to do this because of that young lady." "Oh, what do you mean?" She took a piece of bread from her pocket and handed it to her. "It's Miss Linnea, Loslow Crisis's sister. Have you heard of her? Have some bread." Idelle Lancaster awkwardly took the bread from Daisy's hand. "I heard many people have quit because of that young lady." She nodded and replied, "That's right. The days when the young lady gets angry are truly terrifying. She's never worked a day in her life, so I don't understand why she's so concerned about her work." She was surprised. "Is that so?" Daisy cut the bread and told her, "I heard the Earl has made a lot of money since he was young." She took a bite of the bread. "Thanks to that, even though she's of commoner birth, she has never gone hungry." That's the story. Daisy tilted her head as if thinking about something. Really, if he struggled to become a nobleman, she should live gratefully. I just don't understand why she's so childish. Idelle Lancaster held the bread and stared blankly, not answering. The Crisis siblings who became nobles overnight, and I, who went from a noble to a maid. It feels like everything has been turned upside down. She remembered the scene of having to wash clothes with her own hands. I learned to do laundry for the first time in this mansion. Before learning, I knew nothing. Idelle Lancaster remembered the feeling of being a noble. They are probably standing in such a high position for the first time. Perhaps they don't know how to live as nobles. The more she thought, the more she fell into her memories. The Crisis family, though close to the Emperor, is not very elegant and is full of quirks. The master of the Earl's house doesn't seem to care about managing the household, while the only young lady focuses all her energy on the servants' affairs. They aren't strange people, they just don't know what kind of people they are. Then Idelle Lancaster remembered the arrogant and conceited look of Mina and the others. With no head butler in the mansion, the power has fallen into the hands of the head maid, which is even stranger. Until dusk fell. Only then did she call out, "Daisy." Idelle Lancaster looked ahead. Is it because of the young lady that the maids quit? Daisy, still chewing on her bread, replied, "No, many people quit because of the head maid. But if you shift the blame to the young lady, the Earl will write them a very good letter of recommendation." In her mind, she saw the memory of Loslow Crisis at work. His eyes looked fierce when he read that letter about the recommendation. "Thank you for your hard work." Daisy couldn't help but exclaim, "He looks so stern, but he's actually a kind person." Idelle Lancaster agreed. "That's right. His appearance is a bit intimidating, but he's a good person." She still held the bread, sitting listlessly and gazing at the sky. But there are too many problems. Even so, the Crisis family is a new noble family, not a fallen one. With the solid power given to him by Emperor Marcus Tuberin, a trusted man like Earl Crisis needs to play a role befitting his station. Idelle Lancaster fell silent, her pupils shifting slightly. If that's the case, it would be best for the Earl to quickly find a reliable partner, such as through marriage. In noble society, marriage is an effective way to survive. Didn't the Emperor introduce him to a suitable candidate? Daisy urged, "You should eat too." She replied flusteredly, "Ah, that's right." Idelle Lancaster lowered her eyelids and prayed silently. "Whoever becomes the Countess, I hope it's someone who can sympathize with me." The next day, sunlight streamed through the window. Idelle Lancaster clenched her fists anxiously, sweat beading on her forehead. How interesting. In front of her, a woman sat in a chair with her legs crossed. The girl leaned back, scrutinizing Idelle Lancaster. "So you're Idelle Lancaster." The red-haired girl with a stern face was Miss Linnea Crisis, Loslow's sister. That pair of siblings is always summoning people. So suddenly, she carefully lowered her head, thinking, but she's nothing like her brother. "For now, I am just Idelle. The Lancaster family is no more." Linnea Crisis interrupted, "I know." Idelle Lancaster opened her eyes blankly. Is she angry? She looked at the frowning Linnea Crisis, thinking, by the way, I don't know how old she is, probably in her late teens, but she has no aura at all. The girl crossed her arms, looking displeased. The Duke of Lancaster was an old man in his 60s, right? How could you marry someone like that? Did she want to become a duchess that badly? Faced with this mockery, Idelle Lancaster remained calm. Unfortunately, my marriage was not something I could choose. I had to do as my father told me. Linnea Crisis shouted, "Oh, that's disgusting. How could a father do that?" She pressed her lips together and lowered her head, thinking, that's right, young lady. Something even a young girl knows. Why didn't my father realize it? After a moment of silence, Linnea Crisis suddenly asked, "Hey, how could you be with someone so old?" Idelle Lancaster looked her straight in the eye without hesitation and replied, "He had a long-term mistress, so he never shared a room with me." Linnea Crisis exclaimed in surprise, "A mistress? That person also managed the Duke's rebellion funds, so she must have died with him." She received more shocking news and couldn't believe her ears. What? Linnea Crisis's pupils seemed to contract. Beads of sweat appeared, and she hesitated. After a long while, she looked at Idelle Lancaster and asked, "What were you in that household?" She remained silent, her eyes filled with contemplation. For a time, her eyelashes drooped, hiding the deep disappointment in her eyes. I also longed to prove my worth. Fragments of memory and heavy disappointment flashed through her mind. I believed that if I worked hard and fulfilled the responsibilities of the position I was given, I would become a part of it. Idelle Lancaster's hands clenched. But I was just an ornament to show outsiders a perfect family, while I took on the chores no one else wanted to do. Foolish Idelle. Linnea Crisis watched her silently, the atmosphere more suffocating than ever. What a foolish life. Linnea Crisis scolded with a gloomy and angry expression. "What's wrong? Why are you smiling like that?" The girl's next words stunned Idelle Lancaster. "You look down on me too, don't you?" "Huh?" Linnea clenched her fists on either side of the chair. She leaned forward, stood up abruptly, and stomped her foot, shouting, "You're just a slave now, so why are you smiling? Aren't you thinking, how dare a commoner like me put on the airs of an earl's daughter? Do you still think you're the perfect duchess, huh?" Faced with the girl's unprovoked anger, Idelle Lancaster took a surprised step back. "Why are you suddenly so angry? Did I say something wrong to offend you? If you tell me what I did wrong, then." Nezuko Crisis stomped her foot, looking displeased. "You're looking down on me." The girl hissed through gritted teeth, "Kneel now." Idelle Lancaster stood still, not reacting. "Why are you just standing there looking at your master like that?" She lightly lifted her skirt and curtsied. "I apologize." Nezuko Crisis watched her every move with wide eyes. Idelle Lancaster knelt on the floor, lowering her head in remorse. "Since you did not command me to be humble, I thought I should remain standing." The girl suddenly trembled. "What's wrong? Have you no pride?" Nezuko Crisis questioned loudly. "You were once the Duchess of a Duke, and now you're doing this in front of an Earl's sister." But she simply replied, "I am no longer a Duchess." Hearing this, Nezuko Crisis suddenly froze. The pride of a noble, how meaningless it is. Idelle Lancaster remained kneeling. "You're my master. My legs are not worth that much. Is our pride or honor worth it?" The atmosphere fell silent. Nezuko Crisis stared at her kneeling on the floor. "My world has been completely turned upside down." The girl trembled with anger. "How do you talk back? You think I don't know you nobles? All you do is summon people to mock them. You're all liars. Do you know who is protecting my life?" Idelle Lancaster just kept her head down, enduring the unprovoked rage. "My brother trained those mercenaries like stray dogs and won the war. So why? I understand now, Miss Nezuko. You see the image of other nobles through me." The girl burst into tears and shouted, "Get out of my room now. I don't want to see you for another second." The center of the social world I left, this girl is now standing there. Idelle Lancaster walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. She retreated wearily into the interior. She could have been free and lovely like before. Idelle Lancaster looked at the room and muttered to herself, "Somehow, she reminds me of her." Come to think of it, their names are quite similar. The scene from that day resurfaced. Lynn Canyon was sobbing. "I can't take it anymore, Idelle. I can't hold on any longer. Once I get married, things will get better. Just endure it a little longer." The girl forcefully pushed Idelle Lancaster's hand away. "No." She was stunned by the action, her shimmering eyes wide open. Lynn Canyon said in a trembling voice, "I." The girl clenched her hands in midair. "I'm not like you. You can endure it, but I've had enough." Lynn Canyon cried sorrowfully, clutching her chest. "I have no reason to live anymore." Idelle Lancaster frantically grabbed her skirt and chased after her. "My sister is no longer by my side." Lynn Canyon. The history of the Canyon family dates back a long time. The great-grandfather was a gambler who won a piece of land. On that land, a sapphire mine was discovered. He went from being a poor man to being extremely wealthy and provided a large amount of gold to the royal family. The royal family, facing a financial crisis at the time, bestowed the title of Earl in return. Thus, the Canyon family was born, but it had the appearance of a nouveau riche with no character or honor. In a room, a sharp voice rang out. "Lynn Canyon, have you memorized who the 4 great noble families are? And where are they?" The girl answered, trembling, "Yes, father. The Duke of Lancaster and the Earl of Barrington." He cracked the whip in his hand and scolded, "Wrong, you foolish child." He turned his head to look at Idelle Lancaster. "Idelle, you tell him for her." She nodded and answered loudly, "Yes, father." Idelle Canyon, 12 years old. The other families are the Duke of Barrington, the Marquis of Tolane, and the Marquis of Windblair. Dustin Canyon hung the whip behind his back and continued, "That's right, the correct answer. Those 4 families are powers that even the royal family must be wary of. So never forget." His eyes were filled with contempt and disgust. He pointed the whip at the 2 sisters. "No one is allowed to look down on the Canyon family. You must remember that one of you must marry into one of them." Dustin roared, swinging the whip, veins popping on his forehead. "Do you understand?" At his command, the 2 could only whisper, "Yes, father." Lynn Canyon and Idelle Lancaster walked down the long corridor together. "Sister Idelle, will I be like you when I'm 12? The girl pressed her lips together and lowered her head gloomily. "I think I'm really stupid." She panicked and quickly comforted her in a soft voice. "Why would you say that, Lynn? You're not stupid at all." The girl lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "But father said so just now." That Idelle Lancaster grabbed her skirt and gently approached. "Father just always says harsh things. He means to make you try harder, not that he really thinks that." The girl was half convinced. "Really?" Idelle Lancaster gently took her sister's hand. "That's enough, Lynn," she said softly. "Don't be sad anymore. let's go downstairs and have some cookies. I'll share mine with you. Sister Idelle. Idelle Lancaster gently caressed Lynn Canyon's cheek. Let's study together after we eat. I'll help you, don't worry. The girl was happy again. Two extremely happy faces. The two walked hand in hand to the end of the corridor. Yes, I agree with you. With me by your side, everything will be resolved. The old butler had a stern expression. Go back to your room, Miss Lynn. From today on, you are forbidden from having snacks. He walked up to the two sisters and reminded Idelle Lancaster. I heard you failed your test yesterday. No snacks are allowed until you pass. You're not to touch anything. This is the Earl's order. She was stunned, looking at him with a trembling voice. Impossible. He narrowed his eyes, looking down at Lynn Canyon with a dark gaze. Miss Lynn, have you finished your homework? The girl fearfully pulled her hand away from Idelle Lancaster's. Not yet. The girl's face fell. Tears welled up in her eyes. Then Lynn Canyon turned and ran away. Then you go have the cookies. I'm going back to my room to do my homework. Idelle Lancaster called out, Lynn. She sighed sadly, watching the small figure. Lynn carefully walked up the stairs back to her room. Father is strict, but recently he's become even harsher. Why is he only cruel to us? Why am I so powerless? Idelle Lancaster pressed her lips together and placed a hand on her chest. My heart felt blocked. I was angry for Lynn. I just want to grow up quickly. Will everything be all right after I get married? If I strive to become a perfect lady? At social gatherings, Idelle Lancaster was always the most outstanding and received the most praise. With her slender figure and charming smile, she became the best daughter-in-law in the empire. If I bring father the power he craves. Dustin's scolding voice echoed through the mansion. Lynn Canyon, you're already 16. When will you ever grow up? With such poor abilities, not only can you not get close to the 4 great families, you haven't even been noticed by any family. You're just a good-for-nothing who squanders the family fortune. Your sister has already entered the social world and is popular everywhere. The girl held her head in despair. When will you become my pride? You must achieve an appearance that I won't be ashamed to introduce to others. On the other side, Idelle Lancaster was happily looking at the flowers in her hand. If I become the role model father wants, will she be happy when I give Lynn this gift? Will she be free one day? Lynn Canyon sat on the floor, gazing out the window, the furniture in the room scattered and broken. Everywhere, the girl's eyes, watching the birds outside, were filled with a longing for freedom. The girl cried, her gaze growing more and more desperate. Sister. Lynn Canyon suddenly stood up and rushed outside. I can't take it anymore. I can't become a lady like you. The girl threw off her blanket, ran to the balcony, and straightened up to look at the sky. All I ever really wanted was. The girl reached out to the bird, as if to see freedom, to fly far away like that bird. A blood-stained feather floated down. It seems Lynn Canyon was able to find a sense of release. That was what she longed for. Dustin announced coldly, Lynn is dead. The whole family just changed into black clothes, without even a hint of sadness on their faces. Idelle Lancaster was stunned, still holding the gift for Lynn in her hand. Her pupils contracted. What are you talking about? He turned his head uncomfortably. That girl is dead. Do I need to say a second time? Dustin glanced disgustedly, pointing outside the balcony. That girl was standing on the 3rd-floor balcony, looking out, and she slipped and fell. Remember this well, and don't let any rumors spread. After saying that, he and the others turned and left. Amidst Idelle Lancaster's extreme confusion, he clicked his tongue and added, what an extra bother during a busy time. She was distraught. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the floor. Lynn, why? I can't take it anymore. I also have a mouth, a mind, and a heart. How much longer must I endure? I've really reached my limit. This life is no longer worth living. When I met Barbara, I thought I had a little hope, but then you fell into greater despair. In the end, I married according to my father's wishes. Returning to reality, Idelle Lancaster gazed out the window. But Lynn, she stood in the darkness, leaning halfway out to greet the light. Actually, I also thought about an escape like yours. How could someone forced to live an unwanted life live well? Idelle Lancaster's eyes filled with sorrow. She looked down at her hands. And yet, I still wanted to teach you how to endure. Did I have the right to interfere? My heart felt blocked. She dropped her hands and closed her eyes helplessly. I hate this powerlessness of mine. In Loslow Crisis's room, the girl sat by the window, hugging her knees with her face buried in them. Night fell, and the lights in the park came on. Loslow walked with long strides. He turned his head to look around, thinking, look, not even the head maid has shown up. This mansion is just a place to meet with mercenaries anyway. Loslow looked at the luxurious mansion before him. If this were a real Earl's family, things would surely be different. Linnea ran out from inside and said in a reproachful tone, "You're back. You're so late today." Then she said, "Well, you worked hard today anyway." He nodded slightly. Linnea followed behind, curiously. "What did you do at the palace today?" Loslow answered casually, "The usual." "Why do you ask?" The girl followed him like a little shadow. "I'm just curious." In the empty corridor, everything seemed quiet. Loslow glanced at her and asked, "Why are you following me all the way to my room? Is there something you want to say?" Linnea seemed a bit flustered. "No, it's nothing important." She cleared her throat and began to state her purpose. "By the way, I received an invitation to a tea party. It's a gathering organized by Mrs. Emerson. Do you know her?" He answered immediately, "No." Linnea lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. "Is that so?" I see." Loslow spoke up. "If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself." The girl quickly shook her head, waving her hands to explain, "It's not like that. It's a rare chance to wear a pretty dress. It's just," Linnea cautiously voiced her concern, "when I get there, I don't know what to say. Once I'm there." The girl found it hard to voice her request, so, "Brother, if it's possible, could you find me a good tutor?" Loslow sternly asked Nezuko Crisis, "If I find you a kind person this time, do you promise not to lose your temper and to study properly?" Linnea softly retorted, "When have I ever lost my temper?" Hearing this, his voice grew somewhat annoyed. "Answer honestly, Linnea." Loslow then listed what she had done in the past. "How many tutors have I arranged for you? Which of them lasted more than 2 weeks?" Linnea refused to admit defeat, arguing, but that was their fault. The girl recalled the past, when Linnea's former tutor said in a condescending tone, "It's all right, Miss Linnea. It's understandable for someone of common birth not to know these things. But if your lack of understanding reaches a point where I have to teach you over and over again for you to get it, then it's a bit concerning. Isn't it?" The girl shouted. "They were the ones who mocked me first." Linnea said, crying, "Always putting on a noble air, standing before me, and treating me like an idiot. What was I supposed to do?" The girl continued, "I can endure it at social gatherings, but at home, I'm free to shout." At that time, Linnea had angrily retorted to her, "How dare you look down on the person who pays your salary?" The girl trembled, clutching her skirt tightly. "It's not my fault. Those tutors were just raised too delicately. It's unreasonable for a servant to quit just because of a word or two, isn't it?" Hearing this, Loslow was stunned. Linnea laughed self-mockingly. "Oh, right, that Duchess was a bit different." His eyes widened. "What?" The girl regained her composure, crossed her arms, and turned away. Although her status was much higher than the previous tutors, she had no pride at all. "I told her to kneel, and she knelt immediately. I just called her over to test her, and yet she acted so gracefully." Loslow shouted, "Linnea Crisis." Linnea's shout was no smaller. "What? You scared me. Why are you yelling?" He said sternly, "Do you know you just did something shameful? Making a servant kneel." Loslow rubbed his temples in anguish. "Using power to trample on those weaker than you. That's the kind of aristocratic behavior we've always despised." The girl looked at her brother in fear and finally blurted out a sentence. "I know that too." Linnea asked with difficulty, "But can I do that?" The girl expressed the grievance in her heart. "Those nobles used to look down on me. I want to try looking down on them for once. What's wrong with that?" But Loslow remained ungentle, instead lecturing her. "You're not looking down on a noble, you're tormenting a servant." Every word he said seemed to strike a place she didn't dare to face. In front of real nobles, you wouldn't dare to do that. "Don't you feel ashamed?" Linnea sobbed. "What do you know?" Her heart was in turmoil. "I don't even tell you about the insults I have to endure because I'm afraid you'll get hurt. You don't know how difficult and wronged I feel. Do you know I can't even say a word in front of those nobles?" Linnea choked out, shouting, "Fine, you're so great." She thought to herself, "Why don't you help me?" Linnea turned and ran away. "You don't care what happens to me at all." Loslow shouted, "Wait, Linnea." But the girl no longer cared. "Do whatever you want. I'm not getting involved anymore." He stared blankly as the door slammed shut in front of him, and Loslow sighed heavily. Damn it. He looked at the night sky. Even I don't know what to do. What on earth am I doing? Loslow remembered. Isn't all of this because of the damned title that Viper shoved into my hands? DeMarcus had said leisurely with his hands clasped, "Even if you don't like it, you should accept this title, Loslow. You need to become a symbol for the mercenaries." He frowned and asked, "A symbol?" he said calmly. Those mercenaries who have spent half their lives giving up need hope to integrate into society. They need to see that they can become someone like you. DeMarcus explained with a smile. So become a new force with power. You can protect your Kelly mercenary corps and other important things. I gave you this noble title for a reason. With the last sentence, he smiled with narrowed eyes. One day, you too will accept your destiny, DeMarcus said nonchalantly, just as I had to accept mine. But he cursed inwardly. What destiny? I can't even solve my sister's problems. Back in the present, Loslow rubbed his head, thinking, maybe I should find another tutor from the Royal Guard, and I must emphasize that this is the last time for Linnea. He was still worried about the girl. Sending an expensive necklace for her to wear to a party might make her feel a little better. Loslow thought of Idelle, and Idelle, is she okay now? After hearing what his sister said, he was very worried about her. Someone who was once a duchess must have her pride, being forced to kneel like that. How could she be okay? What if she's crying alone right now? Loslow started to panic. Should I go and apologize on Linnea's behalf? He paced around the room. No, if I do that, what will Linnea think? That's right, forget it. Loslow Crisis, you're paying too much attention to her. Loslow rested his chin on his stubbled face. Finally, he threw open the door. Loslow was blushing and panting. Calm down, yes. Stop right here. He regained his senses and analyzed. Visiting her at this time will definitely cause unpleasant rumors. Damn it. In another luxurious and bright room, Barrington held a cigarette. What a nuisance. He was sitting opposite another man. After the victory celebration, the atmosphere in the aristocratic circle was not good. Barrington said in a resentful tone, to think the Lancaster family would fall so easily. Who would have thought? He laughed mockingly. I thought they would at least last until the end of the year. After all, it's all because of that guy. Barrington gritted his teeth. Loslow Crisis, a filthy beast. He pressed his cigarette, but onto a newspaper with Loslow's picture, causing the image to be burned black. Barrington also extinguished his cigarette. Who would have thought the royal family would abandon their pride and join forces with a lowly mercenary? It's because they are all the same kind of beast. Images of Loslow and DeMarcus appeared. Marcus Tabron, that guy also came from the battlefield, bearing the royal name, yet he knows nothing about dignity, or the spirit of the nobility. His malicious thoughts were spoken by the other. Therefore, the emperor must be replaced. As long as Marcus is emperor, this country will only decline further. Barrington mused, however, now is not the time for us to show our faces. We must use underhanded tricks. He calculated carefully. If the four great families, no, just the three of us act directly, we might be caught immediately. Tulane then offered an opinion. What about Marquis Tulane, that family? Barrington seemed to have just remembered. Duke Barrington, Count Canyon. Come to think of it, the Count's daughter was forced upon that lowly mercenary crisis. Barrington stated his assessment. Marquis Wynblair, that guy is quite something. He married his daughter off to Lancaster for profit, and now he's handing her over to the emperor in the name of protecting his family. He picked up a glass of water and wet his lips. Can those lower-class people achieve anything great? He doubted, but at least they are useful in some places. On Idelle's side, sexist remarks echoed, as if from hell. At least get married and bring some money back. If a daughter doesn't get married, what good is she? She clutched her head in pain. Now that Lynn is gone, why must you give me such a headache? Remember, Idelle Canyon, this marriage must succeed. Suddenly, Idelle's eyes flew open in terror. She was still in bed. It was just a dream. Idelle's eyes filled with sorrow as she recalled the unpleasant memories. She slowly sat up, straightening the blanket. Even now, I feel my father, Count Canyon, is still not satisfied, even though he has a lot of money. Idelle was very helpless. If they want to be high-class nobles, they could donate to orphanages or commoner hospitals instead of trying to marry me into one of the four great families. But it's meaningless to think about that now. A maid said while quickly making the bed, "Hurry up and get ready to go out." Looking out the window, the shimmering sunlight was racing to get through the bare branches. What a beautiful morning. I must work hard today. In the kitchen, the servants were busy tidying and cleaning. Idelle, having changed her clothes, was sitting down for breakfast when she heard a voice. That's right, very tiring. She looked over and saw Lola gesturing and scolding. Anyway, handle yourself. If you don't finish on time, you know the consequences. The girl shivered in fear. Yes. Idelle thought to herself, those two originally work in different areas. Why are they here? But she quickly pushed the thought aside. It's none of my business. Celia spoke up, asking, Idelle, we'll go after you finish eating, right? Idelle agreed. Okay. Celia, a little later, the three of them were walking on the mansion grounds in different cloaks. She looked up at the sky and sighed. The mansion seems quieter than usual today, huh? Layla explained. That's because the head maid is not here. She went out with Miss Linnea. Idelle thought blankly. Isn't serving the young lady a maid's job? Celia was displeased. Anyway, she's buying some useless things again. It's not our money, so who cares? The three arrived at the storage room, and Layla looked inside in surprise. Oh my, I'm surprised too. No one has come yet. Maybe because the head maid is away, everyone is slacking off. They looked around the room, thinking, and Celia suggested, First, would you like to check it yourself? She stated her intention. Idelle, you've been here for almost 2 months, right? It's time for you to get familiar with the mansion. How about you go collect the laundry today? Celia wasn't idle either. We'll handle the laundry you didn't finish yesterday. Idelle hesitated, but there's still a lot of laundry to do, and this is the job the head maid assigned to me. Layla smiled brightly and reassured her. It's okay. The head maid won't come to check today. But Idelle was still worried. She asked with concern, Was it hard dealing with the young lady yesterday? She quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. Layla nodded gently. That's good. Anyway, take your time collecting it. Don't rush. Celia kindly reminded her. Take it easy. Understood. Idelle felt puzzled, then happily bid farewell to her friends. I'm off. Layla, thank you. Celia quickly rolled up her sleeves and started working. We have to get this done quickly. Layla waved goodbye. You can count on us. Layla sighed. Celia is so kind. Celia turned to look at her in surprise. What? Layla explained. It must be hard for Idelle to do all this. Celia replied. Layla, you're worried too. Idelle looks so fragile. She lowered her eyes slightly. I'm worried, but she needs to understand this place clearly. Celia understood Idelle's situation clearly. Other servants could leave at any time, but someone with the status of a war prize like Idelle could never leave this mansion. Outside the mansion, she thought in confusion. I've never left the laundry room at such a busy time. Idelle slowly walked up the stairs. Below her were other servants cleaning meticulously. She stood on the stairs looking down. Layla and Celia are so kind, deliberately creating a chance for me to breathe. But I can't let them do all the work. I should go back and help them soon. Idelle found a cart and started working. Walking down the corridor, her mood was cheerful. A new job. I feel like I'm being recognized. Suddenly, Idelle looked in one direction. In a room with an open door were 3 people. Aren't those the maids from earlier? They were doing something furtively, and they were close to the head maid. Countless questions popped in her head. Why are they not in their own areas, but resting here? Everyone is so busy. But Idelle continued walking, her head still turned towards that room. Where the servants who were supposed to be here now? Could it be the conversation from earlier? A sense of foreboding arose. This is a cover-up, pushing their work onto others. Idelle thought as she changed the sheets and pillowcases. I know the head maid is forming cliques, but it's wrong to push work onto others. It's also not good to make the younger ones do it. She was very worried. Does the Earl know about this? Idelle struggled internally. Or can I only watch this injustice happen? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Probably. She heard the voice coming from outside. That's right, the conversation outside was still going on. Captain, Golden Fox always gets the easy tasks, right? Red Rat has to endure grievances. He'll be more careful. But then, Idelle recognized the owner of the voice. It was Count Crisis's voice. She gently held the changed sheets and left. I have to get out of here before I'm discovered. Suddenly, Nathan whipped his head toward Idelle's direction and shouted, Who's there? He quickly strode forward and threw open the door. Nathan was furious to see her there. I told the head maid to keep everyone out. What are you doing sneaking around here? He quickly questioned, Who are you? What are you doing here? Loslow was very surprised to see it was Idelle. Beside him, Nathan kept asking, Who are you? What are you doing here? She answered gently, I am a maid from the laundry room. Idelle bowed respectfully. I came to collect the laundry from the Earl's room. If I'm disturbing you, I can come back later. He then spoke. There's no need for that. You can go now. He was a bit surprised to hear that. Wait, Captain, I've never seen this maid before. Have you verified her identity carefully? Loslow spoke in her defense. I have verified it very carefully. She is allowed to be here. She bowed. Then I shall take my leave, Lord Earl. Nathan didn't give up, nagging in his ear, what's going on? But I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Suddenly his eyes widened in exclamation. I remember. Impossible. She's the Duchess of Lancaster. Then Nathan waved his hand and continued to ramble. You really made her a maid? What happened while I was away? I thought it was just a rumor, but what if she heard our entire conversation? He tooted and waved his hand. Don't worry. If she could understand it just by hearing that much, she could join our association. He still couldn't believe his eyes. This is suspicious. Someone who was once a duchess is now working in a laundry. Has her hand ever touched water? Loslow was displeased at this point. Are you blind? You just saw her hands. How dare you say that? Nathan retorted softly. I didn't look that closely. He defended her. Those are the rough hands of a diligent person. Don't let prejudice blind you. Loslow crossed his arms and added more information. And she hasn't received any secret communications from Count Canyon. He was surprised. What are you talking about? Nathan asked frantically. Even the Marchioness sent a letter. Are those people really her family? He spoke slowly, so Idelle is not. He quickly cut him off. You just call her by her name. At this moment, Loslow realized his slip of the tongue. He quickly changed the subject. Enough. Let's get back to what we were talking about. If Golden Fox makes a move, we must keep a close watch on Red Rat. Nathan became serious again. We will get a reaction. I understand. I trust your intuition, Captain. Hearing this, Loslow fell into thought. But I don't trust my intuition right now. I'm going to the palace. He pondered. Wait, Captain. As for Idelle, she was pushing the cart full of laundry back down the corridor. It seems they didn't suspect anything, but this is a hassle in the end. In any case, I have no say, and even if I had a chance to speak, the Earl's confidants wouldn't believe me. Idelle had her own plans. For now, I can only do what I can. Outside the magnificent palace, a stern voice rang out. Hey, Knight Milton. The palace was extremely grand and luxurious. The knight captain walked forward. You've finally finished your training. Edmund quickly replied as he saw him approach. Hello, Captain. Edmund Milton, the vice-captain of the Royal Knights, smiled kindly. He asked, are you training at the Royal Guard's intensity again? Don't overdo it. You have many other things to do after all. He explained, I'm not deliberately training like them. Although Duke Lancaster's rebellion has been suppressed, no one knows which faction will rise next. Edmund replied with a smile. Therefore, I think it's best to be prepared at all times. The brown-haired knight beside him praised. That is indeed an exemplary answer. Vice-captain, he complained with a frown, if it weren't for that Count Croesus, you would be the captain of the Royal Guard now, not the vice-captain of the Royal Knights. He interrupted. That's enough. Edmund patted his shoulder. Everyone has a place that suits them. For me, the position of vice-captain of the Royal Knights is a great honor. He still couldn't help but sigh. But you are too kind, Vice-Captain. The current situation in the palace was that the armed forces were divided into two parts. One was the Royal Guard that directly protected the Emperor, and that unit was under Loslow's direct command. The other side was Edmund's Royal Knights, who both protected the palace and fought on the battlefield. The captain of the Royal Knights said very gently, anyway, people still think the Royal Guard is more noble because they're closer to the Emperor. But whichever side, it's just a cooperative relationship, right? Stop pushing yourself like a workaholic. He replied, I'm just doing my duty. The young man beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. Communicating with the members is also important. You have always been a shining example for us. Edmund just smiled and said nothing. But in his heart, he had his own plans. The Emperor is a cautious man. Every action has its meaning. His valuing of Crisis, who is of common birth and a mercenary, must be within his calculations. Edmund looked at the others and sighed. But even so, it's really hard to accept. The reaction within the Knight Order is also. He looked up at the bright sunlight. It's really uncomfortable. Back in the corridor of Loslow's mansion, he was putting on his shirt, countless old and new scars overlapping on his back. Loslow slowly put on a majestic black coat over it. Suddenly, he heard some movement, and a wary glint flashed in his eyes. Loslow said towards the door, Who's outside? The voice from outside was a bit flustered. How did you know? Hello, we are from the Knight Order, here to see the captain of the Royal Guard. He quickly gave permission. Come in. 3 men entered, saying in unison, We are Terry Bogarden, Angelo Vallon, and Josephus from the Knight Order. Loslow was very unfamiliar with them. I have never seen you before. The 3 of them still stood straight with their hands behind their backs, respectfully replying, It's probably because we are not strong enough to catch the eye of the captain of the Royal Guard, so you don't remember us. It's understandable. He adjusted his clothes and asked, Enough with the flattery. What do you want from me? Joseph said with some hesitation. This might be a somewhat abrupt request. Angelo next to him continued. Anyway, the Royal Knights and the Royal Guard are originally people who cooperate with each other, right? Loslow became a little impatient. Speak clearly. Don't beat around the bush. The 3 of them mustered all their courage and said loudly in unison, "Please, please allow us the honor of training at your mansion." What answered them was silence. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He turned his head to the side. "This request is indeed a bit sudden." One of them smiled awkwardly. "It's embarrassing to say it. It's too rude to disturb someone as busy as you. So if you refuse, it can't be helped." Loslow's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's at this moment. He asked coldly, "Since that's the case, you still try to come here and ask, what's the reason?" He was suddenly taken aback. Yes. He hesitated, that is. Angelo spoke the wish of the three of them. "The thing is, we also want to become as strong as you." Joseph explained, "Just training in the palace is something everyone can do, so it's easy to become complacent and slack off." He continued in his surprise, "After careful consideration, we realize we need to be trained by someone truly strong, who can fairly assess our current strength." The more they spoke, the more excited they became. Angelo was very agitated, and "the person we thought of as you, Crisis." He quickly recounted the events of Loslow's past that shocked history. "As the youngest captain of the Royal Guard in history, you are already famous. We heard that you are known for never letting emotions interfere when you fight." Angelo's face was red with excitement. "We are also curious about how the Royal Guard's training methods differ from the Night Orders. I heard from an acquaintance in the Royal Guard that you are always generous to knights who are motivated." He silently crossed his arms and looked at the three men. Loslow nodded to himself. "Not entirely wrong. I've never stopped anyone who wanted to approach me, remembering how lonely he used to be. It's just that none of those elites bother to seek out a guy from a mercenary background. Looking at these guys in front of me, their bodies are about to fall apart, and their posture is terrible. I don't see any signs of greatness. It seems they've only recently awakened. I don't dislike those with ambition." Suddenly Loslow remembered DeMarcus's words, "But you must become a role model for those mercenaries." He smiled but spoke the cruel truth. "Loslow, you too will have to accept your destiny, just as I had no choice but to accept my own." He lowered his head again, countless factors flashing through his mind. That's what he meant. "I never expected to hear such words from the Night Order one day. Even so, becoming the person he spoke of doesn't make me feel comfortable." Finally, after a moment of thought, Loslow spoke. "The desire to train is commendable." He quickly replied, "Yes." Three confused faces listened intently to what he said. "But I just want to ask one thing. Of all the places you could choose, why my house?" Loslow exuded a gloomy aura. "Why did it have to be here?" Angelo averted his gaze and stammered, That. He answered hesitantly, "Because of the attention from our superiors, the training grounds in the palace seem inconvenient." Angelo quickly added, "It would be really bad to receive your training while the captain is still around." "That's right, isn't it?" Terry next to him chimed in. "Yes, even if the captain doesn't mind, our colleagues would definitely not let us off the hook." Loslow nodded to himself. "That makes sense. Yes, there's always a bit of a competitive atmosphere between the Royal Guard and the Royal Knights. It's best not to worry the commander over there." He stroked his chin and nodded. "All right. Come next Saturday at 3 in the afternoon." Angelo was very excited. "Thank you." Joseph next to him was no less so. "Thank you very much, Captain." Terry promised, "We will definitely be on time." Loslow was no longer as stern as before. "Then go home safely." He watched them leave. "If it's just about going over the basics, that's fine." Looking at the backs of the three men, Loslow mused. "Although I don't know how much their skills will improve," but his eyes were now filled with many unspoken things. Looking at the peaceful atmosphere outside, a flock of birds soared past. That desire to become stronger is so rare. In the maid's work area of the palace, everyone gathered around. Marcia stood before the court maids, clapping her hands to get their attention. There will be guests this weekend just in time for the new year. It's time to redecorate the mansion. Everyone make sure your assigned areas are clean and tidy. The girls whispered. "Really? What's going on?" She commanded. "Laundry room. Take down all the winter curtains and wash the spring curtains to have them ready." Celia frowned and asked, "What?" Layla was very worried. "There are over 150 curtains in this mansion." Celia protested strongly. "It's still winter. How are we supposed to dry them?" But Marcia didn't care. "That's your job. Whether you stay up all night or what, it's none of my business." She still tried to negotiate. "If that's the case, then let's just prepare the main hall and reception rooms on the first floor." She refused and shouted, "Shut up. I said do all of them." Idelle, standing at the back, watched the scene. What a mess. She looked around worriedly. Not just the laundry. Can the people in this mansion even properly entertain guests? What on earth made Count Chris change his mind so quickly? In the study, Loslow was engrossed in his documents. A few days later, he was preparing to board a carriage. Today I'm not going to the palace, but to another place. The coachman replied, yes. He quickly understood the words and Loslow's intention. I understand. You haven't been out for a long time. Where should I take you? The noble residential area on Grania Avenue. The carriage slowly drove in. Loslow quickly got out of the carriage and was greeted by a very professional butler. Greetings to Christus. Welcome to the mansion. The reception room is this way. Marquis Celestine came forward to greet Loslow. I finally get to meet you, Count Christus. He replied politely. Thank you for the invitation, Marquis Celestine. The two looked in one direction. A woman with a dignified appearance stepped forward. She was Barbara, Marchioness Celestine. She smiled and said, just call me Barbara. Don't use the long title. I find it annoying. He quickly placed his hand on his chest and bowed. I am Loslow. Suddenly, Barbara's gaze turned icy. I know, but you are the head of a family. I will address you as Count. He felt very confused between the two of them. Loslow replied with a smile. It's best not to casually allow the use of improper forms of address. She also smiled back. That does sound right. The sunlight fell on Barbara, giving her a powerful and majestic aura. He assessed her inwardly. As expected of the leader who had protected her entire family, she was by no means an easy opponent. Marquis Celestine cleared his throat, breaking the tense situation. Shall we sit and talk? The three of them walked towards the table, where a court maid was gently pouring tea. The atmosphere fell silent again, and Loslow gave her a slight nod of thanks. From the moment he stepped in here, he observed everything, a sense of bitterness welling up in his heart. Could my mansion ever host guests like this? A well-mannered butler, servants who were unobtrusive yet meticulous, and that noble atmosphere. It's absolutely impossible to achieve this level, Loslow thought with certainty. Barbara was the first to speak, Count Chrysis. He turned to her, yes. Barbara elegantly placed her teacup on the table. She inquired about Idelle's current situation. Idelle. Is Idelle all right? Loslow replied. How could a person born a noble, but living under the name of a maid possibly be all right? He tried to calm himself in his heart. I cannot be distracted. This is the reason I accepted the invitation today. Looking at Barbara's slightly furrowed face, she had finally agreed to meet a month after I sent Idelle's reply. Perhaps because of this, he also interjected frankly. My Lord Count, Marquis Celestine said slowly, his hands clasped. I had originally intended to wait a while longer to observe the Emperor's movements, but my mother requested to see you. I imagine you understand the reason. Loslow nodded to show he had received the message. Looking at the current situation in high society, there were three forces. First, the pro-imperial faction, which wanted to consolidate imperial power. Second, the old noble faction, which wanted to maintain its vested interests. And finally, the faction led by Barbara and the neutral parties who belonged to neither side. They had now broken their neutral stance and come forward directly. Now that the ducal house of Lancaster, which represented the old noble faction, had fallen, every move of the Marquis Celestine's family, representing the neutral faction, would become the center of attention. Marchioness, you have no objection to this? He extended his hand. Of course, I am not changing my stance merely because of Idelle's matter. I want to take this opportunity to understand the Emperor and the Count. Marquis Celestine smiled faintly. Actually, I also feel quite fortunate. If Idelle hadn't gone to Count Chrysis's house, my mother might have had her kidnapped, and that would have put us in a very awkward position. Loslow replied with a smile. I'm not sure if I should say this, but it is my honor that you initiated this meeting. Barbara began, Count. She expressed her concern. I read the letter from Idelle that you sent. She's not the type of person who wants to make others worry. So even if she says she is fine, she must actually be very tired, and on top of that, she has to work in a harsh place like the laundry room. Barbara began to express her intention to protect her. We cannot let the innocent Idelle suffer like this. If you are a man who knows how to protect the weak, I would like to hear what decision you will make for her future. He stated his plan. I intend to have her work as a maid until the scandal in the social world subsides. She lowered her head and raised an eyebrow, asking, and then? Loslow replied, that is precisely what I am considering. He straightened his back and asked, so please tell me, Marchioness, for her sake, how far are you willing to go? Barbara fell in a thought upon hearing this. Loslow silently turned his gaze to her. Barbara answered generously. If necessary, I am willing to do anything. She proposed, release Idelle and leave the rest to me. He chuckled, but not mockingly. If you don't release her, it seems you really do intend to kidnap her. Loslow continued. It seems you and I get along quite well. Barbara covered her mouth with her hand. They say love knows no age, but please give up and find a woman of a similar age. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. What a shame. She analyzed. The Celestine family would absolutely be a good place to shelter Idelle. It would be difficult for the Canyon family or the three great houses to interfere. Moreover, if the Celestine family were to join the Emperor's faction, the Emperor would welcome it. One thing was certain. Idelle would live more comfortably and happily here. In his heart, Loslow thought so too. Yes, she absolutely would. The next morning at the Crisis mansion, Linnea's voice rang out loud and clear. What did you just say? The girl's face was pale. Say it again. He remained standing straight and announced again, to reiterate, this is a message from Lord Crisis. His Majesty the Emperor has summoned him urgently, so he will return late. He has instructed that if guests arrive, please prepare tea and refreshments, and then lead them on a tour of the mansion. Linnea felt like her head was about to explode. What on earth? The girl's eyes widened in confusion. Today's guests are my brother's friends, but he's going to be late. This made Linnea feel as if she had been abandoned in a blizzard. This is the first tea party I've organized myself, and the first time the Crisis family is hosting guests, yet Loslow Crisis is absent. The girl stared blankly at the tea table. What am I supposed to do now? Linnea bit her nails incessantly. I try to imitate the decorations I've seen before, but is this really all right? If only my brother were here, he would surely know what to do. What if I become a laughingstock again? Marcia stood beside her, smiling brightly. Don't worry, milady, you've done wonderfully. Of course, the girl didn't believe her. How can I trust your words, Marcia? In Linnea's mind, her thoughts were a tangled mess. Who can give me some reliable advice? Suddenly, the girl thought of Mina. Quick, bring Idelle Lancaster here. Mina froze on the spot. What? She quickly interjected, milady, but Linnea started to throw a tantrum. It's an order. If it's her, she's sure to know a lot about tea parties. And so Idelle arrived. You sent for me, milady? The girl nodded and began to explain hesitantly, right? So, the reason I call for you is, beside her, Marcia whispered in Linnea's ear, milady, she really means no good. Just put her in charge of serving and leave everything to her. In front of the guests, letting them see a duchess being ordered around like a maid will make you look very authoritative, won't it? And yet, the girl agreed, yes. That's right. In Marcia's mind, a sinister thought flashed. I, Marcia, am right here, yet you insisted on calling for her. She glanced at Idelle with a scornful smile. Then suffer, Duchess. I'm going to rest. By the way, Linnea was fed a bad idea by Marcia. Idelle, the work in the laundry room must be difficult, right? Today, I will specially allow you to serve by my side. She bowed. Thank you for your concern, milady. The girl stated her request. In a little while, 3 knights from the order will be visiting. My brother said he would be late, so we will have to greet them. Linnea was a bit shy. We will greet the guests in the front hall, all right? Idelle said calmly. Normally, that is the butler's job, but she looked at her. Since there is no butler, the head maid has to greet them, right? You have to lead them to the reception room. Marcia cleared her throat uncomfortably. You seem to know your place well. The girl asked doubtfully. Then should I wait in the reception room? Idelle explained patiently. Knights generally do not hold titles, correct? Milady is the head of the household, so it would probably be more appropriate for you to come down after the guests have arrived. Linnea thought her words made sense. That's right. The girl smiled slightly. Then once the guests have arrived, you can choose an appropriate time to bring out the tea and refreshments. That will be wonderful. She turned around, understood. I will go to the kitchen to check on the tea and refreshments, and then come back. At this point, Linnea was quite pleased with herself. Good. The arrangements will be carried out meticulously and splendidly, right? In a corner, a look of displeasure crossed Marcia's face. Idelle walked on, rubbing her forehead. It was fine now. What a relief. It seemed she had a fever. Her body felt heavy. I have to hold on until the guests leave. The clock in the room, now, pointed to 2:45. The girl sat before the mirror, preparing. The appointed time was near. Will I do well? I have to. I am the sister of the head of the mercenary guild. Linnea suddenly turned back. Oh, okay. Idelle came forward to inform her, milady, the guests have arrived. The girl asked, they have? Then let's go down now. but she first extended a hand toward Linnea. Idelle asked, "May I have the handkerchief?" The girl was surprised. Why? She then asked slowly, "Where's the powder?" Linnea began to panic. Here and here. It's the flower pollen that's been very popular lately. Idelle picked up the glass jar the girl had just pointed to. Then I shall excuse myself. Linnea watched, bewildered, as she deftly touched up her makeup. Goodness, what is she doing? The girl wondered. I already did my makeup this morning, and when I looked in the mirror, there was nothing that needed adjusting. Linnea recalled her words. Marcia had said she put in more effort than usual because guests were coming. Just as she was pondering, Idelle's voice brought her back to reality. Done. Linnea looked at herself in the mirror in surprise, a fresh kind of beauty. She turned her head to ask her, "What is this? It looks much simpler than before. Put it back with the flower pollen." But Idelle shook her head. "I can't do that." She said softly, "I apologize for saying this, but that kind of powder is not suitable for an unmarried young lady to use." Linnea snapped. "You? What do you mean, not suitable? Would people really find fault with a young lady?" Idelle explained patiently. "As long as you show your natural expression, that is enough." Suddenly, she stared at the girl without a word. Idelle stated a difficult truth. If you use that kind of makeup to create an artificial blush, even at your young age, you will be perceived as trying to seduce men. I'm certain some people would think that. Hearing these words, Linnea felt as if she had been struck by lightning. At that moment, the girl realized in shock. No wonder I felt strange gazes on me wherever I went. Linnea stammered, I've been using this every day." The girl remembered Marcia saying it was a cosmetic popular among the nobility. "What do I do now? What if strange rumors about me spread?" Idelle quickly gave Linnea a firm shake. "It's all right, milady." She comforted the girl. "Just don't do it from now on." Idelle suggested, "Now, go and greet your guests and fulfill your duties as the head of the household." Only then did Linnea remember. That's right. The girl nodded, understood. "Let's go, Idelle." On the magnificent staircase that was carefully cleaned every day, Linnea and Idelle stood before the three knights in their formal uniforms. The leader of the knights stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Lady Linnea, it is an honor to meet you." Linnea responded gracefully, "Welcome to the Crisis mansion." She gestured toward the reception room with practiced elegance. "Please, follow me to the reception room, where we can talk more comfortably." The knights nodded and followed her down the corridor. Idelle walked silently behind them, observing everything. Once they were seated, Linnea took her place at the head of the table. The atmosphere was formal yet pleasant. "My brother apologizes for his absence," Linnea explained politely. "He was summoned urgently by His Majesty, the Emperor." The lead knight nodded understandingly. "We understand completely." At that moment, Idelle appeared with the tea and refreshments. She moved with practiced grace, serving each guest with careful attention. Linnea watched with quiet satisfaction at how smoothly everything was proceeding. The knights seemed impressed by the quality of the service. "Your brother has built quite an impressive household," one knight remarked. Linnea felt a surge of pride at the compliment. "Thank you for your kind words," she replied with a gentle smile. The conversation flowed naturally between them. They discussed various matters of interest to the knights. Linnea found herself contributing thoughtfully to the discussion. Her confidence grew with each passing moment. She was no longer nervous about hosting the guests. Instead, she felt capable and assured in her role. Idelle continued to serve quietly in the background. Her efficiency and discretion were impeccable. The guests remained unaware of her presence, except when she was needed. This was exactly how a proper tea service should be conducted. As time passed, the gathering became increasingly warm and convivial. The knights spoke of their recent missions and adventures. Linnea listened attentively, asking intelligent questions about their work. One of the knights commented, "Lady Linnea, you have a keen interest in our order's affairs." "My brother is the head of the mercenary guild," she explained with pride, "so I take great interest in such matters as well." The knights nodded appreciatively at her response. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows. It cast a warm glow across the reception room. Linnea glanced toward Idelle, who was standing attentively nearby. She realized that without Idelle's guidance, this gathering would have been a disaster. Her initial anxiety seemed foolish now. The knights eventually rose to leave after expressing their satisfaction. "Thank you for your wonderful hospitality, Lady Linnea," the leader said warmly. "We hope to visit again soon." Linnea escorted them to the door with genuine warmth. As they departed, she felt a sense of accomplishment. She had successfully hosted her first proper tea party. Linnea turned to Idelle with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you for your help today, Idelle." Without you, I would have made a terrible impression. Idelle bowed respectfully. I was merely doing my duty, milady. But there was a hint of understanding in her gaze. She knew that Linnea had learned something valuable today. The girl was beginning to understand what it truly meant to be a lady. As evening approached, Linnea sat alone in her room. She reflected on the events of the day with newfound maturity. She had learned from Idelle's quiet wisdom and guidance. Tomorrow, she would thank her again more formally. For now, she simply savored the satisfaction of her success. The Crisis mansion had hosted its first guests with grace and dignity, and Linnea had proven herself worthy of her position. As night fell, peace settled over the household. Idelle picked up her pen and began to write a letter to Lady Barbara M. Celestine. "Dear Celestine," she wrote, focusing intently. "Barbara, you have always cared for and looked after me. I don't know how to thank you for remembering me and showing mercy to a sinner like myself." As she wrote, Idelle recalled, "I still clearly remember the day I first met you 7 years ago at Countess Radrick's tea party. At that time, she overheard the whispers of the other ladies. How could that person be here? Is she really here?" The naive Idelle at the time asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with Lady Celestine being here?" The lady with deep brown hair sighed, and the black-haired girl turned around. Idelle's friend quickly stopped her. Idelle, she reminded her of the unwritten rules. "This is Countess Radrick's tea party, and those two are not on good terms. You'll see soon enough. They're like night and day." Idelle tilted her head, somewhat confused and puzzled. "Then why did Countess Radrick invite her?" she asked. Evidently, the butler's loud voice echoed through the air. "The Marchioness Celestine has arrived." The powerful and distinguished woman walked in. The widowed Marchioness, Barbara M. Celestine, entered the venue, still exuding a radiant and elegant aura as she walked. Idelle looked up in surprise. That was not the sound of high heels. She held her breath, listening more closely, and realized a painful truth. She walked with a limp. Was it a prosthetic limp? The sound grew louder, and Idelle flinched. As she walked in, the sound of her footsteps echoed louder and louder. Was this why she was invited? Radrick stood in the back, arms crossed, with a triumphant and intriguing smile on her lips. I don't know what conflict exists between the two of them, but to use someone's disability like this is unacceptable. Idelle gathered her skirt and quickly moved through the crowd toward Barbara. She feigned a cheerful encounter. "Oh, my lady, what a coincidence. Do you remember me? The last time my carriage wheel broke in the middle of the street, you were the one who helped me." Idelle took her hand. "You left back then without accepting my thanks, so I've been hoping to see you again." Idelle continued her enthusiastic performance to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. "So you are Lady Celestine." Barbara looked down. A flash of surprise and interest appeared in her eyes. "Oh, so that's what happened." Idelle immediately replied, "Yes, because I'm still very inexperienced in society. I didn't recognize you." Another lady chimed in with praise. "You are so generous. How wonderful." Radrick turned around, confused. Idelle said, "I was truly grateful at that time." She thought to herself, "I hope my enthusiastic greeting," Idelle prayed silently in her heart, "looks natural enough to cover up the unpleasant sounds and silence." Barbara smiled. She squeezed her hand in return, responding subtly. Barbara whispered in an appreciative tone, "Well, you certainly are a person of character." Idelle said softly, "I apologize if I made you uncomfortable." She smiled gently. "Not at all." Recalling the past, Idelle felt proud. "I was young then, and proud that I could help a lady in a difficult situation." The tea party continued, filled with sarcastic gossip. "Did you hear? Lady Oberon finally announced her divorce from her husband. Didn't the Oberon family go bankrupt because they were swindled?" Barbara quietly drank her tea, ignoring the conversation. "Oh, I heard that lady started working as a translator and goes out more often. Is it because she earned a little money that she's demanding a divorce?" The whispers continued. "Working outside will diminish her husband's prestige and cause him to lose face." Idelle followed the story. Even though her husband generously endured it all, she still filed for divorce. Perhaps she has a lover on the side. She turned her head away. She felt very uncomfortable, not expecting that high society could so easily ruin a person's reputation. So easily. Barbara's stern voice suddenly cut in. She neglected her duties. Idelle and her friend were startled. She placed her teacup down heavily on the table. Barbara crossed her arms. She leaned back in her chair, her attitude very serious. It seems the young people of today are far more conservative than when I was young. She continued to question those around her with a sharp argument. Why is everyone's thinking so rigid, even more so than in my time? What's wrong with demonstrating one's abilities and gaining recognition for them? Barbara's voice was strong and powerful, like an affirmation, like a sinking ship trying to save a collapsing family, doing the best one can to make things better. What is wrong with such a desire? Idelle listened intently to every word. Her eyes widened with awakening. A desire. Can I pursue it without being condemned? Radric interrupted loudly in a sarcastic tone. Your words are quite amusing. Can a man shouldering heavy burdens outside be compared to a woman abandoning her family? Lady Oberon. She is a progressive woman who dares to take on the responsibilities her husband could not. Barbara just sneered. She retorted sharply. In this day and age, everyone must fight for their own rights. Yet people only know how to criticize others. Barbara calmly took a sip of her fragrant tea. Composed, you should be fighting for your own rights, but instead you're here dragging others through the mud. A malicious, scornful voice rose from the crowd. No wonder people say she jinxed her husband to death. So she started interfering with his work since she was young. Radric turned around smugly. Another person added, I can see that. She seemed to see herself in those taunts. The surrounding ladies all sided with Radric. You don't have to mind it, Lady Radric. We think the same as you. She smiled smugly, satisfied at having gained the upper hand. Well then, let's change the subject. Idelle continued to follow their conversation. The noisy tea party finally ended. Before Barbara left, Idelle quickly called out to her, Please wait a moment, Lady Celestine. She said in an urgent tone, May I have a moment of your time? She turned around. What is it, Miss Canyon? Idelle said sincerely, I was wrong just now. I dared to pity you without realizing that you are the strongest one among them. Barbara was surprised. She clasped her hands together and smiled sweetly. I want to become a strong person like you, Lady Celestine. If you don't mind, may I visit you often? She smiled and replied cheerfully, That's an excellent suggestion. I would also like to chat with you often. Idelle was lost in the fond memory. From then on, we were often together, sharing many stories. Gradually, we became closer friends than anyone else. Perhaps during that time, no one cherished and cared for me more than Barbara. Regret suddenly flooded Idelle's heart. If only I had listened to Barbara back then, even just a little, she thought with endless regret. Would things have turned out differently? She remembered that day when Barbara grabbed her shoulders, trying to stop her. Idelle, don't get used to sacrificing yourself. Marrying the elderly Duke of Lancaster, you must escape the brainwashing of these disgusting men who want to use you. The Idelle of the past could only tremble and reply, But if I don't obey my father, only death awaits me. Barbara cut her off pitifully, pleading earnestly, Why must you die? Please, Idelle, look at me. If you ask for help, I will do everything in my power to help you. She widened her eyes, looking at her thoughtfully. Idelle's eyes filled with tears, and she clenched her fists. The memory ended. That was the last time Barbara and I met. She gently placed a hand on her chest to calm herself. Idelle was moved. Her cheeks flushed, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Idelle said softly, I'm sorry, Barbara. She prayed silently in her heart. Now I only hope, Barbara, that when you receive this letter, you can feel a little more at ease. In the bathroom, Marcia's sharp voice rang out. Is it true? Idelle was once summoned by the Count. She stepped out of the bathtub. Mina replied, Yes, Mrs. Bohem. The girl ran over excitedly, recounting the details, but it was just a meeting in the drawing room during the day, and she left not long after. I don't think anything major happened. Marcia irritably put on her robe and said resentfully, That thing is cunning, not an ordinary person. You see, even Celia is defending her. Mina quickly handed over a towel and said with a sneer, Celia thinks so too, and so do Layla and Daisy. Birds of a feather flock together. She clicked her tongue in annoyance that things weren't going her way. Marcia clenched her fist, a sly smile playing on her lips. We must teach them a lesson. She came up with a mischievous plan. This way they'll never be able to hold their heads up again, these ungrateful, rebellious children. Mina praised her enthusiastically in a high-pitched tone. Speaking of which, some of the maids are complaining about having to always take cold baths. I was even questioned about why I don't bathe with them anymore. Marcia exclaimed, What? She asked sharply. You didn't say anything, did you? The girl shrugged affirmatively. Of course not. My lips are sealed. Hot water is a privilege for me and Mrs. Bohem. Only Mina covered her mouth, smiling slyly. Who's making me pay 100 Lington a month. The girl thought, anyway, I can easily make the money back by selling off things from the Count's house. Marcia frowned and reminded the girl, you'd better watch your tongue, if this gets to the young lady's ears. Mina obediently clasped her hands and listened, of course. The young lady certainly wouldn't care about such things. She smiled smugly, thinking confidently, that's right, there's nothing to worry about. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly. Marcia schemed cunningly in her mind. As long as Miss Linnea trusts me and the Count is rarely home, this house is practically in my hands. Another day, in a mansion, Idelle handed the letter to the butler. This is the letter the Count instructed me to write. Please take care of it. He replied, I understand. She looked reluctantly at the letter in her hand. Daisy was diligently wiping every banister on the staircase. Celia wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's these clothes again. They never seem to end, and they keep giving me pointless tasks. In a distance, Idelle clumsily carried a basket. Celia and Layla continued to chat idly. She must have displeased the housekeeper somewhere. By the way, where is she now? It's easy to guess. She guessed dejectedly, probably whispering strange things to Miss Linnea again. Sure enough, Marcia was combing Linnea's hair. The girl looked up, is that so? She continued, yes, m'lady. I, Marcia, am never wrong. From social affairs to the matters of the mansion. Entrust everything to me, Marcia, to handle. Linnea lowered her voice, I understand. Do as she says. This mansion must operate like a perfect, noble household. Marcia replied curtly, yes, m'lady. After a hard day's work, Daisy's tired voice was heard. Oh, my shoulders. She gently rubbed her shoulders. I've been cleaning all day, my arms are sore. There isn't a single spot that doesn't ache. Idelle praised her from the side. You've done a really great job, Daisy. Idelle asked softly, are we expecting guests? Why the sudden thorough cleaning? Daisy answered quickly, this mansion never receives guests. It's probably just the housekeeper's mood. She couldn't help but be surprised. She paused to think. Now that you mention it, I've been here for a month and haven't seen a single visitor. Count Crisis is a noble close to the Emperor, yet no guests visit the mansion. Loslow's stern face suddenly appeared in her mind. It's probably because of the bad rumors about the Count. She recalled her initial prejudice, somewhat lost in thought. My first impression wasn't good either. Idelle gently stroked her hand, feeling the shift in her thoughts. Even so, his kindness to me, seeing his actions, I don't think he's a bad person. Thanks to that, I'm able to live here. Daisy's voice interrupted her thoughts. Although there are no guests, sometimes we do this for the young lady. Idelle was startled. Huh? What? She smiled and handed her a piece of warm bread. It's Count Crisis's sister, Miss Linnea. You've heard of her, right? Eat your bread. Idelle flusteredly took the bread. I heard many people quit because of the young lady. Daisy replied, that's right. The days when the young lady gets angry are truly terrifying. She's never worked a day in her life, so I don't understand why she's so particular about her work. She listened in surprise. Is that so? She recounted, I heard the Count made a lot of money since he was young. Daisy stuffed a piece of bread in her mouth and continued the story. Thanks to that, even though she was born a commoner, she never went hungry. That's the story. She chewed her bread and said in a frustrated tone, really, if he struggled to become a noble, she should live well and be grateful. I just don't understand why she's so childish. Complex thoughts arose in Idelle's mind. The Crisis siblings who became nobles overnight, and me, who fell from nobility to become a maid. It feels like everything has been turned upside down. She remembered her initial difficulties. It was in this mansion that I first learned to do laundry. Before learning, I knew nothing. Idelle realized the difficulties of the Loslow siblings. Perhaps it's their first time being in such a high position. Perhaps they don't know how to live as nobles. She assessed the differences. The house of Count Crisis, though close to the Emperor, is not elegant but rather eccentric. The Count himself doesn't seem to care about managing the household, while the only young lady is focused on the servants' affairs. They aren't strange, they just don't know what to do. Idelle thought about Marcia and Mina with confusion. What's even stranger is that there's no formal butler in the mansion, so the power has fallen into the hands of the head housekeeper. She stopped thinking and spoke. Daisy, Idelle asked to confirm her suspicion. Do the maids really quit because of the young lady? She covered her mouth and shook her head. No, many quit because of the head maid. But if you put the blame on the young lady, the Count will write them a very good letter of recommendation. Loslow's serious face appeared in her mind. His amber eyes were firm when talking about the recommendation letter. Thank you for your hard work. Daisy praised him generously. He looks very serious, but he's actually a kind person. Idelle admitted to herself. That's right. His appearance appearance is a bit intimidating, but he's a good person. She looked up, lost in her own thoughts. But there are indeed too many problems. Even so, the Crisis family is still a rising noble house, not a fallen one. Idelle silently began a secret calculation in her mind. With the solid power granted by Emperor Marcus Tuberin, a trusted man like Count Crisis also needs to take on his proper role. She couldn't help but worry for Loslow. In that case, Count, it would be best to quickly find a reliable partner, for example, through marriage. Idelle fell into deep thought. She muttered to herself, in noble society, marriage is an effective means of survival. Hasn't the Emperor introduced him to any suitable candidates? Daisy urged, you should eat too. She nodded, all right. Idelle prayed silently, her gaze deep. Whoever becomes the Countess, I hope she will be someone who can understand me. The next day, on a quiet morning, Idelle stood straight, maintaining proper etiquette. A sarcastic voice was heard. How interesting. Linnea elegantly crossed her legs, her hand lightly touching the armrest. The girl asked, her voice full of authority. You are Idelle Lancaster? Idelle sighed inwardly. This pair of siblings always summons people so suddenly. She looked at the girl before her, Miss Linnea Crisis, Loslow's sister. She lowered her head, but she looked nothing like her brother. Idelle replied, for now, I am just Idelle. The Lancaster family no longer exists. Linnea cut her off, I know. She was surprised to realize the girl's attitude. Is she angry? Idelle stood facing Linnea, speculating quietly. By the way, I don't know how old she is, maybe in her late teens, but she didn't exude any pressure. The girl raised a hand to cover her mouth, making it difficult to answer. The Duke of Lancaster was a 60-year-old man, right? How could you marry someone like that? Were you that desperate to become a duchess? Idelle answered slowly. Unfortunately, my marriage was not my choice to make. I had to do whatever my father told me to. Linnea said in surprise, oh, how disgusting. How could a father do something like that? She lowered her head, thinking bitterly to herself. Truly, something even a little girl knows. Why didn't my father realize it? Linnea wasn't finished. The girl continued to question, hey, how could you live with an old man like that? Idelle looked up. She answered bluntly, he had a long-term mistress, so he never shared a room with me. The girl was shocked. A mistress? Idelle continued, that person also managed the Duke's rebellion funds, so she must have died with him. Linnea was taken aback by this heavy information. What? The girl frowned slightly and stammered. Then Linnea looked at her, still with her head bowed, and asked in confusion, what were you in that house? Idelle's gaze became lost in thought. She began to remember. Once upon a time, she remembered her life's goal. I also longed to prove my worth. Idelle was immersed in broken memories. I believed that if I worked hard and fulfilled my duties in my assigned position, I would become a part of it. She thought. But Idelle answered Linnea's question. I was just a decoration to present a perfect family to outsiders, while also taking on the chores no one else wanted to do. She blamed herself bitterly. Stupid Idelle. Idelle felt extremely dejected. Looking back, it was such a foolish life. Linnea suddenly snapped, the girl feeling extremely uncomfortable. What is it? Why are you smiling like that? The girl asked in a suspicious tone. You're looking down on me too, aren't you? Idelle paused, huh? Linnea's hands gripped the armrest tightly. The girl suddenly stood up, her face flushed, and shouted, you're just a slave now. What are you smiling about? Are you thinking how a commoner like me can act like the lady of Count's house? You still think you're the perfect wife, huh? Idelle was bewildered by the overreaction. Why are you suddenly so angry? Did I say something wrong to offend you? If you would tell me what I did wrong. Linnea clenched her fists and shouted excitedly, You're looking down on me. The girl's eyes turned fierce. The girl commanded through gritted teeth. Kneel at once. Seeing Idelle still standing, Linnea continued to shout, why are you standing there looking at your master like that? Idelle quietly lowered her head. She gently gathered her skirt. I apologize. Linnea was startled, her eyes widening as she looked down. She slowly knelt on the ground, her voice soft, since you did not command me to lower myself. I thought I should remain standing. Linnea was confused. The girl asked, trembling, what is this? Don't you have any pride? Linnea roared in anger. You were once a duchess, and now you're doing this in front of the Count's sister. Idelle replied calmly, I am no longer a duchess. A bitter thought formed in her mind. The pride of a noble, how meaningless it is. Idelle spoke in a steady tone, confirming the clear master-servant position. You are my master. My needs are not so precious. She wondered, is pride or honor worth it? Idelle remained silent. She accepted the fact. My world has been completely turned upside down. Linnea watched her silently, her body trembling with rage. How dare you talk back? Do you think I don't know what you nobles are like? Linnea roared. You people only know how to summon others and then laugh at them. You're all liars. Do you know who is protecting your lives? Idelle listened quietly, still bowing her head. The girl continued, my brother trained mercenaries like stray dogs and won the war, didn't he? But why? A belated sense of empathy arose in Idelle's heart. I see. Miss Linnea sees the shadow of other nobles in me. Linnea squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, get out of my room at once. I don't want to see you for another second. Idelle thought, the center of the social circle I left, this girl is standing there now. She quietly left the room. Immediately after, Idelle gently lifted her head, her heart heavy. She could have been just as free and lovely. She looked up and whispered softly. For some reason, she reminds me of her. Come to think of it, even their names are similar. A memory flashed through Idelle's mind, a helpless voice ringing out, I can't take it anymore, Idelle. I can't endure it any longer. Idelle tried to comfort her. Once you're married, things will get better. Just endure a little longer. The girl shook off her hand and said loudly no. Idelle watched in shock at her sister's fierce resistance. The girl was trembling, unable to speak. The girl sobbed, choking, I'm not like you. You can endure it, but I've had enough. The girl clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face. I have no reason to live anymore. Idelle had hastily chased after that small figure. My sister is no longer by my side. She looked helplessly at her sister, Lynn Canyon. Idelle recalled what she knew of her family situation. The history of the Count Canyon family was long and storied. A fragment of memory about her great-grandfather appeared. My great-grandfather was a gambler who won a piece of land. A sapphire mine was discovered on that land. He went from a pauper to being extremely wealthy and presented a large amount of gold to the royal family. She thought of the ironic, noble title. The royal family at the time was facing a financial crisis and granted the title of Count in return. Thus, the House of Count Canyon was born, but it had the appearance of a nouveau riche with no class or honor. A loud shout was heard, accompanied by the warning sound of a cane cutting through the air. Lynn Canyon. Have you memorized who and where the four great families are? Lynn answered, yes, father. Duke Lancaster and Count Barrington. Dustin shouted, the sound of the cane warningly striking. Wrong? This stupid girl. Lynn Canyon, 10 years old. The girl squeezed her eyes shut in fear. He called out, Idelle. Idelle, you answer for her. She replied politely, yes, father. Idelle Canyon, 12 years old. The remaining families are Duke Barrington, Marquis Tolane, and Marquis Windblair. Dustin turned, satisfied, placing the cane behind his back. That's right, the correct answer. Those four families are powers that even the royal family must be wary of. Therefore, you must never forget. He glared at his two daughters. Dustin pointed the cane at the two girls, warning sternly, no one is to look down on the Canyon family. You must remember, one of you must marry into one of those families. He slammed the cane heavily on the table to emphasize his command. Understood? Idelle and Lynn could only reply softly in resignation. Yes, father. The girl followed Idelle and asked in a small voice, Sister Idelle, when I turn 12, will I be like you? Lynn was worried about her inadequacy. I think I'm really stupid. She was surprised. Why would you say that, Lynn? You're not stupid at all. The girl lowered her head, tears in her eyes, but father said so just now. Idelle spoke softly. She approached Lynn to comfort her. Father always speaks harshly. What father meant was that he wants you to try harder, not that he really thinks that. The girl replied, really? Idelle took Lynn's hand to distract her. That's enough, Lynn. She pulled the girl closer to comfort her. Don't be sad anymore. Let's go downstairs for cookies. I'll give you my share. The girl looked up and squeezed her hand. Sister Idelle. Idelle raised her hand and caressed Lynn's cheek. After we eat, we'll study together. I'll help you, so don't worry. Lynn's face suddenly brightened. Lynn walked beside her and whispered, yes, I agree with you. Everything will be all right. The housekeeper in the kitchen said irritably, go back to your room, Miss Lynn. No more snacks starting from today. Idelle moved softly to avoid making sound. Footsteps were heard from upstairs. She keenly recognized them as Marcia's, the head maid's footsteps. It seemed she just went up to the second floor. Idelle carefully hid herself to avoid being seen. It's the Count's office hours now, so the room will be empty. Thank goodness, no one is here. After she left, she also moved quickly. Idelle quickly entered the Count's room. Although it's a bit risky, taking direct action is still the fastest way. A flash of apology appeared in her eyes. I'm sorry, Count, for sneaking in. Idelle rummaged through the documents in the room. Found it. This is a purchase receipt from Bobek's store. Top-grade potatoes, 20 kilograms, 225 ling ton. Top-grade carrots, 10 kilograms, 105 ling ton. Top-grade tomatoes, 1 kilogram, 120 ling ton. This information made her pensive. Top grade? Even though the vegetables delivered are of poor quality, the price for each is very high. A total of 2038 ling ton has been paid in full. Alan Bobek's. Idelle keenly realized the problem. She's taking advantage of the fact that no one in the mansion can tell the quality of vegetables. She began to think about investigating further. So she's embezzling the food budget. Where would the records of this corruption be? Idelle quietly left the room. Someone like that would definitely keep records because they are too greedy to miss a single penny. She planned to investigate this further. Besides the ingredients, she must have her hands in other things as well. Where's the head maid's room? If I secretly follow her again now. Just as she was leaving, a voice called out to Idelle from behind. Who's there? The voice made her freeze. The person who called her was a red-haired girl. That person was Linnea. The girl said again, Idelle. Is that you? Linnea continued to press. I heard you were transferred to the kitchen. What are you doing on the second floor? Idelle thought anxiously. What should I do? She turned around, deciding to speak up before it was too late. I have to say something. Idelle said, hello, milady. The girl didn't have time to react to her greeting. Hello? No, I'm asking what you're doing here. Idelle replied. She hesitated, stammering. Actually, Idelle gathered her thoughts. Now, I just need to say what's necessary. Then she began to lie. I was worried about you, milady. The answer surprised Linnea. Worried about me? You. Idelle clutched her skirt, looking distressed. I heard that you were punished by the Count last time, milady. I was worried if you were all right. She clasped her hands together and said with concern, it was a helpless situation back then. Idelle looked directly at the girl. You must have been scared too, milady. Isn't that right? She recalled the last time. I still remember her trembling hands then. If I don't say it now, I'll never get another chance. These questions comforted Linnea. Yes, I'm fine. But did you go and beg my brother? To shorten the time I was grounded. Idelle paused, thinking for a moment. She continued to explain clearly. I just mentioned it in case, and he agreed, right? Hearing this, the girl said in a reproachful tone, you're truly fearless. This is the first time anyone has dared to make such a request to my brother. Idelle offered some comforting words to Linnea. I'm sure he understands that you meant no harm, milady. Thank goodness, that's a relief. Hearing this, the girl jumped up in protest. That's because you don't know my brother well enough, Idelle. The girl began to complain and blame. He only scolds me. She sighed, oh, heavens. Linnea waved her hand to regain her composure. No, that's not what I wanted to talk about. The girl's words surprised Idelle. Thank you. After saying it, Linnea turned her face away, blushing. Idelle began, milady, but the girl cut her off. But there's something I want to say. Do you know Countess Emerson? She quickly replied, I do, but has something happened? Linnea said, the situation is that I attended a party she hosted, and now I've received a second invitation. At this, the girl asked hopefully, so this means she was impressed with me, right? Seeing Idelle didn't answer, Linnea asked again, what do you think, Idelle? Meanwhile, in Camille's castle, the red-haired girl exclaimed at the magnificent view of the castle. The decorations for the party this year are really amazing, Camille. I don't understand how they came up with this arrangement. The black-haired girl, standing beside her, replied calmly, thank you for the compliment, Angela. But I prepared something even more impressive, so just you wait. This black-haired girl was none other than Countess Camille Emerson. She asked, do you know Linnea Crisis? She was also invited. The red-haired girl, Angela Bliss, was a distant relative of Camille's. She confirmed, is she the sister of that count who came from a mercenary background? Camille replied in a calculating tone, yes, that's right. She'll add more fun to my party. Meanwhile, on Linnea's side, the girl was still expressing her thoughts. I mean, Linnea said with an expectant look, can I become friends with her? Linnea Crisis, the girl who is isolated in the noble social circle. Right now, she must need a friend to rely on. I understand that feeling. Idelle took a step closer to Linnea. If it's a matter like that, please observe first, at least until the third invitation. The time up to the second meeting is usually a process for both parties to get to know each other. The girl paused at these words. Ah, is that so? Linnea turned her face away in embarrassment. It's a good thing I asked you. I almost got carried away and acted too familiar. The girl glanced at her. Actually, going by those words, I've only met Idelle 3 times myself. Linnea thought for a moment. What does she think of me now? Idelle tilted her head and smiled slightly. Miss Linnea, she explained gently, true friendship takes time to cultivate carefully. If you encounter that fated connection, you will gradually realize it in the most natural way. The girl was stunned. Time and fate. Linnea clasped her own hands and said with a smile, That's right, isn't it? The girl admired silently. I have that kind of fate. Linnea finally understood many things. All right, I'm leaving now, Idelle. As she left, the servants greeted her. Are you leaving now, Miss Linnea? Please take care. Linnea walked straight to the main gate and boarded her carriage. It wasn't until the wheels creaked and began to move that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Let's go inside. The maids gossiped among themselves. With both the young lady and the head maid gone today, I can relax a bit. I wish it were always like this. But when she comes back, she'll definitely get angry and throw a tantrum. In that case, it's better if she doesn't go to the party at all. Idelle listened to these words quietly while washing the dishes. You should be a little more careful with your words. She was only thinking about Linnea. I wonder if Milady's makeup was done well today. Idelle ignored the whispers behind her. Shortly before the tea party, Milady knew to dress up when necessary. But I'm still wondering what today's dress was like. She took a deep breath and told herself, maybe next time I should tactfully mention the attire, so Milady doesn't wear that dress like last time. Idelle wiped the edge of the plate clean, feeling a little uneasy. I hope Milady returns safely without any incidents. The carriage suddenly sped back to the mansion like the wind. Marcia pushed open the door and shouted, Someone quickly! A maid was disgruntled. What can we do even if we go? She urged. I don't know either, but I'll be scolded if I don't go, so I have to. Mina came running in a panic. Meanwhile, sorry for being late, Milady. Linnea suddenly flew into a rage and smashed a porcelain vase. Hey, the girl shouted, holding an iron rod. Who left this here? Linnea couldn't stand the sight of the messy floor. It's already March, and you haven't taken down the winter decorations. What will people say when they see this? When are you going to hire a gardener? The girl yelled at Marcia. Other people's flowers are all blooming beautifully. Marcia knelt in fear. I'm in the process of finding a suitable person. Milady, Marcia pleaded, please calm down. Linnea seemed even angrier. Can't you do anything when I'm not here? The blonde maid cleaned up the broken porcelain shards in disgust. What's wrong, Mina? Due to her status as a servant, Mina couldn't stand up to the girl. In the end, she just went and compared herself to other families, then came back to scold us, right? So annoying. Linnea went into her room and slammed the door, making her jump. Oh my goodness. The girl immediately stepped forward and said loudly, Anyway, someone has to go clean Milady's room. Who dares to go in? Why me? The head maid is missing. The space suddenly fell silent, without even a loud breath. Mina quickly broke the tense atmosphere. What's this? No one. Should I just pick someone at random? Idelle raised her hand voluntarily. No, let me go. She pushed open the door and immediately saw broken items scattered all over the floor. Idelle wrapped the red cloth from the floor around herself. She quietly cleaned up the mess the girl had left. Linnea sat at her vanity, her head bowed. Tomorrow I have to go and brighten up that place too. This is really too much. The girl's eyes filled with tears. They look down on me and laugh at me, but they won't tease me directly to my face. So I can't argue back, and I feel like it's my fault. But most of all, I hate myself for not being able to say a single word to them. Linnea covered her face and sobbed. Idelle must be tired of me too. How stupid. Idelle came over and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Miss Linnea, she asked with concern, you must be very tired? Linnea burst into tears as if a weight had been lifted. Yes. The girl no longer hid her feelings from Idelle. I'm so tired. Idelle, still concerned about her well-being, said to Linnea, Milady, take a bath and rest first. The girl replied, I don't want to go. Linnea lamented. After I take a bath and wake up, I'll have to go again. Why do they have to hold a party for 3 days straight? Idelle gently took her hand. If you don't go, people will gossip. She gently advised Linnea. If you use the excuse of being sick, no one will believe you. Even if you're tired, you still have to go and pretend nothing happened. The girl was utterly bewildered. Why do I have to endure it to that extent? Looking at her red, swollen feet, Idelle asked Linnea, "Then what about you? Why haven't you refused any invitations until now, but accepted them all?" The reason she still went back to the parties, even though she always had to endure humiliation, crying, and complaining. Linnea confessed painfully to Idelle, "If I refuse, I'm afraid my brother will take the blame for me." The girl showed a look of self-pity. "But even if I attend, I still get scolded. Even though I tell myself it will be fine next time, once I'm looked down on and scolded, I mess everything up. What should I do now?" She used her own experience to help Linnea. "First, you need to restore your reputation to what it was before." The girl was confused. "How do I do that?" Idelle said calmly, "It's not difficult." She held Linnea's hand sincerely. "I will show you how from now on. First, take a hot bath, and then we'll talk about what to do." In a glittering mansion, Camille's crisp voice rang out, "Angela." She regained her composure and asked, "Angela, what was it like to see it with your own eyes?" "I'm talking about Linnea Crisis. It's only thanks to the money her mercenary brother earned that she gets to live like a noble." She followed with a laugh. Just as Camille said, it was a comical sight. Camille raised an eyebrow disdainfully. "That's right. The whole point of inviting her to the party was because of her. I have to make her see sooner rather than later that she doesn't belong in noble society." Angela had a question. But if Count Crisis cares about his sister, would he stand by and do nothing? Would he let her appear in that state again? She folded her fan. "Just wait and see, Angela." That girl was thoroughly humiliated today. Camille leisurely pushed over a glass of red wine. "Tomorrow and the day after, she will also shine brightly at my party." The red wine spilled, as if arranged for a perfect setup. Linnea Crisis. Linnea was now soaking in warm water. She watched indifferently as the wine glass shattered into pieces. "She's just a toy at my party." Linnea's carriage slowly entered the mansion gates. The greenery of high society always stood out, accompanied by pristine greenhouses. A servant in a suit carefully helped the girl out of the carriage. He said politely, "Welcome, Miss Crisis." Linnea crossed the threshold, facing an environment she had yet to get used to. "It's okay, Linnea Crisis. Take a deep breath and go in. As long as I act normal today, I'll definitely do better than yesterday." Her appearance drew fleeting glances from the noble guests. Linnea walked past them and went straight to a large table. She sat down gently on a chair. As naturally as possible, Linnea comforted herself. "Thank goodness, I'm sitting in a safe spot and nothing has happened." She trusted Idelle's advice. "Stay calm as usual, and even if someone criticizes or tries to talk to me, just ignore them. The most respectable person I know has already helped me." Linnea remembered what she had told her. "When you go to the party, just focus on her. Don't show that you're still bothered by what happened today. Just nod slightly when you hear someone speak. Be a little cold towards others' gazes. Don't talk too much." The girl looked much more relaxed than last time, as expected of Idelle. "All right, let's try some tea." The rose tea gave off a fragrant aroma on the shiny porcelain saucer. Melodious music signaled the start of the high society ball, but all their eyes were on Linnea. The girl calmly sipped her hot tea. "It's okay, that's enough." Linnea suddenly realized how to enjoy it. Sipping it slowly, "I realized I never knew what good tea was like before." The girl looked around. "Although those stairs are uncomfortable, I have to endure them." Linnea suddenly chuckled lightly. "It seems I'm not completely foolish after all. I just have to try and endure until late at night, then go home." Camille found it a bit strange. "What's going on? Why is she smiling like that?" A call came from behind. "Miss Crisis." Linnea stood up and turned her head. "Yes." The girl thought, "What are these ladies doing? Did I make a mistake again?" Loslow said gently, "This dress suits you very well today." Linnea, not used to being complimented, was a little flustered. "Thank you." She smiled. The necklace was also chosen very cleverly. Bruhan chimed in happily. "These days, girls think wearing a lot of jewelry is beautiful, but in reality, what's important is to enhance yourself." Loslow nodded. "That's right. You should thank the person who helped you dress today." "Well, we're getting ready to leave, so let's go say our goodbyes together." The girl replied softly, "All right." Linnea rejoiced inwardly. "I got complimented." Camille spotted them and greeted them warmly. "Oh, Lady Loslow. Ah, Lady Bruhan is here too. Are you enjoying yourselves?" Loslow smiled regretfully. "The party is fun, but we're planning to head home now. Old folks can't take up too much time." She said politely, "Oh dear, don't say that. Please stay a little longer." The servants will be bringing out champagne soon. Miss Crisis, Linnea curved her lips into a tentative smile. I also request permission to leave first. If I stay too late, my brother will surely scold me. Camille's face stiffened. Isn't the party fun? The girl gave a meaningful reply. Of course not. It's been very interesting since yesterday. She was taken aback, frozen like a statue. After a moment, Camille bid a polite farewell. Well then, see you tomorrow. Both Licio and Bruhen laughed at Linnea's actions. Bruhen even praised, not bad, Miss Crisis. You even landed another blow on Camille Emerson. The girl was still stunned, not fully understanding the situation. A blow? She added, that person insists on making innocent people look like fools. I feel uncomfortable every time I attend a party, but I can't say anything. Bruhan encouraged Linnea's behavior. From now on, just act like you did just now and speak your mind clearly. The girl blushed shyly, thinking, I just blurted out what came to mind, but it seems she heard it as a noble-style comeback. A warning, I see. Bruhan and Licio left. Goodbye then, Miss Crisis. Linnea replied politely. Goodbye to you both. A gentle breeze blew by, rustling the girl's hair. Linnea recalled a few days ago. Milady, who chose this dress and necklace? At that time, she was still sleepy-eyed and turned her face to answer Idelle. I chose them. I bought both. Is there something strange about it? She praised. Not at all. It's very simple and elegant, and it suits you well. Hearing this, Linnea found it incredible. Elegant? Isn't it just stiff and artificial? Idelle denied in confusion. No, if you wear this outfit with confidence, you will be more elegant than anyone. The girl was surprised by the compliment. This is the first time I've heard something like that. Linnea had long been convinced by Marcia's ideas. Marcia said I was too young, so I didn't know how to choose clothes. If I did everything my own way, I would be looked down upon by noble society. Marcia also said that if I let her handle everything, she would turn me into a properly styled noble lady. Idelle refuted that idea and encouraged the girl. She's wrong. Your taste is much better, and this style helps you show off your strengths. Linnea was still a little doubtful. Does even someone like me have strengths? She smiled gently and affirmed, of course. Idelle patiently continued to encourage her. Look in the mirror, milady. If you know how to identify and present your strengths like this, you can always win. The girl thought about what she had said before. Idelle's words were so right. Trusting Idelle was the right decision. In the evening, Linnea kept urging, Brother, hurry up. Loslow complained, Don't rush me like that. It's late, and you're still making people run around. Idelle said in confusion, Huh. He called me. He saw her and began somewhat shyly. I almost forgot. I am sorry, Idelle. Starting tomorrow, you will be her personal maid. The decision made Idelle doubtful. Hummy. The girl affirmed, That's right. Loslow also added, Come to think of it, there's no one more suitable in this mansion than you. Linnea said more loudly, That's right. Why didn't I think of it sooner? He politely took responsibility for his mistake. First, I'm sorry for calling you over so late. It's just that this child kept rushing me. The girl blamed him angrily. Brother, how can you say that? Linnea started to deny it. I was fine then. During that time, Loslow smiled gently and said, Anyway, he reminded her, with a hint of a joke, If you cause trouble again, don't blame me, Lynn. This made the girl even more sullen. Please, I'm not a child anymore. Watching the siblings joke around, Idelle thought, Lynn. She repeated it silently in her heart. So that's her affectionate nickname, too. I understand now. Idelle looked at the two of them and said to herself, Count Crisis's sister, Lynn Crisis, will grow up lovely and free in this mansion. She clenched her trembling hands. My dear sister, Lynn Canyon, can I stay by Lynn's side and help her? Idelle promised herself. This time, I won't let myself have any regrets. At this moment, she felt Lynn's shadow approaching her. Idelle gently turned her head to look at the shadow. She thought of the image of the siblings again. Although they are still clumsy, this brother and sister genuinely care for each other. Idelle said to herself, They must have lived relying on each other since they were young, just like Lynn and I. She remembered her own past situation. Lynn and I had brothers too, but we never really talked. Idelle recalled memories of being with her brothers as a child. From our lifestyles to the smallest things, we were so different, almost like strangers. The family portrait, with only her and Lynn missing. Idelle asked herself, why was it like that? Her mind was filled with questions, because they thought we would be separated after marriage anyway. William's scolding was still deeply etched in Idelle's mind. Hey, you selfish thing! If you had just endured a little, everyone would have been happy. Why couldn't you endure it? She understood, because Lynn and I were not the sons who would inherit the family business. The harsh words of her two brothers still echoed. Now that even Lynn, who could have married in your place, is gone, how long do you think you can be stubborn? Hurry up and say you'll marry the Duke of Lancaster. Idelle reminded herself. Now there's really no relationship between us anymore. Loslow's voice pulled her back to reality. Idelle, you will also move to the room next to Linnea's, and your salary will be increased. Linnea interrupted, wanting to confirm her meaning. Since it's late, I'll show you the room tomorrow. You won't be uncomfortable, will you? Idelle paused, not having time to answer. He was also concerned about her opinion. Right, I don't want to force you to do it either. Idelle smiled gently, thinking, the Crisis mansion, the place where I will live from now on. She replied, while also promising herself, if you'll allow me, I will do my best. I look forward to your help, Loslow encouraged. Don't push yourself too hard. Just do what you can. The girl interrupted. Be quiet, brother. Idelle felt a secret satisfaction with everything she had in this moment. Now I'm no longer a Lancaster or a Canyon, just Idelle. I will protect happy moments like today. The next day, the tranquil morning scene at the Crisis mansion. Whispers began to emerge. Miss Linnea is really beautiful, isn't she? That's right. Yesterday, too. I didn't expect her to change so much with just a little makeup. Despite Marcia's displeased expression, the compliments continued. Maybe that's why she was gentler than usual yesterday. That's right. It was really surprising. All the servants gathered around Idelle. As expected, Idelle has had a good influence on her. They continued to shower her with praise. I had a good impression of Idelle from the very beginning. As for the head maid, me too, actually. Loslow also didn't spare his praise. Indeed, you've made Linnea look different than usual. Idelle replied modestly. Milady chose all the necessary things herself. I only helped a little. Linnea had already left by this time. I'm leaving. Today is the last day of the party. Not only that, but he also said, as for you, you also look much better than before. The compliment surprised her, and she didn't have time to react. Idelle answered that sentence briefly. Yes. His mood had improved now. I'll feel more at ease going to see Countess Celestine now. For some reason, it feels like she's shining even more brightly. Seeing that Loslow said nothing more, Idelle took the initiative to call the Count. Her voice startled him up. That's right. Loslow returned to the topic seriously. There's nowhere to sit, is there? About yesterday, I haven't finished. Idelle indicated she was listening. Yes, please go on. I don't mind standing. He said to himself in disappointment. I need to add a sofa and a table to the office. Loslow expressed his meaning sincerely. You helped my sister, so I want to thank you personally. But she refused seriously. I didn't do this to get a reward. My promotion is already too great a reward, he said with understanding. It must not be easy to put up with that mischievous child. Idelle hesitated, unable to answer. Seeing Loslow persuade her firmly. So, just accept it. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Compared to everything you've done for us, this is just a small thing. Loslow recalled how Linnea had pleaded resolutely the day before. Please let Idelle stay by my side. He didn't understand her behavior. Linnea, you didn't. You just went to a party. Why are you suddenly saying this? Linnea explained, I just went to the party, just as Idelle prepared me. The girl showed off the outfit to him. Look, isn't it great? Everyone complimented me and said, it suits me well too. Linnea told Loslow happily. This is the first time I've come back without being disgraced. This sentence stunned him. The first time without being disgraced. Loslow keenly sensed the problem. So that means you've always felt embarrassed before. He remembered his childhood memories. She was a frank and cheerful child since she was little. I believed that even in the unfamiliar, noble society, she would surely overcome it well. Loslow began to feel self-reproach. I trusted in that and didn't help. Just let her be. He began to regret those actions. Perhaps because of this, at some point, we became so distant that we could no longer go back. Loslow expressed his gratitude to Idelle sincerely. Therefore, you are my benefactor. He handed her a blank check. I want you to accept this blank check as a token of my gratitude. Idelle was surprised by the gift. A blank check, Loslow said shyly. I thought a gift I chose might not suit you, so I thought this would be better. Looking at the check in her hand, she felt very awkward. I can't accept this. Besides, I have nowhere to use it. He was very confused by this refusal. Why is there nowhere to use it? Go out and buy clothes or jewelry you like. Idelle explained, I'm not supposed to leave the mansion in the first place. This answer stunned Loslow. What? He looked very puzzled. Can't go out. Loslow was shocked by her idea. Do you think you're being held captive like a prisoner? You're not a slave in this house. Idelle nervously tried to explain, but he cut her off. What did I say when I brought you here? She answered Loslow's question. You intended to employ me as a maid. He continued. You remember that clearly, huh? Loslow kept questioning Idelle. Your monthly salary is also paid the same as the other maids, right? Didn't you receive it? She waved her hand shyly. No, I received my full monthly salary. He said generously to Idelle. Then there's no reason for you to confine yourself to this mansion, right? She was persuaded by these words. Yes. Idelle blushed and repeated, yes, that's right. Looking at her expression, Loslow smiled. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you have your relaxed moments too, just like when you helped Linnea. He cherished Idelle's presence. I understand how difficult it is to take care of Linnea tactfully. Now I also realize that my family really needs someone like her. You're like an angel who has descended. Yes, I came to save the Crisis family. Loslow thought, could she really be an angel? Ah, Idelle's face turned even redder. She cleared her throat and said shyly, thank you, but if possible, I would like to receive something else instead of money. He was surprised, but still replied, all right. Idelle clasped her hands together as if making an important request. She voiced the wish from her heart. Please believe that my words are not lies. Loslow agreed immediately without hesitation. All right, I believe you, so feel free to say whatever you want. Idelle explained clearly. What I just said is my request, although not right now, she expressed with determination in her eyes, but please always believe my words. He didn't ask any questions either, but trusted her and replied, all right, I will definitely do that. Night fell on the Crisis mansion. Linnea's cheerful voice rang out, look, Idelle, I received another party invitation. Idelle was also happy for her. Congratulations, milady. The girl said excitedly. This is all thanks to Idelle today. That was really fun. Linnea's words made her happy too. As she left, the girl turned and said, the room next to mine has been cleaned, so you just need to move your things in. Thank you. I'll start tomorrow, Idelle replied. See you tomorrow, then. Linnea hummed happily as she walked to her room. The moment she stepped inside, a mysterious hand blocked the door. Linnea jumped, screaming as she turned to see who was behind her. What was that? Who is it? Marcia blocked the door with both hands, calling out softly, milady. Holding a jar of medicine, she spoke to the girl with a terrifying expression. You must have had a hard time today, without Marcia to do your makeup. That is my job, but you can rest easy now. Marcia pointed to the jar. I've found some new flower pollen. With this, you'll be even more beautiful than with those things of Idelle's. Angrily, Linnea knocked the jar to the ground. What is this? I don't need that stuff. Just let me be. Or do you really think I'm an idiot? I know what kind of makeup that is now. A young lady would be criticized for using it. She desperately defended herself. No, that's not what I meant at all. Maids from other mansions suggested I buy it, because their mistresses use it too. The girl shouted, I don't want to hear it. Get out of my room before I lose my temper. Marcia left the room, filled with resentment. Idelle, it's all because of that, Idelle. Do you think everything would just end like this? She slowly turned and left. Marcia walked down a dim hallway. Well, I, Marcia Bowen, just sit back and do nothing? Just you wait, Idelle Lancaster. I will survive this. A few days later, in a mansion, Idelle's voice could be heard. Are you really going that far away? Really far. Daisy's eyes welled up as she looked at her like a puppy. Idelle gave a helpless smile. You make it sound like I'm going to disappear. Oh, goodness. She hugged the box tighter and cried harder. The main building is so far away. You won't be able to do my hair anymore, and we can't gossip together. That's right, and we can't have snacks together at night anymore. A sense of happiness welled up inside Idelle. Though she felt bad for Daisy, seeing how much she would be missed made Idelle genuinely happy. Daisy stopped sobbing, relieved and happy for Idelle. In any case, I'm so happy you get to move into such a nice room. She bent down to her. Thank you, Daisy. I feel a bit guilty living in such a nice room all by myself. Daisy quickly shook her head in protest. Why should you feel guilty? You're the lady's personal maid, so of course you should have a nice room. Even Mina, who doesn't have any special position, lives in a nice room. Idelle was surprised. Mina? Daisy explained further. They assign the good rooms based on which maids are in favor. According to Celia, it's called the room ranking. My room and yours Idelle were practically at the bottom of the list. Hearing this, she couldn't help but think that it was precisely because the hierarchy was so rigid that there was no shortage of sycophants. Idelle made a mental note to use this fact as evidence later. Daisy suddenly turned to her excitedly. "Oh, by the way, Idelle, I have a question." Idelle answered at once. "What is it, Daisy?" She couldn't hide her excitement. "How are you going to decorate your room? Hanging small portraits is trendy these days. I heard there's a street full of artists that's really popular." An idea suddenly sparked in Idelle's mind. Decorating the room. Come to think of it, she had never considered such a thing. She had always just lived in whatever space she was given. At that thought, Idelle smiled gently at Daisy. "Then let's go to that street together on our next day off. We can go shopping and eat delicious food." Of course, if Daisy is okay with it. Before she could finish, Daisy excitedly raised her hand. "Yes, that would be wonderful. I want to go." Idelle laughed, charmed by Daisy's cuteness. "Thank you, Daisy." Daisy replied quickly. "I should be the one thanking you." After that, Idelle moved into the main building. "I hope our day off comes soon. I'm so glad Daisy is this happy, and it's been a while since I went out with a friend. I've also become closer to the young lady. It would be wonderful if every day could be like this." Early in the morning, Linnea's voice came from her room. "Oh dear." The girl was rummaging through her jewelry box. "Where did it go?" Seeing this, Idelle asked, "What are you looking for, Linnea?" While still searching, Linnea answered her, "My pearl hairpin. I wanted to wear it today, but I can't find it anywhere." Idelle couldn't help but wonder, if it's that one, isn't it in the black box that's just for pearls? The girl replied as she searched, "It should be, but it's not there now. Maybe I misplaced it." Idelle approached the jewelry box. "Perhaps. Let me check if it got mixed in with another box." Linnea turned her head to look at her. "Thank you." Idelle opened the jewelry boxes one by one, inspecting the contents carefully. As she looked at the jewels inside, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Idelle then asked Linnea, "Why are several of the boxes empty?" Upon hearing this, the girl immediately realized, "I thought it was just my imagination. Those pairs of earrings and that gold necklace should be here too." Linnea lowered her head, her voice growing heavy. "If it were just a single hairpin, I might have dropped it somewhere. But in this case, it's clear someone has stolen my jewelry. Summon everyone here at once." Shortly after, all the maids were gathered in the great hall. Idelle led the way, saying respectfully to the girl, "This way, please, Lady Linnea." Another voice suddenly interjected. Marcia, smugly taking credit, announced, "As you commanded, milady, I, Marcia, have gathered all the servants. I heard there was a thief in your room. Is that right? Let us all cooperate to catch the criminal." Linnea began her questioning. "Who are the people who enter and leave my room most frequently?" Marcia answered immediately, "These 3 maids clean it in rotation. Other than them," she added with a meaningful smile, "only Marcia and Idelle have been present." Linnea rubbed her forehead and commanded, "Search those maids' rooms thoroughly right now. Marcia, your room is no exception. Take several people with you." Not only did Marcia agree cheerfully, she even added a suggestion. "I understand. Perhaps close friends helped each other hide the items, so we should search all the other maids' rooms too." With that, Marcia immediately sprang into action. "Quick with me." Watching the crowd disperse, Idelle whispered to Linnea, "Milady, even if we search all the rooms, we might not find it, and we don't know." The girl crossed her arms, her expression cool. "I know. If it was stolen, they would have hurried to sell off. I'm considering other possibilities as well." Though the items weren't terribly expensive, Linnea gave her a mischievous smile. "But to deliver the proper punishment, we must find out everything, right?" Idelle smiled back. She thought to herself that Linnea's intuition was indeed sharp. She could be too hot-headed at times, but long-standing habits were hard to break. If guided carefully from now on, she could gradually become more elegant. If Lady Linnea becomes a fine lady, the future of this mansion will surely be bright. Suddenly, Marcia's shout shattered Idelle's thoughts. "I found it, milady!" The maids immediately burst into a commotion, whispering amongst themselves. "What? Where did they find it? Oh my, is it true? Who will be so daring?" Marcia sneered triumphantly. It was. She pointed to someone beside Idelle. "Over there," she yelled excitedly. "It was found in their room. What are you all standing around for? Drag Daisy, Celia, and Lila out here. Get out here, you thieves." The 3 of them were stunned, unable to believe their ears. "What? That's impossible. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. I don't even know what the ladies' room looks like." Marcia snapped. "Shut up." The girls tried to explain. "We're not thieves." Idelle remained silent, but inside, she was seething. Head housekeeper, you've finally pulled a stunt this outrageous." The three of them knelt. Celia, trying to suppress her trembling, defended herself. This is slander. Low-ranking maids like us aren't even permitted to enter the ladies' room. How could we have known about it to steal it? Linnea crossed her arms and smiled. You have a point. It is very strange. Marcia cut in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Our Lady is still so naive. That's not the issue here. Marcia turned and whispered to the girl. Those three are all close to Idelle, aren't they? As I said, they're low-ranking maids, so they're short on money. So perhaps, before she could spin her tale, Linnea cut her off coldly. So you're saying Idelle stole the items and gave them to them? Marcia was taken aback, not expecting the girl to say such a thing. Igriagis, what other possibility is there? Linnea shot her a cold glance. Is that right? So that's what you were thinking. She turned and addressed everyone. I'm stepping out for a moment. All of you, return to your duties, including the three of you. Celia looked up in surprise. With her head bowed, Daisy said in a trembling voice, yes, milady. Marcia, not giving up, said hastily, you can't just leave, milady. Linnea calmly reassured her, don't worry. I will think it over and handle the matter. Marcia, you return to your post as well. Watching the two of them leave, Marcia thought to herself, what can she accomplish by running away? There's no proof she's not the culprit. Even if she avoids this for now, everyone will just think Idelle is getting special treatment. It will be hard for her to live in this mansion after this. Back in Linnea's bedroom, Idelle spoke immediately. Milady, Idelle asked curiously, you don't believe I could have stolen anything, do you? Linnea turned, replying with a look that said it was obvious. Of course not, but I do have one question. How could you restrain yourself from shouting about the injustice of it all? The girl looked at her, confused. Your close friends were framed because of you. You must feel awful. Isn't refraining from making a scene a sign of noble character? Idelle thought for a moment before saying softly, I'm not entirely sure about that. An unconcealable sadness flickered in her eyes. Whether that's the whole answer or not, it's because I am no longer a noble lady. A moment ago, I didn't feel any injustice. I just felt that the moment had finally arrived. Linnea looked at Idelle seriously. Are you confident you can prove your innocence? You'll need clear evidence to convince everyone. She looked directly into the girl's eyes and replied with confidence, of course. Because you trust me, milady, I will prove myself worthy of it. That afternoon, in Loslow's study, he looked at the notebook on his desk and spoke. Loslow looked at her, standing before him. I heard a major incident occurred while I was away. Are these the documents related to that matter? With a serious expression, Idelle presented the documents. Yes, my lord. I will now explain everything I know. First, please hear my thoughts on the theft. He nodded for her to proceed. Go on. She began to state her case. The head housekeeper's reason for naming me as the culprit is extremely weak. The fact that the missing items were found in my friend's room is not proof that I am the culprit. Moreover, she herself is a suspect and has proven nothing. Idelle hesitated for a moment before continuing. Previously, instead of the blank check, I asked you to trust me just once. Do you remember? Loslow leaned on the desk, looking at her seriously. How could I forget? I believe you are innocent. Idelle looked slightly confused. I wasn't talking about the theft. Of course I didn't take anything. Why would I take her things? He was startled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he replied softly, yes, of course. Getting back on topic, she pointed to the notebook. What's truly important is the content of this document. It's based on my observations and what I've heard over the past 3 months. The details will need to be compared against the records you possess, my lord. Loslow opened a notebook and read what Idelle had recorded, pocketing the difference from food supply costs, taking kickbacks and commissions on purchases for the young lady, accepting bribes from servants, creating factions based on monetary contributions, and numerous other acts of corruption. As he read, she added, it was difficult for me to gather complete physical evidence alone, but if your trust in me can make up for that deficiency, I recommend you launch a formal investigation in your name and that of the Khalifa. Loslow thought for a moment before speaking. Marcia accused you of being the culprit in this theft, correct? Idelle closed her eyes and explained slowly. It's probably because, thanks to me, Marcia can no longer manipulate Lady Linnea or control the maids as easily as she used to. She opened her eyes, a trace of sorrow in them. Daisy, Celia, and Lila were implicated because she wanted to eliminate those close to me. And the reason they became close to me is because they came forward to help me with the difficult tasks I was responsible for. She couldn't help but recall the past, how Daisy had brought her medicine on her own initiative, or how Celia had bravely spoken up for her. Idelle looked at him seriously. They and I were forced to take on the hardest jobs because we were low-ranking maids with no money for bribes, and we don't belong to any of the factions in this mansion. Having said her piece, she looked at Loslow, a silent plea rising in her heart. This is the moment I begged for. Please believe my words just this once. If he is the Loslow Crisis I once knew, he must have sensed that something is amiss in this mansion. I can only hope my testimony will plant a seed of doubt and lead him to see the truth hidden beneath the surface. When even my own family and the Duke's house cast me aside as useless, will you truly believe my words? After a stretch of silence, he let out a soft chuckle, which startled Idelle. A wry smile crossed Loslow's face. Everything is all tangled up, isn't it? Ultimately, it's my fault for being hands-off and neglecting the mansion's affairs for so long. I never imagined the scale of their embezzlement was this large. She couldn't hide her surprise. Really? You truly believe me? He looked at her with a serious gaze, his voice firm. I promised I would believe you. I know you are not one to make baseless claims, nor are you one to covet meaningless things. Loslow closed his eyes briefly, thinking to himself, for so long, I haven't had the presence of mind to properly inspect the mansion's affairs. It was my mistake to be manipulated by the words of a veteran maid. Idelle is the precious person who has awakened me from my blindness. With tears in her eyes, Idelle looked at him and called out softly, "My lord." Loslow suddenly drew out his next words, and she looked at him blankly, wondering what he was about to ask of her. Loslow asked carefully, Idelle, are you prepared to help me in return? Subsequently, Marcia was arrested by knights in the Great Hall. She struggled wildly. Let go of me. I am innocent. Marcia's 2 cronies were also taken away. Oh, my lord, please forgive us. We were only following orders. He and Linnea stood sternly, bringing justice for Idelle. Knights on either side blocked her path with their spears, cornering her. Loslow interrogated Marcia Bowen. Confess what you embezzled and how you did it. Marcia stubbornly denied it. Embezzlement? There was no such thing. This is unfair. It's not right. I mean, it was them. He cut her off. They've already confessed everything. Loslow glanced to the side. Isn't that right, Nathan? Nathan, flipping through a ledger, nodded. Correct. According to the records found in Marcia Bowen's possession, she purchased low-quality materials while reporting them as high-grade. The more he revealed, the paler her face grew. In return, she pocketed a 30 margin. For expensive items like paintings and curtains, she drastically inflated the prices. The servants who heard this began to murmur. She also skimmed from the funds for the young ladies' cosmetics and dresses. On top of the bribes, she took from the maids and various other illicit activities. Nathan concluded, based on the double-entry ledger I've secured, the estimated total embezzlement is around 250,000 linkton. The girl's face immediately darkened. Marcia awkwardly tried to make excuses. Do you have any idea how hard it is to manage this mansion? She lowered her head, trying to appeal for pity. I've worked tirelessly for over 3 years. You should at least give me some leeway. The other maids quickly voiced their dissent. Who could let this slide? Good heavens, a person like that. How could she? He remained completely unmoved. You have 2 choices. Be taken away by the knights for 30 lashes and a fine, or write a promissory note and repay me 400,000 linkton. Marcia panicked. Marcia desperately tried to make excuses. Do you know how difficult it is to manage this mansion? The other servants quickly voiced their objection. Who could overlook such a thing? Oh my goodness, how could such a person? Her face turned deathly pale. 400,000? It was just 250,000. Loslow remained cold and stated, the rest is for damages and the price of your life. He declared bluntly, the choice is yours. Daisy happily linked arms with Celia. Celia, so we've been clear of the false charges, right? She burst into tears. So we're safe now, right? Celia nodded with a smile. Yes, Daisy. You can rest easy now. Loslow tapped the stone floor with the tip of his sword. Another problem has come up. He asked the crowd. The position of head housekeeper is now vacant, is it not? Lina watched glumly. I don't understand how we could have let a person like that remain head housekeeper for so long. Loslow sighed. Indeed, I feel for you. The servants shared a thought. Do those 2 feel the same way? He spoke up. Regardless, someone needs to fill that position. Loslow's gaze settled in a particular direction. For instance, his gaze fell on Idelle, the one who had exposed Marcia's crimes. Loslow made a public appointment. From this day forward, Idelle will assume the duties of head housekeeper. The girl pursed her lips, looking incredibly proud. Linea's 3 maids also gave her looks of admiration. He addressed the crowd directly. If there is anyone who will not follow Idelle's orders, or has any complaints, speak now, or at least send me a letter. After the storm passed, a silence fell over the mansion. But the shock was brief. Lola and Mina wisely packed their bags and fled before they could be dealt with. The guilty hurried out of the mansion, and the innocent filled the vacancies they left. Marco then had a sudden realization. That room we've been using was actually a storage closet. Daisy has really suffered so much. That's right, Dad. Even the Count was shocked when he heard. Oh, goodness, Celia said angrily. They left the room empty just because. They didn't want to give a better room to anyone. I wish we hadn't let Marcia off so easily. Lila walked off purposefully to clean. After I'm done here, I need to go help Idelle. Lila said excitedly. The duties will have to be reassigned and new people hired. Celia added happily. 2 people definitely won't be enough. I wonder if we can help. 2 other maids whispered as they passed by. It's not so bad, Idelle becoming the new head housekeeper. After all, you can't guarantee any newcomer would be good. She suddenly felt a great sense of relief. The mansion will be in chaos for a while, but with Marcia gone, my heart feels so light. Maybe I should have thanked Idelle sooner. Before long, the sky had grown dark. A cool breeze rustled the casually tied curtains. The only sound in the quiet room was the turning of pages. Hearing a knock at the door, Idelle went to answer it. Who is it? Loslow wondered why he was even here. I'm sorry for coming so late. She stared blankly for a moment. He cleared his throat awkwardly. May I come in for a moment? It's about the other day. Loslow suddenly turned and looked down. Are you ready? She asked back naively. Yes. At that moment, a group of soldiers began their assault on their leader's command. In the days following the decision to dismiss the former head housekeeper, Marcia Bowen, Count Crisis's Khalifa mercenaries had raided the associated trade guilds, swiftly obtaining crucial information and ultimately securing her hidden, secret double-entry ledgers. The 3 of them immediately divided the work, eagerly going through the endless process of comparison and verification. The truth was finally revealed. In short, Marcia Bowen had not recorded any accounts properly at all. Back in the present, Idelle held her head wearily and complained, "My head hurts. In this situation, I'll definitely have to manage the mansion from scratch." She quickly composed herself and got to work. Compared to her previous life, this was simpler and more familiar. But this mansion doesn't have a butler, so I'm not sure how far my authority as head housekeeper extends. Having thought this, Idelle agreed with herself. Perhaps I should speak more with Count Crisis. A soft knock at the door made her suspicious. Who could it be at this hour? The faces of the lovely maid candidates came to mind, and Idelle's mood brightened as she hurried to the door. I never thought so many people would seek me out. If my 3-year-old self knew, she'd be astonished. She opened the door cheerfully, asking, "Who is it?" At the same time, a voice from the other side made her look up. "You should ask who it is before opening the door. I didn't expect you to be so careless." Seeing Idelle's face, made even more beautiful by the candlelight. Loslow blushed, covered his mouth, and turned away. "I'm sorry for coming so late. May I come in for a moment?" The silence stretched. Loslow panicked internally. His words could easily be misunderstood. He immediately waved his hands defensively. "We can leave the door open, but please don't get the wrong idea." Hearing this, she also broke into a sweat, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I'm not misunderstanding." Under the bright moonlight, she gave a radiant smile. "Please come in, my lord." Loslow was overjoyed. "Thank you." The 2 walked inside, talking. "I'm sorry I have nothing to offer you." "It's fine. I came uninvited." "I apologize." Idelle stepped forward. "Is there an urgent matter to discuss?" He sat up straight, answering anxiously, It's not exactly urgent. It's just." As he spoke, his hands were clenched tightly in his lap. "I know I'm talking a lot, but thanks to you, Linnea has been so happy lately. She's been receiving many invitations, too." As he spoke, an image of the girl smiling at the invitations came to mind. It all seemed so right, so natural, so proper. Idelle gently corrected him. That is due to the young lady's own cheerful and resilient nature. He agreed with a touch of melancholy. "Yes, that's who she's always been. It's just that I truly knew nothing." Loslow gradually recalled the image of her saving Linnea in his absence. "In just a few short months, you've changed everything that I failed failed to in the past 3 years. He lowered his gaze, looking thoughtfully at the candle flame. He remembered struggling to carry the girl as they fled. How long have I longed for this peace? No amount of thanks would ever be enough. Loslow quickly cleared his throat, getting back to the point. In any case, I just wanted to say that I hope I can continue to rely on you. Not as the Count, but personally. Idelle listened quietly, her mind drifting to the gloomy family portrait that was missing the girl. Linnea is a completely different child from me. It wasn't her choice to be born the sister of someone like me. So, he made a shy request. Even if I'm someone you dislike and feel uncomfortable around, please at least take good care of Linnea, will you? She immediately refuted him. I don't dislike you, nor do I feel uncomfortable around you, my lord. I truly don't understand why you are so worried. Her hand clenched secretly. Besides, you probably didn't want a war trophy like me, did you? Like the others, you should have received a work of art or a precious jewel. The Emperor can be quite a joker. Loslow looked at her in confusion. What are you talking about? He granted me the most precious person of all. Idelle asked back naively, making him instantly regret his words and bite his tongue. The most precious person? He worried to himself. Did I say the wrong thing? Among the prisoners, she was the highest ranking, right? She won't misunderstand, will she? Her expression changed instantly as she spoke in an elegant tone. Thank you for saying so. Her eyes glittered in the golden candlelight as her mind drifted to the ring on her finger. No one had expected the traitor's wife to survive. Idelle at that time was like a bird longing for freedom, her head bowed. If the Count hadn't taken me in as a maid, perhaps by now I would be. Loslow suddenly spoke. Idelle, he smiled at her reassuringly. I'm sure it's still difficult, but please keep living. Better days will surely come. So, from now on, don't ever think about dying again. She hesitated before answering with solemnity, yes. If I continue to live on like this, then someday. Idelle's eyes suddenly welled with tears as she repeated, someday. She was instantly reminded of when she was like a puppet. Don't cry, Idelle. Suppress your emotions like you always do. Hide your heart behind a completely false facade, one that is always smiling inside. She was gradually rotting away if she so easily revealed her weakness. Back in reality, Idelle sobbed out her heart's desire. I just want to live an ordinary life, too. I'm sorry, my lord. I don't know why I'm crying either. It's all right. Loslow quickly took out a handkerchief, looking at her and comforting her. Cry a little longer. She gently reached out her hands and took the handkerchief. She kept her head down, listening to his comfort, because for her, perhaps the hardest thing was to live like an ordinary person. She began to console herself. Even if I show my weakness again in front of someone who has already seen it, nothing worse can happen. The handkerchief handed to me exuded a gentle warmth, like a sincere consolation. He stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully into the dark night. Over here, Idelle curled up in her blanket, muttering to herself, I really just want to live an ordinary life. At this moment, she was like a crying child, clutching the handkerchief tightly. An ordinary family, ordinary love and friendship, but that was the hardest thing, something she could never have. She began to open her tear-filled eyes. This handkerchief, I have to wash it and return it tomorrow. The next morning, a listless voice suddenly rang out. I'm so hungry. Idelle sat up, her eyes red and swollen from crying all night. She happily climbed out of bed, having slept soundly without any dreams. I didn't expect to feel so hungry after crying like that. I need to get ready to eat quickly. There's a lot of work starting today. She quickly tied her hair up neatly, then reached up to adjust her ribbon. She began to straighten her dress. Once everything was in order, Idelle stood beside Linnea and called out to those below, I have rearranged the work according to the wishes you all told me. She spoke eagerly before the crowd. There will still be many difficulties until new servants are hired, but please carry out your work diligently with a fresh spirit. Yes, head housekeeper. She turned to the girl beside her who was feigning a serious expression and gave her the floor. It seems Miss Linnea also has something to say to everyone. This caused the group of servants below to gradually turn pale. Linnea then confessed sincerely. Managing the Crisis mansion was originally my responsibility. Although I was manipulated by Marcia during that time, I was indeed worried about the burden of responsibility. The girl looked at the group of servants and began to apologize sincerely. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Linnea's voice echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of everyone around. My goal is to run the Crisis mansion in a way that is not shameful. Please complete the necessary tasks well with Idelle's help. The girl suddenly patted her chest and apologized sincerely. I am also sorry for not helping to clear the names of the three of you sooner. This made the three maids exclaim in surprise. It's all right, milady. The three of them said excitedly in unison. We are happy to still be able to stay in this mansion. Watching everyone gradually become happy and chat with her, thank you for the new rooms, milady. The fruit from the new shop is also really delicious. Linea's mood also brightened, and she laughed out loud. Is that so? I'm really happy. Let's all work hard together from now on. Loslow of the house of Count Crisis stood outside, watching the change in his formerly gloomy sister, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. From now on, a new chapter will begin. Cut to the streets outside. After such a busy period, the promised holiday with Daisy had finally arrived. So much has happened, and now I can finally rest. Thank goodness I was able to keep my promise. Celia even lent me some clothes to go out with Daisy. Daisy excitedly looked back and urged, "Hurry up, sister." Idelle quickly noticed the tall buildings. That's right, this is a street frequented by nobles. I heard it's very popular. Surely, I don't need to worry for nothing. Daisy suddenly turned back and asked eagerly, "Sister, what's wrong? Is there somewhere you want to go?" The two excitedly threw themselves into the fun. I plan to buy a few sets of everyday clothes. I see a clothing store over there. Let's go there first. She walked silently behind, reminding herself, what's important now is to have fun with Daisy. I must concentrate and not get distracted. A noblewoman suddenly looked at her and asked loudly, "Oh, is that Idelle Canyon? Are you really Idelle?" She covered her mouth, as if speaking loudly on purpose. "My goodness, is it really you, Idelle? I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this." Idelle spoke softly, "Miss Lucille Arden." The next second, she was interrupted by a sarcastic voice. "My goodness, is it really you? I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Hey, everyone, come quickly. Idelle is here." Looking at the group of people she brought with her, Daisy held her hand tightly and asked in a hushed voice, covering her mouth, "Idelle, do you know those people? For some reason, I feel the atmosphere is too strange." She turned back to reassure her. "It's all right, Daisy. We'll just say hello and leave." A casual question full of sarcasm suddenly rang out. "But are criminals allowed to go out?" The group of nobles behind also began to hurl other mocking questions. "I heard she's working as a maid to atone for her sins. Where did she steal those clothes from?" Even the royal knights were dismissed because of that incident. Yet she's shamelessly smiling and wandering around. She's a criminal, my goodness. How terrible. They looked back and sneered arrogantly. If she had any shame, she should have died with those rebels. "Hey, you're talking too much, although it's true." Those harsh words were directed at the two of them. If I were her, I would have chosen to die honorably. Idelle immediately pulled herself together and retorted with a serious face, "I have received permission from Count Crisis to go out today. I cannot explain further, so please do not interfere, ladies. As for my status and treatment, please ask the Emperor, as this life no longer belongs to me." This startled the group of nobles, who looked at them and sneered. She gradually thought of Marcia. Their words and actions were no different from Marcia Bowen's. They just wanted to hurt others and hope they would cry. Therefore, I just need to not be swayed by their intentions. Idelle quickly gave a polite bow. "Then I shall take my leave. I wish you all a pleasant time." This angered the group of nobles, who continued to slander her. She must have become that mercenary's lover, right? That's why she dares to act like she has a reliable backer. A woman willing to be an old man's mistress is terrifying. I realized it from the moment she called the Count by that lowly name. She glanced over. She looked at the group with killing intent, suppressing the anger in her heart. I shouldn't let them control me, but must I endure them insulting others? A voice rang out at the right moment. "I had no idea I've had a lover all this time." It made the sneering group fall silent unconsciously. She also looked back in confusion. He was walking seriously towards where she was. "Count Crisis? Why is Count Crisis here?" In fact, it wasn't just Idelle and Daisy who had come to this street. 30 minutes earlier, in a bustling area of Valtice, Loslow and Linnea had stopped in the snack area, next to the portrait painting area, while Idelle and Daisy were strolling through the commercial district. Over in the snack area, Linnea puffed up her cheeks, enjoying the food. It's really delicious. The girl closed her eyes happily, reminiscing about the past and sighing. "Even when I eat expensive things, I can't forget this taste. It must be because I ate it as a child, so it's deeply ingrained. Don't you think so, Loslow?" Loslow also replied while chewing his food. "Not entirely." He quietly looked at the food in his hand as a thought crossed his mind. "After becoming a noble, I really have eaten too many luxurious things. Maybe that's why when I eat these commoner snacks, I feel they suit me best. The siblings continued to wander through the bustling snack street. On the way, Linea's eyes suddenly widened as she recalled the past, asking in a puzzled voice, "But brother, this is the first time I'm asking. We were orphaned 16 years ago, right? You were 12, and I was 3 back then." Loslow quickly recalled and nodded in affirmation. "That's right, but why are you suddenly asking this?" The girl sighed and responded in a low voice, "I was just wondering how one child could take care of another to survive." He pursed his lips and explained lightly, "We lived a hard life, trying little by little." Linnea didn't believe him, pulling his sleeve and shouting, "Don't be so evasive. I don't even remember our home from when I was little." The girl suddenly paused, her eyes cast down sadly as she murmured, "I don't even know what our parents looked like." Linnea's hand was still gently clutching Loslow's sleeve. The girl licked her lips and made a request loudly and energetically. "But I'm not a child anymore. I want to hear more stories about our childhood." Loslow blinked slowly, recalling the past. Stories of childhood? In my oldest memories, the image of my parents was always linked to a warm and happy home. An ordinary home, the kind that could exist anywhere. It was so ordinary that it felt familiar. But that ordinariness was shattered in an instant one dark night. In his memory, Linnea was crying on Loslow's back. "Mama, Papa." He quickly carried the girl on his back through the forest, comforting her in a low voice. "Show Linnea, I'm here." In Loslow's mind, he vaguely wondered, how long have I been running? Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes, but he still vowed firmly, "I will definitely protect you. I will never let go." How far have we gone? Anxious thoughts flashed through Loslow's mind. What if they catch up to us now? We have to run farther. We have to hide far away. His small feet were exhausted, and he thought to himself, but where do we go now? There's nowhere else to go. Carrying Linnea all this way made his arms feel like they were about to fall off his body, which was heavy, and he was so tired. If only there was a safe place where Linnea and I could stay together. Anywhere would do. Finally, Loslow hid Linnea in a mysterious place, until one morning, someone slowly pulled back a curtain and discovered them. An old woman looked at the two of them in surprise and asked in disbelief, "My goodness, you too. Don't tell me you've been living in this place all these days." He quickly recognized her. She was the old woman who had given them a meat pie a few days ago. Perhaps because they had been on the run for so long, his intuition told him as the old woman smiled kindly and suggested, "If you have nowhere else to go, come to my house. There are delicious meat pies and soup there too." At that moment, under the shimmering morning sun, Loslow's eyes widened as he realized something. "I can trust her." He licked his lips and asked in a trembling voice, "Please, please help us. I will do my best to repay the living expenses later." The old woman gently shook her head and refused with a smile. "Oh, a child shouldn't say such things. It's just two old people living alone, but I would be happy if you came." She slowly took Linnea's hand and walked ahead, asking softly, "Can you tell me your names now?" Loslow slowly replied, "Ah, if I can live safely with Linnea from now on, then." He licked his lips and answered quickly, "My sister's name is Linnea, and my name is." After a pause, a thought flashed through Loslow's mind. "I don't need a name or a past. I will create a new home." Finally, he let out a breath and finished, Loslow, just Loslow. He slowly recalled that past. How because someone was taking care of Linnea, he went out to earn money, and it was natural to wield a sword while working for mercenaries. Back in the present, Loslow gently pursed his lips and answered Linnea's question. They were really wonderful people. He looked at the girl gently, the corners of his mouth turning up as he continued softly. "Even though we weren't related by blood, they took care of us with all their love. We spent a rather happy time at their house. If only they had lived a little longer, I could have repaid them properly." Linnea's eyes widened as she looked up and slowly continued, "I still remember that old grandpa and grandma. They were very warm people." At this point, the girl pouted again and complained, "But in the end, you don't remember our birth parents either, right? It's been 16 years, so it can't be helped. What a shame." Loslow also shrugged in agreement. "Yes, that's right." He gently patted Linnea's head, his eyes crinkling as he smiled and described their old home. "Our house only had one window and was quite cramped, but it was a good house. Are you satisfied with that answer? Tears glistened in Linea's eyes as she lowered her gaze and whispered softly, "Indeed, although I don't remember what my parents looked like, I will never forget the meat pies that Grandma made." The girl clapped her hands and walked on with a happy smile, murmuring, "Anyway, I still have my brother with me. The home I have now is starting to satisfy me too, and I'm curious to see how wonderful the future will be." Walking behind, Loslow heard this and called out emotionally, "Linnea." Linnea shrugged lightly and announced breezily, "So that's that. Now let's cross the bridge and go for a walk." He chuckled and agreed, "All right." However, while crossing that bridge, just as the siblings stepped over the bridge, they saw Idelle standing stunned, listening to someone scolding her loudly. She must have become that mercenary's lover, right? That's why she dares to act like she has such a reliable backer. Loslow and Linnea's eyes were filled with shock, widening as they thought, how dare they say such things to Idelle? The next second, the siblings were struck as if by lightning when they heard someone comment about Idelle. "A woman willing to be an old man's mistress is terrifying." She reached out her hand in anger, her eyes trembling, unable to speak. I really." Before Idelle could finish, Loslow had already walked straight to her side. He glared angrily and roared in a stern voice, "I had no idea I've had a lover all this time." The group of young nobles around them cried out in surprise upon seeing Loslow, Count Crisis. They panicked and stammered an explanation in trembling voices. "Why have you come to a place like this?" No, that's not what I meant just now." Loslow sneered and asked grimly, "If that's not what you meant, then what did you mean? Are you spreading rumors that you don't even understand yourselves?" The people were shocked to hear this, thinking, "What is this?" So those were just rumors. The white-haired noblewoman forced a smile and stammered, "Is the commander of the guard threatening people?" Loslow narrowed his eyes again, his sharp gaze coldly announcing, "With that humble title, I've already been quite polite." He took a step forward, put his arm around Idelle, and commanded with a serious expression, "Idelle is a precious member of the Crisis family. Apologize for speaking rudely to me and my people." The young nobles immediately trembled in fear, but still stubbornly retorted, "Apologize? We didn't do anything." Loslow snorted coldly and asked in a low voice, Idelle, do you remember their names? To dare slander me, who is closest to the Emperor, they must have ulterior motives. I will investigate this thoroughly." The young nobles now cried out in panic, "Wait." She hesitated before turning around and stammering a sincere apology. "My apologies, Count. I promise this will never happen again." The two people beside her remained silent, clearly showing hesitation towards the person in front of them. Loslow Crisis replied slowly, his voice authoritative, "Pursuing this matter further will only cause trouble, so I will let you go. But I'm not sure if Idelle will accept." Hearing this, the other two reluctantly bowed their heads and sincerely asked for forgiveness. "We're sorry. It was our fault. Idelle, can you forgive us?" Idelle Lancaster was silent for a moment. Then she raised her hand to her chest and replied softly, "I accept your apology." The group was overjoyed and immediately ran off, not forgetting to say thank you. "Thank you, Idelle. We'll be leaving then." Linnea Crisis said unhappily, "Hey, I thought there was going to be a fight. I didn't know nobles knew how to run away too." The girl shouted angrily, "Elegance or nobility doesn't matter at all." Only then did Idelle Lancaster notice, "Milady, you're here too." Nearby, Daisy was surprised to see her father. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Marco patted his daughter's head and said gently, "Dad is the Count's driver. Is my daughter hurt?" Linnea Crisis's voice rang out, "I was out for a walk with my brother." "Idelle, what are you doing here?" Idelle Lancaster replied slowly, "Daisy and I came here to have our portraits painted and happened to run into some familiar faces." The girl seemed interested. "They paint portraits here?" Daisy turned her head, looking surprised, and thought, "It's Miss Idelle." Lancaster explained, "There's a street nearby famous for portrait painting. I heard it's fast and cheap too." Loslow Crisis and his sister exclaimed in surprise. She was about to say goodbye and leave. "Then we'll be going now." Linnea Crisis grabbed her sleeve, her eyes on her brother. "Wait, Idelle, I want to have a portrait painted with my brother too." Loslow Crisis cried out in shock, "What? Why?" The girl suddenly replied, her voice tinged with sadness, expressing her heart's feelings. "I'm not just saying it casually. Brother always has to go to the battlefield, and no one knows when he might disappear. If I want to remember what he looks like and keep a memory, we should at least have a portrait painted together." Loslow Crisis was at a loss for words. "I don't want to forget the people who are important to me." He thought silently, a little sad at heart. Perhaps this is the obvious worry of being a member of this family. "Every time I leave home, Linnea has to prepare herself mentally like this. He raised a hand to cover his face, blaming himself. I've once again realized my own inadequacy. Loslow Crisis looked ahead. I'm also a pitiful and clumsy person. He looked at Idelle, thinking to himself, maybe Idelle and I have one more thing in common. Living an ordinary life is the hardest thing in the world. Loslow Crisis sighed in resignation. Linnea, you're right. Let's go together. Idelle, please come with us. Linnea Crisis called out cheerfully. Really? That's great. Let's go, Idelle. Beside them, Marco patted his daughter's shoulder and suggested, let's go too, daughter. Daisy looked as if her soul had left her body. Ah, she cried out in her heart, my happy holiday with Sister Idelle, because I was standing far away and didn't hear anything. Has it turned into a trip with the master's family? On her part, Idelle Lancaster also felt very guilty. It seems I've wronged Daisy a bit. I must have a holiday alone with her next time. After a while, they arrived. The receptionist there spoke happily, not forgetting to show off their skills. Welcome, we are a painting studio that can finish in 30 minutes. Linnea was immediately impressed. Even this place looks pretty good. Loslow Crisis gently tapped the girl's head and explained further. Usually, a noble's portrait takes over a month to complete, but I heard they use pastels here and finish very quickly. This information was gathered from Nathan. These days, the nobles are all about this and that. Idelle Lancaster walked in and said with interest, this is really interesting. She turned to a surprised Daisy who was looking around and said, commoners painting portraits was originally a trend imitating noble culture, and now it's the other way around. It seems nobles also want fast and cheap paintings. Linnea Crisis also sighed. Yes, it's really strange, but it's also interesting. Idelle Lancaster carefully counted each coin in her hand, 1, 2. But since they also serve nobles here, it seems the price is high. Linnea Crisis let out a breath and said calmly, ah, that's right. Who likes to sit for so long? But nobles are no different. The girls suddenly stopped, but it's good to come and get a painting done while we're interested. But Linnea Crisis realized something was wrong and shouted, indeed, it's not good to have a painting done in this state at all. Loslow Crisis didn't understand what was happening and just grunted. The girl reminded him, just wearing nice clothes is useless. You also have to shave and fix your hair. He didn't care much about such things, so he answered vaguely, why fix it up? Just paint it as it is. Oh my goodness. Linnea wouldn't accept it, and the girl hit him angrily. Oh, come on. Beside them, Idelle Lancaster suggested, let me pay for the portraits. Daisy replied shyly, I've saved some money too. Loslow Crisis was being tormented by his sister. Hey, I'll get it done later. Just then, someone from the shop came over. Guests, I'll show you to your seats. A blond man came to lead them. Our students will be serving the ladies. Their skills are quite good, so there's no need to worry. The room was indeed very formal, and the decorations inside were very aesthetic. Daisy sat beside Idelle Lancaster, clearly nervous. This is the first time I've done something like this, so I'm starting to get nervous. She comforted her. Don't worry too much. Just think of it as resting comfortably with me. Daisy regained some composure. All right, I'll try. Idelle smiled gently at her. At this moment, she fell into deep thought, remembering past events that she still regretted. A portrait. I only had one painted after I got married. In the end, I wasn't in the Canyon family portrait, and I couldn't even leave behind a painting with Lynn. Idelle sat quietly in her seat, thinking pensively. The portrait frames of the Lancaster family have all been burned. If there isn't another chance, perhaps this will be my only portrait. After a while, a voice announced it's finished. Idelle and Daisy went to admire the painting, and both were very surprised. It's really beautiful, truly very beautiful. The painter beside them inquired curiously, are you two the maids of the two people who came with you? Such pretty faces are a waste. Why not try being a singer or an actress? He added, intending to make an introduction. If you want, I can introduce you to a theater troupe I know. Idelle immediately refused. I have no intention of doing so. I'm satisfied with my current life. The man still didn't want to let her go and continued. With a face like that, just standing there is enough to sell tickets. Why don't you want to try? It's a good opportunity. You should reconsider. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Hey! Loslow Crisis appeared behind him and said coldly, if you're done painting, please paint one more for this side. The man was startled and replied, trembling, yes, who? He looked at Daisy's father and said loudly, Marco, get one painted with your daughter. He pointed at himself and surprised me. This person was Daisy's father and also Count Crisis's driver, Marco Moulton. Loslow frowned and said loudly, since you're here, get one painted with your daughter. I'll pay, so don't worry. The father and daughter, Marco, replied happily, thank you, Count. He turned to the shop owner and suggested, "Shop owner, I'd like to request one more painting. Please paint a portrait of this person alone." Idelle was surprised and pointed at herself, asking back, "A portrait of me too?" Seeing her surprise, Loslow began to explain, "Lady Celestine wants to know how you've been doing lately. Although you'll see her directly next time, I plan to send her a portrait beforehand, so she can see." She said gratefully, "Thank you so much." He replied gently, "Thanks to you, I was able to establish a relationship with the Marquis family. I'm the one who should be grateful." Idelle slowly straightened her dress, her heart overflowing with happiness. Regarding meeting Lady Barbara, I didn't even dare to hope. She brushed back her golden hair and smiled brightly, sighing silently. "I thought writing a letter like that would be satisfying enough. I never expected to be able to hope for a better life than this." Idelle looked at the scenery outside. The interwoven purple and pink sky was very beautiful. She commented, "Today is truly a good day." Loslow offered, "If it's all right, we could take the carriage home together." Idelle politely refused. "It's fine. We still have some things to do here." He smiled bitterly. "Right? You should enjoy your free time, too." Linnea waved goodbye. "We'll go first." "See you at home, Idelle." She saw them off. "You too. Be careful on your way." After the carriage drove away, Idelle asked Daisy, "Shall we look around the shop some more then?" She replied happily, "That would be great." Back at the mansion, the sunset had turned pink. Loslow dried his freshly washed hair. It had indeed been a longer day than expected. Thank goodness Linnea and I got our portraits painted, and it was also a chance to give a meaningful gift to Marco, who has always been loyal to me. His thoughts seemed to slow down as he thought of Idelle's portrait. Her aura could be felt from just the painting. Loslow stared at the painting in a daze. This must be sent to Lady Celestine. He paced around the room, holding the picture frame. "Send it." Actually, Loslow suddenly felt a little reluctant. Or should I keep it for a while? He convinced himself he had made the right decision. I didn't tell her about this beforehand either, so she probably won't be expecting it. Yes, that must be it. I'll tell her in advance, next time there's a chance. The eventful holiday came to an end, and the new servants selected by Nathan arrived. Idelle was in charge of guiding them. "Well then, shall we begin? To fill the new wardrobe, let's first empty the old one." "Yes, head housekeeper." Because I became the head housekeeper, my personal workload doubled, so I had to choose a new personal maid for Miss Linnea. Therefore, I asked Celia and Layla to help find someone, but Layla quickly refused. "Thank you for the offer, but we decline." Celia made an excuse to avoid it, partly because they were unfamiliar with the job, and also because many senior maids had run away this time. In short, we want to focus on helping the new maids who would come to work. The two of them agreed in unison, saying instead, "We will do our best to help in any way we can. So Idelle, please do your best." She smiled kindly. "Thank you for cheering me on." So, among these new servants and the old maids, I chose two suitable people, and one more, a very suitable person. Idelle guided the two new maids step by step. "All right, then let's sort out what needs to be thrown away and what needs to be sold." "Yes, head maid." Daisy suddenly snapped her fingers to get attention. She raised her hand to ask for permission, but I'm not so sure I can sort them correctly. She immediately took on the role of a solid supporter. "I'll be by your side to guide you, so don't worry," Linnea said excitedly. "All right, then let's get started. First, let's sort out the things that don't suit me." Daisy acted determined, as if she had just gained confidence. "Daisy will definitely do a good job." "Yes, I will work hard." Idelle quietly watched her work from a distance. The young lady will meet many different people in the future, and Daisy's gentleness will be of great benefit in cultivating the young lady's character. Daisy picked up an old dress. Should this be thrown away too? This girl is indeed exceptionally gentle. It's a bit of a waste to throw it away. I don't know what to do with it now. Let's go ask the head maid for her opinion. Until now, Daisy was only familiar with interacting with people much older than her. I hope that regardless of their status, they can have a positive influence on each other. Linnea took the dress to ask her, "Idelle, what do you think of this dress?" Idelle glanced at it and said, "Perhaps it should be taken for some minor repairs." The girl nodded. "I thought so too." Her mood was much better now. "Very good. We've cleaned everything out this morning. The seamstress from the dressmaking room will come this afternoon, and then we will order the necessary clothes." The girl was also infected by this happiness. "Yes, I understand." Linnea sincerely thanked Idelle. "Thanks to you, head maid." In the afternoon, the elegantly dressed seamstress curtsied, lifting her skirt. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the seamstress from the dye-name shop. The girl stated her request. I plan to order one of each type, an outing dress, a picnic dress, and a ball gown. She handed Linnea a book. Then please choose from this design catalog, and I'll take your measurements right away. Idelle stood by her side and offered enthusiastically, "Do you need my help?" The girl immediately agreed. "Of course, where do we start?" She guided her gently. The order didn't matter. The seamstress took the opportunity to confirm the rumors. It was just as the rumors said. The young lady relied completely on her maid and did nothing herself. She calculated to herself, "This way I can definitely sell at a high price, right?" Linnea stopped at a page in the book. "I think this dress is all right." The seamstress enthusiastically introduced, "Well, milady, instead of that one, how about this one?" She chattered on, "What do you think of this youthful dress design? It's our latest model and very popular with young ladies your age." The girl couldn't make up her mind and turned to Idelle for help. She understood the young lady's meaning and answered on her behalf. "This design is quite unique, but the dress the young lady just chose would be more to her liking." The seamstress tried to guide her, "But that dress is a bit plain. Summer is coming, and a dress like this that brings a cool feeling is the trend." Idelle quickly sensed her intention. It seems the seamstress is trying to push hard-to-sell items. "What should I do now?" The stubborn seamstress continued her introduction, "Or I would recommend this white fine cotton dress." Linnea closed the book. "No, thank you." The girl said firmly, "I will only order the white dress I just chose." She was surprised. "Very well." The seamstress suddenly panicked. "Ah, you originally wanted to buy 3 dresses." Linnea did not change her mind. "I'll take my time, choosing the rest later." "What, are you disappointed?" "If not." The girl rubbed her chin and guessed, "It seems you're not satisfied with my choice. Is my taste that bad?" Her face turned purple, and she could only smile awkwardly. "It's not like that. Shall we start taking measurements then?" She felt she could be more at ease with Linnea now. She did very well on her own. The confidence she once lost was also quickly returning. So from now on, she can continue to learn step by step. This way she can live with the dignity of a leader and can always choose good people to be around her, just like picking out precious items. "I will guide her gradually." The girl quickly paid. "Then I'll give you the payment for the goods." Linnea gradually changed her tone, thanking him for the good price. "There are many types of cosmetics I don't actually need. I successfully sold something for the first time." The kind merchant replied, "It's nothing, since you bought so many new things. It's only natural." The little girl pushed over a jar of ointment tied with a ribbon. "Please add this to the bill as well." He said respectfully, "Yes, milady. I'll leave after settling the bill here." Linnea generously gave it to Idelle. "This is for Idelle." She was stunned for a moment. "Why for me? Didn't you buy this for yourself?" The merchant, who had already reached the door, still heard a few words. "But this should be for someone who works hard." Idelle reluctantly accepted the little girl's kindness. "Thank you, Miss Linnea." After he left, Idelle said, "Actually, this merchant is quite famous. If this gets out, your reputation might even improve." Miss Linnea was slightly surprised. "Really? I didn't do it intentionally for that purpose." Meeting a positive merchant can make one's mood pleasant for the whole day. So she is someone who takes care of her servants and is also kind to merchants. This is a good deal. Idelle asked naively. "Then I don't need to return it, right?" Linnea turned her face away in embarrassment. "Of course not. Do I look that stingy? It's a gift." She carefully held the ointment jar in her hands. "Thank you, milady." The little girl seemed to be showing such generosity for the first time. "Since it's a gift, you must use it carefully, all right?" Idelle suddenly felt an indescribable happiness. "So now I have one more precious item. My room is now filled with gifts and letters from dear friends. It is a warm space full of love." She rubbed the back of her hand. "I've been applying the ointment Daisy gave me and the cream the young lady gave me these past few days, and the scratches have healed quite a bit." Idelle opened her diary and turned to a new page. "Should I write this down in today's diary?" She recalled her recent outing with Daisy on their day off. "Daisy and I bought a diary at a general store. Besides the account books and documents I have to record every day, I wanted a place to store my own memories." Idelle picked up her pen and seriously wrote a few lines. "I want to record as many memories as I can in this mansion." Linnea suddenly called out anxiously, "Idelle, are you in your room? Come here for a moment." The little girl hastily pushed open the door and ran in. "Sorry, I was in such a hurry, I didn't have time to knock." Idelle shot up, asking worriedly, "What's wrong, milady? Did something happen at today's tea party?" Linnea earnestly grabbed Idelle's hand. "Please, The little girl said incoherently, "Please take care of my brother." Linnea pleaded, "Please." Idelle looked at her blankly. "Huh?" The little girl started to act cute. Idelle. Idelle was completely confused. "Yes." Linnea was a bit flustered for a moment. "Just listen to me first." That same day at noon, at the bring-in mansion where Linnea was invited, Jeremiah and other young ladies gathered around an outdoor tea table. "Miss Linnea, you look charming today as well." Linnea responded with sweet words. "Thank you. Miss Jeremiah looks beautiful too, and you match this garden perfectly." She shone like a rose in a lush green garden. "It's an honor to receive your compliment." Jeremiah Bringhen, granddaughter of the great Lady Bringhen. I was previously introduced to the granddaughter of the great Lady Bringhen, refer to chapter 22. The little girl happily said to herself, "I didn't expect to be introduced to such a good friend. We hit it off, and she's very kind. I really like her. Moreover, no one bothers me in this mansion." Linnea chatted comfortably with them. "When I used to go to parties, there were always people glaring at me, but everyone here is very friendly, so I feel very at ease." Another young lady spoke up, "But Miss Linnea," the little girl responded eagerly, "Yes." The girl asked about Loslow. "Does Count Crassus hate parties?" "I've never heard of him attending any." Linnea answered truthfully, "Oh, it's just because he's too busy. It's so nice to be able to talk frankly." Without being nagged, the little girl added, "Some days I don't even see him once." One of them exclaimed, "Really?" The young lady speculated, "That makes sense. After all, he's the captain of the royal guard. He must not have any free time." The girl paused for a few seconds, but the young lady slowly put down her teacup. "Count Crassus seems a bit scary." The girl quickly waved her hands to explain, "I'm not speaking ill of him. Since he's in the royal guard, it's natural for him to look serious and a bit scary. But to be honest," Jeremiah chimed in, "I know what you mean. He seems a bit unapproachable, right?" The girl immediately nodded. "Exactly, that's it. Although I've only seen him once, he seems quite laissez-faire too." Everyone turned their gaze to Linnea. "Hey, Miss Linnea, why don't you help your brother? He has to get married sooner or later, right?" The little girl fell into deep thought. It is often said that some truths can only be felt when there is no malice. Linnea stood in front of Idelle, lightly standing on her tiptoes. "Now, I understand. The real problem right now is not me." The little girl's hands trembled involuntarily. "Idelle told me before that most nobles judge a person's reputation based on their appearance and connections." Linnea bowed sincerely. "I can't get my brother to listen, so Idelle, please help change him so he can get married." The little girl didn't know what to say. "If things continue like this, my brother won't even be able to make any friends." Honestly, Idelle thought so too. The next morning, Linnea took her to confront Loslow directly. "Brother, are you in there? Come out for a moment." He lazily frowned at the little girl. "What's with the fuss so early in the morning?" "Linnea, you even brought Idelle. What happened?" Linnea looked at Loslow's unbearably messy appearance. "Look, Idelle, isn't he a mess? I don't know if he's a noble or a thief." He frowned. "Why are you suddenly picking a fight?" On the other hand, Idelle was more worried about Loslow's health. "He looks exhausted. This is a big deal." The little girl said huffily, "Do you know what I heard at the party?" He was startled. "Did someone look down on you again?" Linnea recounted awkwardly. "Everyone said you're just a country noble who just came to the capital, and that you won't be able to date or get married." Loslow didn't seem to care much. "They also praised me for looking noble, right? That's enough." The little girl grumbled. "That young lady has a sharp eye." Linnea looked him straight in the eyes seriously. "What do you mean that's enough? Aren't you supposed to marry me off?" Loslow was confused. "Why are you saying that? I don't want you to stay here for too long. Look at you now." The little girl pointed at him, telling him to look at himself. Linnea became irritated. "Who would dare to marry someone like me? Nobles care a lot about appearances. Right now you look like a bandit. Who would want to be friends with you?" Loslow became even more dazed and bewildered. "Really? Do I look that bad?" Loslow's pleading gaze met Idelle's. Idelle touched her chin and added logically, "Of course, the Count doesn't need to pay attention to anyone but the Emperor." She stood on the side of the facts. "But if you want to participate in high society, perhaps you should change your image a little." The little girl took courage and scolded. "See," Idelle said softly, "you just need to express it tactfully." Linnea raised an eyebrow. "But if I'm too gentle, he won't feel the impact." He said in a dull tone, "Just say it directly." Loslow asked sadly, "What do you want me to change? What's wrong with me like this?" She looked at him strangely. "Yes." The little girl also felt the heavy atmosphere. "He's discouraged, isn't he?" Idelle honestly listed a series of things. You must cut your hair and shave your beard. You also need to take care of your skin. Your clothes must always fit well, and the style will also vary depending on the season, the person you're meeting, or the event. Loslow was a bit overwhelmed. Wait a minute. Every word she said was like a heavy stone pressing on his head. My lord Count, not only do your clothes not fit, but you also don't wear the accessories that are essential for a nobleman. You even sometimes wear military training shoes with formal attire. It's truly unbelievable. Loslow completely broke down. Wait, Idelle. He suddenly felt how pitiful he was. All right. Idelle also stopped, not knowing since when she had realized her rudeness, and quickly said, I'm sorry, my lord. I've said too much. He didn't think it was too much and waved his hand. It's fine. It's just that I really didn't know. Feeling that the other party didn't mind her rudeness too much, Idelle breathed a sigh of relief and explained, actually, you may not be used to the high society of nobles. Whether to follow depends on the count. No one is forcing you. But to maintain the dignity of a nobleman, perhaps you should consider it. Hearing this, Loslow looked up, seeming to still not understand the meaning of her words. Suddenly, Linnea spoke in a slightly annoyed voice, startling both of them and making them turn to look at her. Count Crassus, Idelle thought in disbelief, hearing such an annoyed voice from Linnea. Both of their attention was focused on Linnea before them. She had her hands on her hips. She thought to herself, this is probably the first time I've heard something like this. Linnea smiled and suggested, Count Crassus, if you don't plan to give up that title, then shave your beard and make your debut in high society. If one only looked at the little girl's face without considering the harsh tone, everyone would think it was a good idea. Loslow was still stammering her name when Linnea glared at him fiercely. You have a few days off soon, right? Try to transform yourself from head to toe into a luxurious look then. Hearing her say this, he was speechless. Luxurious? What? At this moment, it was as if the right switch had been flipped in Linnea. The little girl rushed up and grabbed Loslow's collar, shaking him hard. Make yourself luxurious. Do you understand? Idelle, you must be responsible for taking care of him and making him perfect. Perhaps he had never seen such a terrifying expression on Linnea, so he broke out in a cold sweat. All right, stop it. And Idelle, standing outside the battlefield, was cupping her face in deep thought. Make Count Crassus presentable myself? It sounds difficult. Then she shook her head to get rid of the thought. But I can't complain. Helping the Count prepare for marriage is also my duty as the head maid. A few days later in the afternoon, at the Crassus mansion, Loslow frantically grabbed his head and explained, I've never let anyone touch my hair or beard. Idelle stood by his side, smiling and reassuring him. It's all right, my lord Count. He will do it very carefully. Loslow seemed unable to resist, swallowing hard with an extremely helpless expression. Behind them, Idelle was chatting enthusiastically with the barber. Right? He also replied eagerly, yes. If you're ready, then let's begin. As for Loslow, his face turned pale, thinking, I'm not a child anymore. But why do I feel like I'm being watched? The barber approached him and asked, My lord Count, do you plan to keep your hair long? Loslow replied a bit shyly, I didn't mean for it to grow long. The barber suggested, then let's cut it short. At this, he hesitated. Well, I've never had short hair before. Before he could ask the next question, Idelle stepped forward, lifted his overly long hair from his forehead, and instructed, leave this much for the bangs, cut the back short, and trim the beard neatly. The barber asked again, what about the beard? While the two were still chatting enthusiastically, Loslow was frozen in place by her action, his face flushing red from his cheeks to his ears. Idelle made the decision without hesitation. Shave it all off. The barber quickly began to work on his messy hair. After a while, he had completely dealt with the messy hair and announced, all done. It must have been tiring to sit for so long, Count Loslow. Loslow hadn't yet imagined what he looked like now, a contemplative expression on his face. At the same time, he answered the barber, tired? You're the one who did the work. The more the barber looked, the more satisfied he was, and he couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, such a handsome face, and you've been hiding it all this time. You might receive piles of love letters from now on. Would you like that? Even Idelle was stunned, standing frozen in place. Loslow stared blankly at himself in the mirror. Is this me? Idelle also felt very excited, gently touching her chest as if to calm her racing heart, thinking, I had expected him to be handsome, but just cutting his hair and shaving shaving his beard made him this charming. Linnea excitedly walked up to him and praised. As expected of the barber Idelle recommended. Loslow shyly asked her, "Does it look all right?" Linnea didn't answer him directly, but said, "Starting tomorrow, you might receive marriage proposals." Loslow awkwardly scratched his ear. "I might need to trim a bit." And Idelle stood by his side staring at him, still not having come to her senses. Noticing her gaze, Loslow also froze, his cheeks flushing red again. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere was rather awkward, Idelle spoke to ease the situation. "My lord Count, you were handsome before, but now you are even more eye-catching." His face turned as red as if it would explode. Thinking, handsome, is it that much of an exaggeration? Standing by, Linnea witnessed the ambiguous atmosphere and covered her mouth to laugh. Idelle stood before him, straightening her back, and said, "Let me help you a little more, shall I?" Loslow didn't know what else to say and could only grunt. Okay, thank you." Before anyone could guess her next move, Idelle cleared her throat and announced, "Then, let's start with skincare now." Loslow felt like he was about to collapse. Linnea said happily, "Quick, let's do skincare and become cute and pretty." In the evening, in the huge mansion, a man's loud laughter echoed. Nathan clutched his stomach, unable to speak from laughing so hard. "Who did this to you? Or is there someone you want to impress?" "Oh my stomach hurts." Loslow slammed the table, scolding him in embarrassment. "How could you think that?" He wasn't scared at all, but giggled. When a stubborn person like you changes, there's usually that kind of reason. Loslow was teased into turning his face away in embarrassment. Linnea asked for it, so please be quiet. Nathan, as if he had found a new game, teased again excitedly. "Since when did you start listening to the young lady?" Suddenly, his voice softened, and he said in a serious tone, "You're right, I've always lived as I pleased. Linnea has put in a lot of effort, and now I'm just doing what I should." Nathan was also stunned by his attitude. He looked at Loslow with an incredulous expression. "Captain." Suddenly, a sound startled Nathan, and he shouted, "Who's there?" In contrast, Loslow's attitude was quite calm. "Come in." Nathan was taken aback by the calm attitude, and a moment later he hurriedly said, as if to stop him, "No, who would let someone in without even checking?" Before he could finish, Idelle had already walked in slowly. She hesitated and asked him, "Are you still busy with work?" "I'll come back later then." Loslow ignored the person next to him and turned to ask her, "You don't need to mind him. Was it so late at night?" Idelle bowed and presented the expense statistics sheet, asking for his opinion. "I plan to purchase clothes and accessories for you." Loslow didn't mind and trusted her completely. "You must have already prepared it. Just proceed." Receiving his approval, Idelle's face brightened. "Yes, then I'll take my leave first." Loslow also smiled and replied, "Yes, thank you." In a corner of the room, Nathan watched the expression on his face and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Captain, I've never seen you smile like that in my life." He carefully watched Idelle's departing back, thinking, no need to ask, this scene is definitely that girl's masterpiece. As for Idelle, she was still walking out, completely unaware, thinking, I hope this suits him. Nathan kept his eyes on that figure, thinking, is this a good thing or a bad thing in the end? On the wide road, a luxurious carriage was moving slowly, and the cheerful conversation inside echoed throughout the street. "That's what I mean, brother," Linnea said coquettishly. "We should also plant a lot of roses in the garden." The garden at the party I attended last time was really wonderful. The little girl kept pestering her brother. "We have to make the garden as beautiful as other mansions." "Brother, answer me." Loslow finally agreed helplessly. "All right, I'll hire a gardener soon." He turned to look out the window and thought, I need to find a butler first. This is really worrying. Although I want to pay more attention to household affairs, my training at the Royal Guard is not progressing, so I have no free time. Nathan, sitting next to him, also wanted to complain. The intelligence gathering department should also be assigned more people. Then he thought of the people in the intelligence gathering team. I really wish those guards would learn half of Idelle's diligence. Even if they are royal knights, they are ultimately just young nobles from good families. No matter how many times they are trained, because of their weak will, they are just treading water. In contrast, my mercenaries from Khalifa survived with strong will and iron skills. Loslow tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose, constantly thinking, how can I bridge the gap between them? Suddenly, a voice startled him from his thoughts. "Brother," Linnea asked sternly, "you didn't answer me. What are you thinking about?" Loslow answered meekly, "Sorry, I was thinking about work." The little girl reminded him seriously, "Remember, after we get there, don't just stand there blankly. Do you remember what Idelle told you recently?" Loslow raised his hand to rub his chin, then replied, "Of course, how could I forget? A few days ago at the Cressis mansion, he was holding a deep red letter and a few dried flowers. Is this an invitation to the garden party at Count Bliss's house?" Behind him, the little girl Linnea quickly stepped forward to explain. "It's an invitation from Mrs. Emerson's party last time. It happens to be your weekend off that day, so accompany me," Loslow said softly, intending to refuse. "If we're going together, there are many other parties." He suddenly turned around, glaring at the little girl with a sharp gaze. "Is it necessary to go to a party that person invited us to?" Noticing his strange attitude, Linnea shrank back, but still wanted him to accompany her. "Yes, but I'm not scared anymore, and I want everyone to see your transformed image." The little girl looked at Loslow's somewhat serious attitude, a little scared, then grabbed Idelle's arm. "Say something, Idelle." She also replied softly, "Yes, milady." Immediately after, Idelle also spoke up to persuade him. "My lord Count, I also think this would be a good debut stage for the Count. It would be even better if you could escort Miss Linnea." Loslow struck a thoughtful pose, rubbing his chin and asking her, "Why do you think so?" Idelle quietly looked out the window and answered him, "Because at that party, there will be many people who look down on Miss Linnea." Her explanation was like a thorn pricking him, making the atmosphere in the corridor suddenly heavy. "So you must witness it for yourself. Miss Linnea has been facing high society alone." Idelle's words made him stare blankly at his sister for a long time. Back to reality, Loslow stared at the innocent Linnea in front of him. Just as Idelle said, "I must see it for myself." The little girl happened to turn her head to look out the window. "We're almost there. Get ready, brother." After saying that, both of them turned to look out the window, looking at the scenery around the huge mansion before them. "All right, if I don't know anything, then I can't protect the people who are important to me." Inside the hall, the nobles attending the party were still talking enthusiastically. "I heard the Cressis family's carriage has arrived." A young man with cherry blossom pink hair came out with an arrogant smile and a mocking tone. "Angela, Camille, Miss Cressis, Linnea Cressis, she's been a bother to you too, right?" He is Angela's cousin and the eldest son of the Bliss family, Enoch Bliss. Camille also put on a scared look and answered him, "Yes, someone of commoner origin showing off more than me. At the last party, too, I saw her standing aside, so I paid her a little attention, but she looked at me with a contemptuous gaze, making the atmosphere very unpleasant. Her words made the people present judge Linnea. She really lacks roots. That's what I mean. So, can you teach her a lesson?" The girl Angela came forward from behind, with a pure and holy expression, saying, "You too, don't be too harsh. That poor girl might come alone, without any companions." Camille pretended to hug her and exclaimed, "My goodness, Angela, how can you be so kind and pure?" Angela replied hypocritically, "Not at all." Enoch, standing far away, also chimed in, "Don't worry, I'll find a suitable friend for her." He sneered, "I know someone who is looking for a wife." As Enoch thought of that person, he said to the two hypocritical girls, "His manners are a bit bad, but he's looking for young girls. She'll surely be satisfied. If we could set the two of them up, wouldn't it be a good thing for that girl too?" Camilla covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. "My goodness, I doubt she would be grateful for this match." Enoch also chimed in with a malicious tone, "That's none of my business." Suddenly, Angela noticed the sudden silence around her and quickly turned around. Why is it suddenly so noisy? Then her eyes seemed to find someone in the crowd, and she watched with interest. Oh my. Angela's gaze fell on Loslow and Linnea, who were striding in, and she wondered who the man standing next to Linnea was. As soon as Enoch saw them, he turned to her in a panic and asked, "Angela, didn't you say Linnea Cressis wouldn't have any companions? Who is that guy?" "I've already sent a servant to ask her mother to help arrange a blind date." Angela racked her brain and answered vaguely, "I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen that face before. Could he be the captain of the royal guard?" The nobles standing in the hall also whispered among themselves, "Huh, now that you mention it, I think you're right. Even though he's cut his hair and beard, it's definitely him." Someone from the royal guard knew this well, and suddenly one of them recognized him and shouted excitedly, "That man is the captain of the royal guard, Loslow Crisis." On the other side, Loslow's hand was aching from Linnea's tight grip. He said softly, "Don't pull me, Linnea." Seeing them staring blankly at her brother, the young girl smiled triumphantly. "See, brother?" Everyone is shocked. The woman, named Camille's face darkened. She fidgeted, unconsciously biting her nails. Who did she bring? It seems she's determined to go against us. Seeing that she seemed anxious, Angela walked over, took her hand, and comforted her. "It's all right, Camille. In any case, let's go say hello first. Camille shouted indignantly. What? She should be the one to greet us. Angela put on an understanding expression and persuaded Camille. She brought Count Croesus, so we have no choice. His status is higher than ours. Let's go greet them. You can go attend to the other guests. Hearing this, Enoch's face turned pale, and he took a step back. Since Angela said so, then so be it, he thought. Thank goodness I really don't want to go greet that guy. He hurriedly shirked his responsibility and ran off. Then, Angela, I'll leave the greetings to you. Behind the two, Angela and Camille walked up. Greetings, Lady Linnea. She wore a bright smile and asked pointedly, "Oh, do you remember me?" Linnea replied gently, "Greetings to you both. You must be Miss Angela Bliss, who sent me the invitation. It's been a while. Duchess Camille Emerson." Camille also tried to put on a false face, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Lady Linnea, you look so beautiful today. You've brought a remarkable guest. May I get to know him?" Linnea replied with a calm smile, "Of course. Even if you look at me like that, it's not scary." The young girl politely introduced, "This is my brother, Count Loslow Crisis. This is Duchess Camille Emerson and Miss Angela Bliss." Seeing her brother wasn't speaking, Linnea said politely, "Oh dear, my brother is being quiet again. I hope you can understand." She laughed inwardly. "Well done, Loslow." Camille could only accept it helplessly. "Yes, of course." Angela quickly stepped forward and asked with a radiant smile, "As far as I know, this is the Count's first time attending a party, isn't it? Is that so?" Loslow answered slowly, "I don't even understand how things turn out this way," she said with a cheerful expression and a sincere smile. "It's such an honor to have the Count's debut at our family's party. I would love to introduce you both to my grandfather." Angela asked, "What do you think?" Linnea quietly watched her friendly demeanor, 1,000 thoughts running through her mind. "I'd guess their attitude would be different with my brother around, but it feels completely different from when I was alone. In fact, it's much worse than I imagined. It doesn't feel good at all." Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps and his warm voice were heard. "Are you talking about the head of the Bliss family?" Angela quickly replied, "Yes, if you would come with me." But before she could finish, Loslow cut her off. "There's no need. I'll go greet him directly with my sister." Seeing this, Camille raised her voice in displeasure. "How rude." She quickly put on a polite smile and said to the siblings, "Very well then. I wish you both a pleasant evening." Angela turned to comfort her. "It's all right, Camille. Since the Count said so, let's go greet the other ladies." A meaningful smile played on her lips. "So that's the kind of man Loslow Crisis is? He seems arrogant, but it's not bad. If you're going to show up and take off the mask, you should at least attract this level of attention." Angela glanced at them and continued to comfort, "Relax, Camille." She closed her eyes and replied calmly, "I'm Fina." On the other side, Loslow's cheeks were flushed from his sister pulling him, and he whispered, "Let go now." But the cheerful and stubborn Linnea replied, "No. The events of the social world are going to get more interesting." In the imperial palace, the emperor's office was filled with hearty laughter. DeMarcus was shaking with laughter and said to Loslow, whose face was red with anger, "I heard Count Croesus dressed up beautifully today, but I didn't expect it to be true. Is this your sister's masterpiece?" He sighed and replied, "The one who proposed it was Linnea Croesus, and the one who assisted was Linnea's personal maid." He replied with a laugh, "Personal maid? Oh, that's Count Canyon's daughter, isn't it? No one can match her in these matters." Loslow thought, he already has all the information, yet he's good at pretending not to know. DeMarcus teased him with a bright expression. "Loslow, even if you were forced to go, honestly, you look quite handsome now." He was exasperated. This wasn't for others to admire. He said slowly, "How could I not know? You probably understand what I mean, right? This way, you can no longer escape the aristocratic social circle. You made a difficult decision, and I'm truly grateful," DeMarcus affirmed. He sighed. "It is indeed a troublesome matter. Actually, there wasn't any grand reason for it." He nodded and hummed in agreement. Loslow recounted, "My sister said that if she had a brother who looked like a beggar, no one would want to marry her." DeMarcus burst out laughing and said, "Your sister is no ordinary person." He leaned forward and asserted firmly, "Before long, the ladies of the social circle will be coming to your sister." He raised his coffee cup and took a sip, replying, "Then I can rest assured." DeMarcus asked him in a deep voice, "What are you relieved about, Loslow?" He continued, "It's not your sister they want, it's you." Loslow widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. For all these years, Loslow Crisis, as the emperor's right-hand man, had avoided the aristocracy. His change now means he is determined to integrate into aristocratic society, which is tantamount to declaring that he will become a loyal man worthy of the position the emperor desires for him. Therefore, for the nobles who only know how to observe, he will be a very attractive candidate for young ladies choosing a husband. He asked with a blank look, then why Linnea? DeMarcus was exasperated. Can't you even figure that out? If they can build a relationship with your sister, it will be easier to propose to you. Loslow was flustered. I've never considered marriage. The emperor said, is that so? Then, when do you think you might have such intentions? He thought for a moment, then answered slowly, if your majesty orders me to marry, then I suppose I would have to. Then he raised his coffee cup and continued. That answer is truly regrettable. Despite my appearance, I'm still a man who believes in fated love. Seeing Loslow's silence, DeMarcus had no choice but to speak. It seems you don't believe it. He placed the cup back on the table and lamented, perhaps I am the last romantic in the world. The emperor suddenly stood up. I hope that one day such a person will appear before you too. Now, I'll be leaving first. He also quickly stood up to follow. Do you have something urgent? DeMarcus raised a hand in farewell and replied, I have a date with my beloved wife tonight. As for you, you can go to the training grounds or go home as you please. Loslow was full of questions. The empire, even the emperor, knows of love. Isn't the marriage of nobles just a political act to connect two families? It is decided by need, not love, all lies and betrayal, nothing but hypocrisy. At least, that's how it has always been in the reality I know. These thoughts flashed through his mind. But Loslow hesitated. Fragmented memories surfaced, making him wonder if so-called true love really exists. If I could just believe one more time. Then Linnea rested her chin on her hand and sighed. That's how it was, Idelle. In the end, I still didn't get to dance with my brother at the party. There was nothing to be done, sigh. Idelle asked, is that so? She sighed and said, although I knew in advance that the Count doesn't dance, I didn't prepare for it, so that was my fault. The young girl panicked and quickly comforted her. No, it's not over yet. There will be other opportunities besides this. Linnea said hesitantly, I told him about all the people who embarrassed me, and it turned out to be more people than he had imagined, so he was really shocked. The young girl recalled the moment she made a fuss, pointing and saying that one, oh, and that one over there. It's not over yet. A distressed voice told her. I swear, if he had a sword in his hand then, he would have drawn it immediately. One could only laugh at that. Linnea lowered her fist, recalling her brother's grim face, and narrated, I felt both hateful and grateful. The young girl continued to sigh. If only I'd been frank and told him everything back then. She sat opposite her, smiling gently. Going with the Count was definitely worth it. From now on, Milady will no longer have to face things alone. The words Linnea spoke in her sweet voice surprised Idelle. Of course, ever since the day you gave me advice, Idelle, you have been very important to me. The young girl said calmly, now I'm no longer afraid of being seen as ignorant or afraid of making mistakes and doing things wrong like before. Because from now on, I will learn everything with Idelle, everything. Hearing Linnea's words, her heart filled with pride and surprise. It is my greatest joy and honor, Milady, Idelle said. The young girl also smiled brightly and said, I'm happy too, Idelle. Linnea asked hesitantly, so, can you look at these invitations with me? There are so many unfamiliar names I've never seen before. Idelle gently agreed, of course, I will help. He sighed, holding his forehead. So these letters are to inquire about me. Loslow said, even families we've never associated with have shamelessly sent invitations. In the end, sending them to Linnea is just their way of forcing me to attend parties. Idelle skillfully advised. Actually, this was bound to happen sooner or later. It just took a little time. She slowly analyzed. You are the Emperor's confidant. You hold the title of Count. And now you have a handsome face that everyone likes, so this is only natural. He blushed, a little dazed, not yet realizing it, and hesitantly asked Idelle, am I a heartthrob? Am I handsome? She nodded honestly at Loslow. Loslow asked, is this also according to the rules of aristocratic society you mentioned? The quick-witted Idelle answered him. Everyone surely wants to connect with the Count. Their intentions are too obvious. But conversely, this is also an opportunity to get a grasp on them. Upon hearing this, Loslow quickly replied, if that's the case, it's better not to refuse. Please help me select the families we should reply to. She nodded, I understand. Idelle held the stack of letters in her hand, thinking, if he replies, he will have the chance to meet many families, and there will surely be blind dates then. Continuing such meetings, perhaps there will be a family that can truly help Count Croesus. That would definitely be a very good opportunity. She thought hesitantly then. She recalled the moment he firmly refused skincare. I can only tolerate shaving, but not skincare. If I have to do skincare, I'd rather you put a mask on me or something. Looking into Loslow's eyes, Idelle thought. The truth is, the Count's eyelashes are even thicker and longer than I imagined. She remembered the small scar below his left cheek. His body temperature seemed higher than others. Vague memories surfaced. When you look closely, you see his eyes sparkle with a brilliant beauty. All of this, everyone will eventually know, Idelle thought. Idelle, a warm voice called out, pulling her back to reality. She was startled. Oh, it's nothing. I just got lost in thought for a moment. Loslow was flustered. Your face looked fine just a moment ago. Did I see wrong? Your face is so red. Could it be a cold again? She placed a hand on her heart, alarmed. Goodness, Idelle wondered. Why is my heart beating so fast? He sighed with worry. Could it be because you're working too hard? Idelle panicked, and she thought, that's possible. Is that it? It seems I've also been quite tired without realizing it. Idelle regained her serious demeanor, comforting herself. Stop letting your mind wander and focus. She politely thanked Loslow. Thank you for your concern. Because some tasks are not without their difficulties. He asked curiously. Difficulties? Idelle reminded herself. Now I must focus on what I need to say. She said calmly, there are some things that are difficult to decide with only the position of head housekeeper, because the right to access important information in the family belongs to the butler. He felt very embarrassed. I feel very guilty about that. Loslow scratched his head and explained awkwardly from the beginning. It's not that the house didn't have a butler, but every single one hired was a spy for the four factions. By the time I realized, they had already taken care of them themselves. They want to limit me without leaving any evidence. The reason Marcia was hired was also because she left no trace when contacting powerful families. Therefore, it was an entirely correct choice, but Loslow hesitated. He sighed. Therefore, it took a lot of time to find someone trustworthy. Nathan has also been busy running around. After hearing Loslow's story, she nodded and sighed as well. That is indeed a difficult problem. There aren't as many trustworthy people as one might think. That's right, he said helplessly. Idelle said in a comforting voice, sharing trust is never an easy thing. Suddenly, Loslow stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, that's it. You could be my butler, startling her into a panic. Idelle, her face full of surprise, could only say blankly, yes. He analyzed, you've also managed the family's cash flow and have the ability to oversee the entire mansion. She hesitated, confused. Please wait a moment, Count. But Loslow was like a man enlightened. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Idelle asked timidly, how can I be the butler? The most important thing is whether I have the capacity to betray you. That's the problem. He showed a smile full of trust, his face shining like the morning sun. Loslow knelt on one knee on the tiled floor, gently comforting and encouraging her. You already have my trust, so now it's your turn to prove it. He said softly, you promised you would make me trust you, and I know you don't speak nonsense, nor are you greedy for no reason. The warm and gentle voice soothed Idelle, leaving her stunned. Idelle hesitated, the words stuck in her throat. That's true, but Loslow smiled at her and said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, things have been a mess so far. Whatever you do, or however you do it, it can't get any worse than it is now. Hearing this, she sighed. That's a worthy consolation. He said in surprise, you even know how to joke. That's surprising. Idelle could only laugh awkwardly and reply absently. There's no other way. Loslow asked, so will you do it? Suddenly he stood up, hesitating. Oh, I have something to say. Come with me for a moment. Loslow nodded and said, Idelle, there's a secret you need to know. After saying that, the two entered the secret room behind the bookshelf. It's about time to go to the palace. A steady voice echoed in the mansion. Several days have passed since Count Croesus shared the family secret, and she became the butler. Small changes were slowly appearing in the mansion. A maid's voice was heard. Everyone, the head housekeeper. Oh no, the butler. Is she still in front hall? Loslow led Idelle out of the half-open room. Idelle, there is a secret you need to know. Before he could tell her, it's about time to go to the palace. Idelle bowed respectfully. Have a safe trip, Count. Loslow adjusted his clothes. All right, I'll be counting on you to take care of the mansion today, as well, Idelle. Oh no, my new butler. She seemed to be ready for this new position. Several days have passed since Count Croesus shared the family secret, and she became the butler. In the front hall, a clear voice rang out. Everyone, the head housekeeper. Oh no, the butler. Is she still in the front hall? A maid cleaning the stairs replied. She's already gone to the kitchen. The red-haired maid hurried away. Thank you for telling me. What was that secret? Idelle heard a knock on the door and said loudly, Come in. She opened the door to deliver the message. Excuse me, butler. The cloth merchant has arrived. She was busy and couldn't directly supervise everything. Have they arrived? Idelle quickly instructed, Tell them to wait in the reception room and prepare some simple drinks for them first. The red-haired maid obeyed. Yes, leave it to me. She turned back to her work, holding a pen and paper. Idelle said to the merchant, Then let's continue our conversation. He continued, Yes, butler. These are the best butter and cheese from our shop. If we're talking about quality, then she diligently took careful notes of everything. In short, that's how it was. That's how I became the butler. Before leaving, the merchant took off his hat and bowed to Idelle. Next time, I will bring products of even better quality. I have more power than before, but I must also bear a heavier responsibility. Then she had to hurry to the reception room to meet the cloth merchant. This one and this one, can they be made thicker? I spent my days diligently, clearly feeling the weight of the trust shared with the Count. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. It's difficult for us to make it any thicker. The cloth merchant tried to persuade Idelle, but for curtain material, this thickness is already sufficient. You could just pick one casually. She shook her head, refusing the deal. That's a pity. Then please contact me next time if you have better materials. He realized he had misspoken. Yes, just pick one casually. Alas, this mouth of mine is too talkative. Idelle had a principle that one should not compromise easily when preparing basic items. As soon as the cloth merchant left, Linnea excitedly found her. Idelle. The young girl ran over. You've looked busy all morning. Was everything all right just now? Idelle replied calmly. Yes, milady. Please don't run. She looked at Linnea's exquisite attire and suddenly felt curious. Are you preparing to go out now? The young girl was excited. Yes, I'm going with Daisy. Linnea waited impatiently. It won't take long, but the gardener is definitely coming next week, right? Idelle smiled. Of course. Please look forward to it. The young girl entrusted the responsibility to her and waved goodbye. I'm relieved to hear you say that. I'll be going now. While I'm gone, please help take care of the mansion for me. Idelle watched their departing figures until they disappeared. Some people might say this is enough. Celia handed her a thick stack of papers. Butler, the report you mentioned before. I tried to write it according to your instructions. Could you please take a look? Idelle immediately agreed, of course. But I know better than anyone that even a small difference can determine the family's reputation. She met with Nathan to report on the situation. Can we consider the basic servant hiring to be complete? He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. They're all people I have thoroughly investigated and confirmed to be trustworthy. Will that be all right? Idelle was very grateful. Yes, this was possible thanks to Khalifa's help. Nathan deliberately looked away. I didn't do it because I wanted to curry favor with you, but because the captain told me to. Despite that, she was still grateful, I know. Thank you, Nathan. He pretended to clear his throat, but you were the one who conducted the final interviews for hiring. Nathan's face wasn't red because of the setting sun. Why thank me? We're colleagues. It's embarrassing to hear such things. He was half joking, but to be honest, he wasn't that uncomfortable. Nathan finally changed his tune. There was a time when I doubted you, but I will trust the captain's decision to make you the butler and entrust everything to you. He turned around, letting the setting sun warm his cloak. You've worked hard, butler. I still have matters with the mercenary group to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Idelle gently clenched her fingers. Perhaps I'm feeling that weight right here in these hands. She turned her head to look at the magnificent sunset, realizing she was shouldering a responsibility even greater than the secret the Count had entrusted to her.